live here. How are you doing today, my partner in crime?
I am doing great. I am still waiting for Diamond Deploy.
Still waiting for Diamond Deploy. What do you mean? Like on the stream?
Okay, we are live.
Oh, we are live now. Okay, maybe it's just a little delayed. YouTube can be a little strange, to say the least.
Okay, perfect.
Okay, so welcome on everybody. We are starting the 2025 Card Wars Open Tournament. How are you feeling today? How are we thinking?
I, for one, am really excited to see a tournament in what is going to be the beginning of a new era for this TCG.
Right, because this is like the revival. It's like Cryptozoic's coming back. They're dropping more content. If they continue to do this, just new Kickstarter after new Kickstarter with new cards after new cards, we could expect like genuine progression and like what metas are going to look like with new ideas. This is really this dawn of a new era, you know?
Correct. I mean, there's new cards have been added to the table for the first time in a very long time, and we are about to get a gauge for where the pulse is in this new meta.
Exactly. And so I don't want to spoil much, obviously, so I'm gonna keep it on the down low here, but you and I have both looked at the data, right? We've looked at like what cards have been used the most, what are like the upcoming cards, and I just want to highlight some of them that looked very interesting. So some of the cards that I thought were surprising, I should say, is that we look like we have some new staples, right?
Yeah, I mean, there's definitely some shockers when it comes to the distribution percentages.
Right. There's so many cards new that are really showing, right? Or not. There's some newer cards that are really showing out. Cards like Abnegator saw a lot of use, which I thought a lot of people in the community were expecting cards like Abnegator to see use because it's just one free action, right?
Abnegator, one cost creature. When you discard this card from your hand or deck, you gain an action point.
Exactly. But also interesting enough is Abnegator is seeing a lot of use, but so is Snake Eye Ring, which should make sense because it returns an Abnegator. But there are just so many interesting cards that are seeing a lot of new usage that, you know, cards that were not used before. Like Snake Eye Ring has existed since like the start of the game, right? I'm pretty sure it was in the first set. Well, not like Finn and Jake, but it was like with BMO, right?
Yes, it's in the BMO collector's set. It's a 0-cost rainbow spell that returns a random useless swamp creature from your discard pile to your hand. So that paired with Abnegator, I mean, you discard the Abnegator, get the action point, then you play Snake Eye Ring, get it back into your hand, now you have a free action.
Exactly. And that's the interesting part is like, but also something like Snake Eye Ring just hasn't seen usage, right? In the comp scene, nobody's really played this card because there was no use for it. Useless Swamp was really bad for a long time until these new cards have dropped and we've got the Gators that are really looking great.
It is interesting. Swamp was in an interesting space because it did see play in more of a casual sense, but no, it was not really present and competitive except for almost like a support color.
Exactly. Now for the people in the chat here, I'm curious, what cards, if you had to pick a card in the game that you think was so that was everywhere, what is the first card that comes to your mind? Like if you're making a deck list, it's the first card you put in. Because I'm interested because there are some cards here. There's one card specifically that I think is not very shocking, but saw a lot of play. So what do you guys think in the chat here? What are you guys thinking?
Well, I can tell you from my experience that whenever I'm building a new deck list, I always start with 3 copies of Beach Ball.
3 Beach Ball is a very common choice, right? Beach Ball sees a lot of use. And there's some other cards in there as well. Like usually when you talk to someone who's telling you, let's deck build, the first cards they're going to start with are like Beach Ball, Coffin, Unempty Coffin, and then like Void Thimble, right? Those are 3 cards that like you should include in most of your deck lists. And
For me, that is the staple 3.
Exactly. And those cards did see a lot of usage, right? I don't want to give exact numbers, but there are a lot of cards here that saw a lot of great usage. So from the point of view of our positions, where we're privileged to have this knowledge prior to the event, this is looking like it's going to be very interesting. There's a lot of diversity as well in the heroes. I don't want to point out any numbers specifically, but I think in the last tournament we had maybe 6 or 7 unique heroes, right? Like, there weren't many unique ones. A lot of people were playing Lich, or they were playing like Death. I saw a few Death in the other tournament, right?
Grand Prix
saw a lot of usage as well. So there were a lot of but there was not a lot of diversity in this tournament. There are 10 different heroes being used right now within 26 players, which is very diverse, right?
Yeah, I mean, when it comes down to it, like, the meta had been set for so long that the top was the top and nothing was really going to shake that. But now that there are new cards in this format, there are new ideas coming around. There's new uses for old things that maybe someone might go, this card and this hero have a really unique interaction. I want to build a deck around that. And then they might discover something that's actually a powerhouse in the scene.
Exactly. So I am going to really quickly go over something here. Let's see if I can put it on the stream. Give me just a second here.
How's everybody feeling tonight? We ready to get into some TCG?
I mean, I know I'm extremely excited for this, and looks like chat's also very excited for this too.
Yeah. Good to hear. It's good to see.
Okay, so on stream here, I'm gonna put up a picture. If I could get it here. So Box had released to us the rules for this event here. So I just want to reveal these to the players so we can talk about them going into the event here. So everyone who is, maybe waiting for their round 1 knowledge and is watching the stream knows what to expect here. So right here I have, let me just put this in the middle of the screen, make this a little bigger here. This is the tournament info. So something that we're going to talk about a bit here is I'm just going to go over this. So when it comes to the tournament, right, there's a lot going on. So general rules is that to start the game, actually, both players are just going to roll a d20, and whoever wins goes first. There is no choose. You don't roll and then decide first or second. So that's a really interesting idea that's not really seen very often within a lot of games. A lot of games, you flip a coin and then decide. So it's really interesting that they've decided for this event, you just go first. The second point is slow playing. Slow playing didn't really happen last tournament, as far as I'm aware. We didn't really have any problems with it. But if you are caught intentionally slow playing, you could be reported and then potentially lose your round or set, or even be disqualified. So be careful if you're playing the event and you're playing potentially slow. When you're announced, go to your table. You have 10 minutes before it's a game loss, and if you're 15 minutes late, you lose the round. Okay, so be quick. And this is for all the people participating, but also the viewers who aren't going to participate. This is just something that we're going to look out for as spectators.
Good life lesson. Be punctual.
Exactly. Each round is going to be 50 minutes with a 10-minute overtime. So once we reach that 50-minute mark, it's going to be... I'm not exactly sure how the overtime's working. I think it's just you have 10 minutes to either end the game or it goes to tie breaks. After the round, there's a 10-minute buffer between prep time. So between rounds, it's going to be a 10-minute period where we're going to hop off and give you guys a break as well. And then we'll reconvene once the next round starts. So that's how that's going to head. If you are playing this... So at the end of your round, if you win 2 games, you get 2 points, right? If you win 1 game and your opponent wins in tie breaks, you each get a point. If you win 2 games and your opponent gets a game, you get 1 point, they get a point. So if you go 2-1, you only get 1 and they receive a bonus point, which I'm assuming is still a point. I'm not exactly sure how the bonus points are working. And if no player wins, then the winner of the tiebreakers gets a round point, right? Gets the point for the round. And the tiebreakers are detailed here. It's essentially just whoever has won a game. If nobody's won a game, or if the wins are tied, then it's most life, and if it's after that, it just goes to most cards in hand, and then just flip a coin. So, with that being said, we are approaching the start of the event. Does you have any comments on this here, Jeff?
I do want to point out that there may be a little bit of stream delay.
That's what I was thinking, because I have a device here that's loading me stream chat so I can respond. And it does look a little delayed, because I put the photo on screen and it took like 3 or 4 seconds to appear.
Yeah.
I hope that's not
going
going to be
aware of that.
Gotcha. But yeah, so this is how the event's gonna run out. With that being said, we should be approaching start time very soon here. Looks like Box made a. Oh, he's already dropped the pairings. And then get to your tables. Okay, so we're gonna go ahead and we're gonna see if they've started their round 1. Let me see here. Let me look for our game. There it is. Okay, so we're gonna join up our game. We're gonna wait here. Our featured match for today is gonna be table 1. We're gonna be watching with this pairing here. Let me drop this down.
I'm gonna need to find the game.
Here we go. We're in game. We're gonna start round 1 by watching table 1. We're just gonna watch Random versus Wailord. This is gonna be a very interesting matchup. We have Chuskus versus BMO. Also with a tailgater. What is this tailgater counter for? Oh, just to see how many cards you draw. Okay, gotcha.
Yeah.
All right. So who's all excited for this? You guys excited to watch round 1 of this 2025 tournament for Card Wars?
It's a crazy time to be alive, I can tell you that much.
It really is. Think that this game came out, what, like 11 years ago? This game was dormant for a few years, and then it is now finally hitting its stride again and going with the, I mean, we have a 26-player tournament, Not a lot of card games outside of the, the big 3 get tournaments of this size, especially just online, right? Just people online for a one-day event. Like, this is exciting.
Mm-hmm. I'm looking for a date on when Card Wars came out, and it's not coming to me very easily. I'm going to say 2014.
2014?
Sure, that sounds right.
Well, I mean, I say 11 years ago because I think they did the 10-year anniversary last year, right? That was the whole Kickstarter thing. Was
Correct.
The 10-year anniversary, so that's why I think 11. But even ignoring that, that's just that's just yeah. The meta after the Kickstarter is a lot. Pizza time. It's very interesting. There are a lot of really cool. After the tournament's over, I'm going to drop the details, but we're in game now, so let's get.
So
this
Wailord has begun their first turn by playing out a Feedman and then a Cornitar.
When the Feedman's played, it reduces the cost of your next guy, so the Cornitar should have costed 1, right?
Yes, and now they have replaced the Feedman with a goat and drawn a card, and they have played Beach Ball to play another card. Now they're playing Careful Shuffle, which when you play Careful Shuffle, you choose a letter of the alphabet and then you reveal the top 3 cards of your deck, put all cards with names that begin with a chosen letter into your hand and discard the rest. And we're waiting to figure out what letter they have chosen.
Yeah, I'm curious what letter they chose for Chuskus and even Careful Shuffle. Like, what are the C? Okay. Oh, so Cornitar was reduced by 1 and then reduced by 1 from Feedman, so it was free. That makes sense. I was wondering why they had 1 action left.
Yes, so Chuskus is a new hero for this Kickstarter that just happened, and the ability is at the start of the game, choose a letter of the alphabet, and the first card you play each turn with a name that starts with a chosen letter costs 1 less. And clearly, Wailord has chosen to go with C, and they are playing a monocorn deck.
Yeah, Monocorn is really interesting. With the hits of Ethan, I'm shocked that we're seeing Monocorn. What are your thoughts on that?
Oh, there's been a lot of discussion about the Ethan Allfire ban, or at least the hit,
Mm.
and I'm not sure how it's going to affect the meta. I think that monocorn has been kind of a staple for a very long time. I think that as new cards are coming out and new metas are advancing, it's maybe losing its seat at the throne a bit.
Yeah, I feel like it's falling off, and especially just because, especially like the new Gator cards, right? Useless Swamp looks so strong. Blue Plains with the X-ray specs and and Neuromancer's also a very good card now. Like Icy Lance just got Simon and some other cards. Like
Yes.
it seems like Cornfield isn't getting worse, but the other landscapes are just getting stronger, right?
And what's going on right now is that Random is playing X-ray specs, which allows them to see the top card of their deck and play cards off the top of their deck as if they were from hand. Mm-hmm. And each card played from the top of your deck will cost an additional action point for each card that has been played that way this turn.
Mm-hmm. So it looks like they dropped an Unpick Coffin to play their Propagator for free. When it enters play, reveal the top card. If it's the correct card, gain 2 actions. Obviously, they know the top card is Clone, so they just called Clone and gain 2 actions, right?
Mm-hmm.
Oh, taking 4 health for what? Why did they take 4 damage? Any idea why they took 4 damage here?
Not particularly.
That's a weird one.
But they are also playing Careful Shuffle.
Mm-hmm. Okay, so it looks like they called, what did they call? What was it? I guess Ferret, right? Oh no, they discarded Ferret. Wait.
I think that they're milling.
Oh, okay. And they're going to replace the Propagator with the Dog Boy. Okay, Dog Boy is seeing a good amount of play too, just because I'm assuming it's just because it's a discard, right?
Yeah, this Random is playing what appears to be a mill deck, so they are purposely discarding cards for some kind of benefit that may not be revealed at this point.
Oh, that's what it is. Okay, so the chat just pointed out that Random took 4 damage from the Cornitar on play effect. Oh, looks like my untap is refreshing.
Oh.
Give me a second here, my untap's refreshing, guys. Let me figure this out real quick.
Yeah, Cornitar, when Cornitar enters play, you deal 1 damage to your opponent for each Cornfield landscape you play, which in a mono Corn deck will be 4 damage.
Exact. So that's why they took the 4 damage. Thank you guys for pointing that out. I completely missed that. But okay. It looks like also Random missed that at the time as well.
Yeah.
So what do we miss?
It's interesting that Random is using Careful Shuffle almost as if it's a better Incredible Egg to mill cards.
That's what it's feeling like for sure.
Instead of milling 2, you're milling 3 because you're just revealing 3 cards and then going with a letter that you know isn't going to be in your deck.
Exactly. So it looks like they played a Propagator off the top of their deck, right? Oh, wait, why did they... Oh, no, they played Propagator from hand. Okay. And then they played the Beach Ball to gain the 4 health and draw a card. Looks like they're not going to pass the Beach Ball. They're going to pay an action to draw.
Keep the X-ray counter at the bottom right, where they're keeping track of how many action points the top card has additional.
Yeah, so now this Abnegator's a cost 2 now, right?
Correct.
Oh, but Tailgater's going to come out from 1, which is going to draw 4 cards here? Or is that going to... would that count 5? Does it count the Goated sense or no? I assume no, right?
If Tailgater replaced the Goat, I would assume that, yes, it counts for that. It would
count it? Well, it looks like they didn't draw 5. Let me ask them real quick. Because it looks like Tailgater should have drawn 5, right?
It should have.
Because 4 plus Goat? Or was... I just want to make sure 4 included the Goat. I'm not sure if it did.
Yeah. Because it's based on the turn. So if it went to the discard this turn, it counts for Tailgater when it's played.
Mm-hmm. Well, we'll see. It looks like they're going to play Ghost Lucky. Ghost Lucky is going to take that top card off their deck. I didn't see exactly what it was. I think it was a Snake Eye Ring, which is a rainbow, so that'll just take it off the top. They're going to play Snake Eye Ring.
They're playing Happy Ghost Lucky on top of the Tailgater to reveal the top card of the deck, which they already know what it is, and if it's rainbow, they get to put it into their hand.
Okay, and they're going to use the Snake Eye Ring to get back a Propagator. Not bad.
This is a really interesting combo.
Yeah, this is what Useless Swamp can do nowadays. They can just play a ton of they're just action spam. They just gain action, gain action, you know? It's the 50-50. Do they get the Abnegator on the 50-50? They do not. They get a second Propagator back. All right. This is quite the long turn as well. We've been in this turn for what, like 4 minutes now, I think.
Void Thimble coming out.
Another action. Yep.
Lose 2 hit points.
Let's see.
Replacing the Ghost Lucky with Propagator.
Mm-hmm.
Revealing the top card.
Get 2 more actions. Gonna play a clone. Oh, to play out the second Propagator they got to replace the current one. Yep.
Great move.
Very strong to get, a gnome. Does it just a draw or does it just reveal and gain actions? I think it just reveals and gains actions. So
yeah, if you name the revealed card before it's revealed, you gain 2 actions.
Gotcha. Okay.
But because X-Ray Specs is in play, the top card is always revealed.
Exactly. Paying 1 action to draw 1. Okay. A Fiddling Ferret on top here. Okay, Fiddling Ferret's interesting. This is just another way to gain actions, right?
I would like to point out that random is currently at 4 actions still.
Oh, wow. I mean,
that's just this combo.
That's just the power of the new Useless Swamp cards, you know? Abnegator pitching it for BMO. Yep.
Gaining another action, back up to 5.
Mm-hmm. Oh, there's Possum.
There's Possum.
This spells disaster.
Careful shuffle.
I'm assuming they're not going to call I. What letter did they call, though? That's the question.
I assume I.
I feel like more often than not, they're just calling a letter that's not in their deck, right? Because they just want to send the others.
They want that Impossible Possum in their hand.
So
they're going to go with I.
That makes sense. Well, I was also thinking you could, like, proc the Possum on Enter Discard, right? Or is it only from hand? I thought Possum was from anywhere, right?
Well, an Impossible Possum goes into your discard pile. You may discard a card to return Impossible Possum to your hand.
Oh, but I guess if you're going to shuffle, you might as well just call I anyway, right? Because then you don't have to do the extra discard. Okay, I'm assuming they're going to call you on this Careful, which is going to get them Coffin. But obviously we don't know exactly what they're calling because they're talking in voice call. Looks like they didn't call you, though. They're just going to let their Under the Coffin go to discard, which is that's a decision, to say the least. A Snake Eye Ring on top of the deck.
I think they're trying to feed that Tailgater counter, which is currently at 10.
Yeah, so if they have a way to bounce this Tailgater or something and play it again, that will draw the rest of their deck. Now, do you want to point out for the viewers, if you haven't played this game, a lot of games have a deck out, which is when you have no cards and you try to draw, you lose the game. Card Wars does not have a deck out. So if Random here decides to just draw their whole deck, there's no downside. They just sit with... Well, I guess the downside is the opponent could have burn, but that's pretty much it. There's no negative to drawing the whole deck here.
Another Snake Eye Ring.
You cannot floop on your first turn on your... you can floop, but not on the first turn of the game, I believe. So if you go second, you can floop. But if you go first, you cannot floop your cards.
We're going for the long shot here. We're going to try and Snake Eye Ring and pull that Tailgater.
A 1 and 6. Abnegator's pretty good, though. It's not the one we wanted, but it is pretty good. I mean, but Random has to have another way to get that Tailgater, right? Let's see.
Presumably. I would assume that they have some form of more precise grave grab, maybe a tree of undeath, maybe raise the dead somewhere in there. We don't know.
Right. We'll see. Also, where's all this damage going from BMO? I'm assuming they're using BMO to discard, right? They've discarded 2 times from BMO, so I don't know. Where did that damage go? Oh. Is this BMO? Yeah, BMO pitching Possum. Okay. Possum pitching Abnegator. Yep. Abnegator gains an action. Possum goes back to hand. And that's discard 2. Yep.
Just gonna go ahead and pitch that out there and get clarification from the players.
Oh, it's going on to Goat. Okay. Oh, okay. I guess they had the agreement that it would just all go to Goat, and it finally killed it. Okay. They're gonna play Gramophone to draw 4. Gramophone, a recent hit. It was not on the previous list, and now it's limited to 2. Still a very popular card. Still seeing a lot of usage. Discarding the Possum and discarding a second card, I assume. For the Gramophone, what is the second card gonna be?
X-ray specs.
X-ray specs. Yeah, that's not gonna be very necessary at this position.
It is interesting to note that when you're in a large draw deck like this, once you've already done your combo, then X-ray specs is going to end up being a lot less useful late game.
Triss, yes, you are allowed to join existing tables to spectate if you'd like. Just try not to interrupt the players. Jeff and I are being a little too invasive, honestly, but we're also trying to spectate, so we would like the info. But if you're not, if you're just spectating, try to just watch the game as much as you can. But yeah, no, I mean, this is looking very. I still don't see what Random's gonna do here. Like, how do you think Random's gonna end the game?
What is the win con here? I mean, there are cards that have to do with the amount of discard in one's deck. I don't. We wouldn't know.
You think Random's gonna play a? No, Random can't play Fatapillar or any because he could play. She could play. Random could play Fatapillar, right?
Fatapillar.
Would it be big enough to win though? I don't think so.
Excuse me.
Oh, well, there's a Black Paladin.
I was gonna say Black Paladin, but that is.
Oh, it does. It says that have discarded from their hand this turn, so it's not even while on field. It's just it counts retroactively too.
Okay,
that's the win con.
I didn't name Black Paladin because I thought Black Paladin was for the other player. That was my mistake.
No, it includes you. Yeah, it's a really strong card here, and I don't think this is lethal though, right? Because even if you play Black Paladin here. Oh, but Possum doubles basically all your discards, right?
Yes.
Is this the game? That's the question here. This would be our first OTK, right? Well, I mean, it's the first game, but our first OTK of the event.
Of the new meta.
Of the new meta.
These new Gator cards are really helping push things forward.
Possum to pitch Dog Boy. That's another 2 discards. Possum to pitch Ferret. That's another 2 discards. Possum to pitch Evil Eye. That's another 2 discards. I'm assuming, yeah, a Dog Boy. They're going to pitch the last card. I'm assuming they're going to pitch Possum and don't return and then play Paladin for a 19.
Glorious Gramophone goes to discard.
Paladin for a 19. Well, actually, they might not pitch the second. Oh, no, yeah, it's going to pitch Possum for the 1, right? Might as well get it in there. But this isn't big enough to win, right? It's 19, 1, and 2. Paying 2 actions for what? Oh, for Paladin. Well, it's a 1 action. I don't know why they paid 2, but... Okay. Is Beach Ball ever going to get banned? I don't think it'll be banned because of the errata. Because it's just a hard once per turn. I could see it getting limited, though. It's still a very common card. It's a staple in almost every deck. It wasn't... I don't know. Random ran 1 copy, though, right?
From what I recall, yes. And it was played at the beginning of the game.
Yeah. But I'm also, random doesn't care. They have other ways to get to their whole deck. So this is 21 damage on board here. This isn't lethal, but it's a lot of damage.
Confirming they only had one beach ball.
Gotcha. I mean, but if Wailord here just has a single Scorching Serve, doesn't this just win them the game now, right? Because there's no, I don't think Pokey can come back from this position.
No, I'm not sure what the game plan here is. Did they miscalculate? Was this a misplay?
Well, actually, Wailord can't have Scorching Serve because they have 4 cornfields. But ignoring that,
it could be Infinite Haymaker, though.
Oh, Infinite Haymaker is an option. I forgot about that. That is true.
There is removal available to Corn.
Yeah, but like, oh, Corn Ronin. Okay. So this is going to be a 3 damage. Careful Shuffle. Okay.
Presuming they're going to go with C.
Corn Lord, Dance Hall, and I didn't see what the last card was.
Corn Scepter.
Corn Scepter. So they took the Corn Scepter. Oh, and they took the 2 C's, right? Corn Scepter and Corn Ronin.
Dance Hall goes to the discard.
Gotcha. Kind of sucks to lose that Dressage Hall, though. They've lost 2 Dressage Halls through their Careful Shuffles, which has got to be a little tough.
Yeah.
Okay, Coffin for Commendation. Commendation. Oh, wait.
Chainsaw Commendation enters play. You choose a letter, and creatures whose name begins with chosen letter have +3 attack. And assuming that this is a mono Corn deck, you're going to choose C, and you're playing 2 Corn Scepters.
Oh, that's
going to do 1 damage to target creature for each cornfield landscape you control, which
that
is
kills
4.
the Paladin. That's 8 damage.
Paladin.
And then also, I'm assuming Chancellor calls C, right? Which is just going to boost itself, the Corn Ronin, and the Cornator.
Yep. So Random is now in a really bad spot.
Okay, wait, Random has no monsters. Is this just game?
Yeah, I think at this point,
what a game
it's
one!
Going to be a slow turn of passing.
And looks like Random scoops it. So we're going to game 2 here. What an awesome game! I really thought Random was just going to take it, but they just ran out of gas right at the goal, right at the finish line. They ran out of gas and couldn't cross it. Let's see if they can fix that for game 2 here, though.
It looks like there's enough inconsistency in the engine that they're using that they might not always make it to that 25 attack on the Black Paladin.
Mm-hmm.
So you've come to this tournament with an OTK deck that does not have a guaranteed hit rate.
Yeah, I think the problem was... the thing that I think hurts Pokey the most here was they just replaced too many creatures. If they would have held just 2 more creatures other than replacing, they would have been in a stronger position. They would have been able to pitch those extra off of... Actually, wait, they're only, 2 damage short of lethal? If they held just 1 more creature? Because with the Impossible Possum, that would have been lethal, right? So it was very close. It just came down to one, maybe not a misplay, but one play where you just shouldn't have replaced a creature.
Well, I think it's the luck of the draw with Careful Shuffle, right? Sometimes it's going to discard things that you don't want it to discard, and sometimes it's not going to discard enough, like in that position.
Exactly. But what a great game 1. It looks like they're starting up their game 2 here, because Pokey is drawn. Or Random is drawn.
That was a complete tempo shift, and that was not expected.
But that also shows how lethal this format is. Like, you either win or you lose, and it's like, it's 1 turn difference. This isn't like a grind your opponent down. This is, you either kill them or they clap back and kill you immediately. This is very Yu-Gi-Oh-like in that sense, you know?
Correct. And they have played Careful Shuffle, and I assume that they have chosen a letter that has now let them discard all 3 revealed cards. They're already starting their discard combo here. This may be a first turn kill if it hits right.
So I'm curious, what do you think Pokey is calling on Careful Shuffle?
I mean, anything that gets the job done, you could go with W.
Oh, you're playing Abnegator. I feel like I feel like they're calling T, because T prevents Tailgater from going to discard, and I think that's the one thing you're worried about losing, right? That and I guess Black Paladin.
True.
So, but Black Paladin. If you lose your Black Paladin, that's also tough. So what do you call it? Because you don't want either of those going to your discard pile.
I think that is just something that is going to have to be information that Random has, and
that
if
we have
they
to
are
sit
ready
here.
to reveal that at a later date.
That is a good point. Oh, so this is a much slower start from Random. Random just drops the Propagator, drops an Abnegator, and passes.
I wonder how that's going to affect the tempo of that combo, because now any cards that they have discard are no longer going to affect the turn that Black Paladin gets played during.
Exactly. But also Abnegator on field is a really interesting decision, because Abnegator does nothing from field, right?
No, you've placed it as a creature with 3 attack and 4 defense.
Looks like Wailord is also losing an Ethan. That's got to suck a little bit. Oh, and they're losing another Dressage Hall. I don't think they'll resolve a single Dressage Hall all game. They just keep discarding them. But I mean, it's obvious why. They're playing Careful Shuffle and they're calling C every time. And that's going to, come with some casualties. But, yeah. Coffin for Chancellor. Wow, what a board state from Wailord here. Wow.
Yeah, even Allfire being limited to 2, that discard is probably going to hurt your draw engine.
Exactly. Oh, man. Corn Ronin there.
Pretty solid swing.
Very big swing. These Ronins are huge with the Chancellor.
Oh, yeah.
Hitting for 6. Wow. And then Feedman just smacking for a quick 1. And Chancellor should have hit for another 3, right? Should have hit for... Oh, no, 6. Yeah, they took 7 damage. My bad. I'm not doing my math right. Snake Eye Ring hits the Propagator. That's a little tough. You probably want to hit the Abnegator here. But Snake Eye Ring gets back the Abnegator. Okay. Gotcha. Let's see what we got here.
So I'm curious what the plan here is for Wailord's Monocorn deck.
BMO pitches Possum. Possum probably pitches what here? Abnegator?
Probably.
Okay.
Yep.
And then Abnegator gets the action. Possum comes back.
You're just trying to get that body back.
Exactly. Well, you're also trying to get more discards, right? Oh.
Yeah.
Oh, the second Abnegator, too. Wow.
Again.
Well, wow. Sometimes you just draw them, right? Sometimes you just have it.
Yeah. This is a fascinating deck.
That was 2 damage dealt where, though? Do we know where that... I think it went to this Corn Ronin, right? In the middle? Or on the third lane? Because that's 5 damage on. I don't know where else that would have come from. I assume it went there.
Yeah, that makes sense.
Okay.
One of the 2 Corn Ronins.
Pays 2 actions to draw. That's tough.
Ooh.
That's really bad. Clone, though, for new Propagator? Okay.
Hold
on. Do you hit the roll, though? Because, I mean, no X-Ray. I don't know if that was the roll. No action gain. Dang. But at least you know the Snake Eye Ring's on top of your deck. You know? I'll pay an action to draw it, I assume? Oh, okay, no, they're just pulling it out and putting it back on top. Okay. Oh, did they call it? Why did they have 5 actions? Oh, okay, never mind. They misclicked, I assume, right?
That's just what this deck does. You get actions from here, you get actions from there. You got actions coming out your socks.
It's actions, everybody gets an action. It's the Oprah quote, you know? You get an action, I get an action, everybody gets an action. Oh, wow. Okay, draw 1 to the Snake Eye Ring, right? Okay. Plays a Snake Eye Ring. See, I don't know if you should play Propagator, though, right? I feel like you should just play the Snake Eye... Oh, but... Okay, you play the Propagator to get the 2 actions and hope you hit an Abnegator off the Snake Eye Ring. I see. A little riskier, because you could hit a Propagator, but we'll see. Random's kind of popping off here. But can they come back? This is a really strong board state from Wailord. What do you think?
Well, they popped off in the first game as well, and you saw how quickly that momentum shifted.
Oh, that is true. Oh, my untap is refreshing again. Give me a second here. Okay, and we are back. Alrighty.
Oprah Gator. It's a bad joke.
Oh. Okay, sorry, I had a ping of a ruling question. So I'm responding there. And there we go. Okay. All right, and we are still going here. Okay, Untap is doing its stuff.
Untap is having a technical difficulty right now, for sure.
Looks like they're back, but I'm just making sure that they're both playing again.
Yes. I also got locked up.
Okay, they're both back. Good stuff. Yeah, I mean, Untap is it is a very volatile service. It's great when it works, and when it doesn't work, it is bad.
The plus side is that it's free. The downside is that it's free.
Oh, that's tough. Looks like Random forgot to put Bog Cyclone in their deck, and that's if they had a Bog Cyclone in the last game, like this was, yeah, they would have won 1,000,000 times over. But that's the problem with Bog with not having it. You know, it's a really strong card, but you got to have it.
Mm-hmm.
Looks like Wailord might just get the 2-0 here, but we'll see.
Yeah, Bog Cyclone is a 1-cost useless swamp spell that shuffles you shuffle your discard pile and you put 2 random cards from it into your hand and then the rest on the bottom of your deck. So it's essentially a deck refresh, but with a little draw.
Right. Okay, well, we have a lot of results coming through, by the way. We have a lot of people who have finished their sets so far. This one is still ongoing, though. But it looks like we're reaching a close conclusion here. This isn't... I mean, a second Chancellor probably cleans this up, right? I mean, maybe not. That's a lot of damage. 6, 9, 18, 19? Actually, no, it is... Yeah.
Presuming that they still have those Corn Scepters laying around.
I mean, even ignoring it, right? Because another Chancellor calls C, that's going to boost this Chancellor, and it's going to boost the Corn Ronin plus 3 to each. And that's going to be 9 damage, 18 total. All they have to do is find the last Chancellor, because they pitched one earlier, right? No, they didn't. Oh, I thought they lost one earlier. No. Well, there we go. Clone for the Chancellor. Chancellor calls C. That's going to boost all 3 of them up by 3. That's probably game here.
Fascinating. It would appear that Monocorn Beatdown may be making a comeback.
Well done, players. Well done. And we'll
play Crust Pressure for additional.
Oh, wow. Wow. That is
really
good.
Stealing that deal.
Well done, guys. What an awesome round 1 here. Let's go and see if there are any other people. I'm assuming it's the end again. Let me just make sure real quick. Okay, that's the end. All right. Well played.
Game.
Great games, guys. Awesome. That was a treat to watch. Let's see if anybody else is playing, though, and let's go fill in... Oh! Jotun and Nilo, are they still playing? Potentially. No, they're leaving the game. Okay. Is this the end of the round, then? Are there any results we're waiting for? Let's check Pichu's game. Looks like Pichu's game is being played out real quick. We'll hop in here.
Hopping over.
Okay. Let's see. Bomb Pop to pop an Ancient Scholar. Okay. Oh, and they got the double Bongo Bounce House out here. Now, this has been... we were talking about this before the stream here, but Bongo Bounce House saw a surprising amount of play within deck lists, right? This is a card that has been kind of bouncing around a bit, you know? Pardon my pun there, but it's really bouncing. It's really, a lot of people are using it.
Really making up for the Oprah Gator joke that fell flat earlier.
Probably, but points, you know, it's a really I think it's seeing a lot of play because there's just so many threats of OTK right now that people are just kill my bounce house, don't kill me, you know.
Everybody is really nervous right now about excess damage, and if you put a Bongo Bounce House onto the field, it's going to absorb whatever hit that may be, and you don't get any oversplash damage from that. It buys time.
Looks like Box did not share the link to the thing. Give me just a second. Tame, I will post the clarifications document for those curious. Here we go. Okay, so I posted into their random welcome in, random welcome. That was a great game from you guys. That was very solid from both of you. It's tough you didn't have your Bog Cyclone though. Bog Cyclone would have helped you a lot. With that being said, though, what are we looking at here? What does this board state say to you, Jeff? What are you thinking?
I mean, very clearly we're dealing with a landscape flip deck, and that's exciting for me. I am a big fan of landscape flip meta.
Oh, man.
So we have a landscape flip meta versus what strikes me as a ice blue plains deck, potentially an aggro deck, because you see Blizzardborn out, you see Icy Commando, which gets +1 attack for each frozen landscape.
Right. Also, can't help but notice all of Pichu's lands are frozen. Of course, that's from the Blizzardborn, but like this is a really bad spot to be in, right? Well, I guess you have a ton of cards. You have 11 cards.
As long as you have enough cards to deal with that, you're not going to be in too much trouble unless you are playing a really engine-heavy deck that needs every card to be doing something. Then you can clear up the works.
But man, Mantle Masher here... Also, I think Mantle Masher and Bigfoot were seeing a lot of play in the deck list, which is shocking because I didn't think a lot of people were going to be playing flip decks, but it's looking similar to that. Also, wait, I can't help but notice, sorry, Pichu's opponent has no deck? They've drawn all their cards or put them in hand? I don't know if you've noticed that, but...
Correct. I'm not sure at what state of the game that we're in because we've just hopped in here.
Well, we do know this is game 2 because you can look at the turn counter and it says 2. You know, so this is definitely game 2. But where exactly is a good question.
We have entered into the middle of a story here while we're waiting for the rest of the chapters to conclude, and we can head to the next round. And so the matter of fact is analyzing the game board and figuring out which player is in a better position.
I mean, in this position, I feel like I'm heavily favoring Pichu's opponent, right? Pichu's opponent's over here with a very strong board state, it looks. But Pichu has 2 more Bongo Bounce Castles, so that also doesn't help. Or wait, why? Wait, I thought the Bongo Bounce Houses died earlier. What happened?
I'm very confused at what's going on right now.
Okay, so Random has joined the chat and they're explaining a bit. They're watching over the game. They were saying that Careful Shuffle was just there to thin out the deck.
It was a mill.
I am curious though what letter though, because you could just call a letter that's not in your deck, and that'll mill 3. But also, you probably don't want to lose like your Tailgater, and you probably don't want to lose your Black Paladin. So I feel like you want to at least call like B or T, not like just any random letter, essentially, you know?
Yeah. Okay, and we're swinging. So what do you think of what we've just seen? What does that tell you about how these old cards are blending with the newer cards?
So, from my perspective and what I've seen, it feels like this may be a bit of a controversial take here, but I feel like these new cards aren't much better than the old cards. A lot of people are talking about how power creep is really hitting the game, and these new cards are just so much stronger. But look at some of those old cards that we've had to ban, right? Like if we took Kickstarter 2 versus Kickstarter 1, now of course Kickstarter 2 has a lot less cards, but like even if we just take like the first half of Kickstarter 1 versus Kickstarter 2 and we unbanned everything, I feel like it's heavily favored towards Kickstarter 1 side. Just because the cards in there, it's like with Magic or Yu-Gi-Oh! You know, your first set has cards like Pot of Greed, cards like Black Lotus, these cards that are unfair, obviously. And were even unfair in their time. And I think even nowadays, like if you would just remove the ban list, Kickstarter 1 is probably stronger than Kickstarter 2. That would be my argument, or it'd be close.
I would disagree with that.
And that's why I said it's a bit of a hot take. I know it's not, I think the community is a little against me on this one, but there are just not many new cards that are banned, and a lot of old cards are banned.
Exactly. That is the point that I would counter with, is that right now we're still figuring out where these new cards fit in the meta, and so as a result, not a lot of them have been hit with bans or restrictions at this point. Pichu has discarded to unfreeze and flip back up there.
Pitching Golden Axe Stump, though, is an interesting discard. I feel like this is a card you probably don't want to discard. But also, they have no deck anymore, so I guess you're not going to punish them for drawing.
I think that at this point you are trying to cruise into, because what has essentially happened here is that if you're playing Golden Axe Stump, you are looking for basically to burn your opponent. They're going to take a damage every time they draw a card. If your opponent has already drawn a card, then you've kind of missed the boat on that. And so now I feel like Peach is trying to cruise into some kind of secondary win con because they're not going to be able to make the burn action work.
Yeah. That makes sense. I think it's a little too late for the burn. That's right. I mean, if you had like a Quaterai, that's different, but definitely for Axe Stump, it's a little too late. Something else I want to note here is Moniker, by the way. We haven't talked about this. Moniker is seeing a decent amount of usage in this event, you know? I think they're like, what, 4 or 5 Moniker decks? So this is a really interesting choice.
Some of these floops are really useful, and to be able to get a second go at one of those abilities to squeeze just that much more utility out of it could be something that pushes the needle in one of these games.
I mean, even something like this Helping Hand that just got flooped twice to get back the Bongo Bounce Houses. So
Helping Hand twice is wild.
So I'm assuming Pichu here is just trying to... what is Pichu doing here, actually? Are they just trying to control the board?
This reads to me as a stall deck.
Yeah.
It's a burn deck that is currently stalling because you have missed the opportunity to burn your opponent, because the newsflash, the best counter to a burn deck is just drawing your entire deck before they can get the burn win con out.
Well, see, but the problem with that is if Pichu draws a Field of Nightmares, that's hitting for 3, 6, 9, 12, 13 damage. So 2 Field of Nightmares and they win the game. So that is the one downside of drawing your whole hand, you know?
Yeah, there's a push and play, but sometimes you're just going to have to make those calls.
Exactly. Heavenly Gazer is unfluked. Also, Heavenly Gazer surviving is really bad for Pichu, right? Very strong card here at Heavenly Gazer, especially because it gets back, Bomb Pops, it gets back Coffins, it gets back your Gramophone's not very useful, but, Freeze Ray. There are a lot of good options here. Icing, even.
A lot of utility cards to keep this freeze alive and keep cards like Icy Commando hitting hard.
Exactly.
And it is even with a new card like Blizzardborn, which freezes all landscapes you're already starting with a +8, and then you then have the ability to play creatures onto frozen landscapes. So this is a card that really sets up an aggro ice deck. Like, your board state is almost always going to be influenced from a Blizzard-born play, I feel, at this point in the meta. I also do feel like that Ghost Ninja is something you really have to watch out for. We're seeing a lot of Ghost Ninja play currently in the meta, and I feel that we hadn't necessarily previously. A lot of scary spells going on, and people are wanting to protect themselves from that.
Yeah, there's a lot going. That's also true. Beach Mummy's seen not Beach Mummy. Ghost Ninja has seen a lot of play, at least deck wise, and I think this is the first time we've seen. We didn't see Ghost Mummy in the previous game at all, right? Or Ghost Ninja. Why am I saying Ghost Mummy? Ghost Ninja here.
I think that.
So Dino Boy J here is in the chat. He's also participating in the tournament. He just said, it's funny watching this. I've played against Pichu's deck a few times. It's definitely not a burn deck. If it's not a burn deck, I don't know what it is. I'm not sure.
A little bit of this, a little bit of that. a little bit of flooping.
It's a little bit of goofing and gaffing, right? It's probably just control. You know, you have the Beach Mummy to double floop. You have Ancient Scholar for double floop. You have a few cards here for double floop. I think is it just a floop deck where you're trying to double floop? They double floop all these strong cards.
It very well could be. It could also just be a deck that's basing itself off the board state, using Bongo Bounce House to really kind of draw the game out, kind of outlast your opponent, maybe stall them out, and then just slowly get your damage in as their supplies dwindle.
Dino Boy is not going to tell us what the deck is. He says, I ain't a snitch. Okay. I respect it. It looks interesting, though. It looks like it really is just, like, stall floop, which is cool, though. I definitely love this idea. I just don't know how you win the game from a stall floop deck, but maybe there's something we haven't seen yet, you know? Pichu just still have 10 cards in deck.
Yeah, 10 cards in deck, but also 8 HP, while their opponent is at 25. It's not looking good, especially with 3 open landscapes.
And where one of them is just lethal on board, right? With just the Icy. If the Icy Commando alone gets through, I think that's just game. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. That's 8 landscapes. It's a 9 damage, right?
It should be, but they've just played Beach Ball.
Okay, never mind. Beach Ball. Beach Ball. Oh! New card. It destroys your landscapes. The Sandy Lands is gone? Man, wouldn't that just be an incredible card? A card that just destroys an opponent's landscape?
We have that. It's called Flip Meta, and it's awesome.
Oh, man. Well, this is looking pretty solid here. Maybe Pichu gets through this. Also, did Pichu heal the 4 from the Beach Ball? I don't think they did, right? Hand to play to discard. Wait. Oh, they discarded it for the cornfield. Wait.
Interesting.
Move from Beach Ball from hand to play.
Why are they so insistent on having this many cards in hand?
So they discarded 2 Beach Balls, one for Sandylands and one for the cornfield? But they didn't play either of them.
This is a really shocking move. Discarding
Beach. Wait. How did you undo the Fummy? Oh, you discarded a Bongo Bounce House, and then you put the Fummy down. Gain an action, probably. Moniker, ready to gain another action. Oh, okay, never mind. Just Beach Mummy to pop what? The Ghost Ninja, okay.
Correct. There has been a recent ruling that because Beach Mummy's text specifies adjacent lane and not landscape, it can bounce your opponent's creatures back to their hand as well.
Exactly. So with Beach Mummy, I'm going to clarify here. The ruling for this tournament, and one that has been confirmed by Cryptozoic, is that Beach Mummy affects any creature that would be on this icy lands or this flip down frozen landscape, as well as the blue plains and the sandy lands here. It affects all 4 of these landscapes because they are in adjacent lanes. Ooh. So this isn't a lane that's adjacent, and that's one as well.
Pichu is playing out a Ghost Ninja. It looks like now that they've cleared a lane, they're going to try and stop their opponent.
Giving your opponent a beach ball and then locking them out of spells. What a...
Yeah.
That's kind of toxic. I'm not going to lie. That's a little toxic in my opinion.
This is Card Wars. Anything goes.
That's a little... I feel... That's a little tough. Oh, wait. Where did the ghost... Wait. Plated... Okay. Yeah, Ghost Ninja here smacking the face for 2 damage. Little tough here. Alrighty. Okay, so where are we going from here? You got no spells, no deck. How do you play this through? Also, your Icy Commando lane is blocked. Your Blizzardborn lane is blocked. It's really...
You have to wonder if Pichu feels like they're in control of this situation, or if they're sweating it right now.
Well, I mean, I feel like if I was on 8 HP facing down an Icy Commando and Blizzardborn, I'd be a little stressed. But Pichu is also, they were one of our finalists last year in the last tournament.
They were the winner of the final.
They were the winner. They were not only a finalist, but they were a winner of the event. So, like, they're a little more built for this than I am,
Seasoned. Veteran.
They are definitely a seasoned veteran here, and so I expect them to be able to take this down, but if they don't take it down, that wouldn't shock me either. Their position doesn't look very... To my naked eye, it doesn't look very powerful, but we'll see. Also, I can't but notice that Pichu actually places their creatures in the way the rulebook says, where your attacking creatures are at the top of your landscape, and your fluked ones are at the bottom of your landscape. Most people just don't do that. They just exhaust their creatures in the middle and it doesn't really matter, but it's interesting that Pichu actually does do that, right? You see what I mean
comment.
Here, right? You see what I mean here, though, right? Like,
no comment.
Because you're one of the people who doesn't position your creatures, right?
but yes, it is refreshing to see somebody playing the game as intended by the rule book.
Not like it makes a massive difference, but it is an interesting one nonetheless.
Another Icy Commando has hit the board.
Ooh. All right, so how big are these Icy Commandos? They are... Oh, wait. Oh, Blizzardborn lets you play into first. I'm like, wait, how are you playing that? But the Blizzardborn, right.
They're currently at +5, so they both have 6 attack.
Oh, wow. This is... Wow. I don't know how you handle this, Pichu. I don't know how Pichu handles this. Like, if... Well, I mean, to be fair, who's Pichu's opponent here? It says Young Totem, but I don't know if that's their Discord name. Let me figure this out real quick. Give me half a second here. Pichu's opponent, Discord name is... I'm just going to call you your untapped name, actually. How about that? You're just going to be your untapped name, which is Young Totem. Young Totem, man. I don't know how you have to be able to clear the problem is he has to be able to clear the board. He's got to pop one of these guys to get nice commando through,
I don't think that's going to be... Ooh! Playing Divine Right, and each player heals 15 HP.
Well, wait.
Did they play that, or
no? They didn't. They did it to unfreeze a landscape, to unfreeze the blue plane.
They pitched Divine Right to unfreeze a landscape. I do not think that Pichu Pro is in control of the situation.
What is, I just gotta say, Pichu is playing this in a way that is so interesting to me. Oh,
Pirate Bear.
Pirate Bear is another card, by the way, that has seen a lot of play in these in this event. Just the triple damage is.
Here's the thing that's really interesting to see it in this deck, because Pirate Bear, when it's on a useless landscape, it deals triple damage. There is no useless swamp landscape in Pichu's deck.
Oh, right. Wait a minute. It doesn't even get the triple boost then. That's a
They
good
two black hole
point.
pendants, where a creature has X attack this turn, where X is the number of different landscape types your opponent controls.
I'm going to oh, musical chair. Okay, I was about to say what are they doing? Okay, there's the musical chair. This is only a +6 though, and the musical chair will probably put it onto it, and then Field of Nightmares. Okay, this is probably lethal, right? 3, 6, 9, 11. 3, 6, 9, 11 damage plus 21 damage because musical chairs is going to put out a useless swamp. So yeah, that's more than enough damage.
Wow.
Well done, Pichu, bringing it back. See, and you were doubting Pichu. I said maybe
From
there's something
doubters to believers. That is not expected. Wow, we've had 2 matches with incredible shifts of tempo late game.
And just to think, Pichu was on 8 health earlier. Even lower, right? They were on
6.
They were on 6 earlier. Like that was really tough. They're on 6 now as well, but like they were in a really rough spot and they were able to clutch a win here. Now, is this I assume this is a 2-0 in favor of Pichu, because they're not resetting. That's what it looks like. Check at least. But we are in sudden death now. We're in the final 10 minutes. So I'm assuming this is just it. This is the end of the round. Is this there the anybody else playing? Let me check if there's anyone else playing in the round real quick. Let me get the stream. Let me blind you guys for a second here, and then I'm gonna go peep real quick. Oh no, there's some other games going. Let's see. Let's hop in this game. Let's see. Is this one? This game is ongoing. We have a game between Stymphalion and Lemon Frogs. Lemon Frogs did play in the last event as well, right? Pretty sure I saw them.
I don't have the attendance list in front of me for the last.
I just feel like I saw their name last time. I could be wrong on that. I did perform in the last tournament. I am not playing this one for obvious reasons. But I believe they were in the last one. I don't remember if Stymphalion was. They might have been as well.
When duty calls.
We have Jeff here, our professional notes looker. The guy who goes and looks up all the notes and figures out the boards and all the information while I'm over here yapping to the audience.
A charm.
But wow. What is happening in this board state? We have 2 scholars, skeletal hand.
Figure that out.
Also, double moniker. Once again, moniker was very popular. I'm not sure exactly why. I thought we'd see a lot of Babyfin and Jake, but we're seeing a lot of moniker, honestly.
We are.
Discard the top 3 cards of your deck. For each spell discarded, the other player discards the card. Okay, so this is just hand control, I assume? But also, you're probably milling out your own, like, abnegators and stuff like that. I see.
There's a lot more wiggle room for that kind of mechanic at this point. You could go either way with it. Traditionally, Skeletal Hand has been used in a mill context.
Exactly.
Now it could be used in a self-mill.
Actually, we have a lot of games still going. These guys need to pick up their pace.
Time is ticking.
Time is ticking. Okay. Fummy here, though, on the board. I'm assuming just going to gain 2 actions, right? Maybe not. Wait. Gramophone. Oh, yeah. To gain... Well, they gained 1 action so far. We're going to pitch a Fummy and a Beach Ball.
Just a reminder that each round is 50 minutes with a 10-minute overtime. And after the round, if the 10-minute buffer... There's a 10-minute buffer for prep time. And they could grant an extension. But if you have not gotten to the point where you are replying with any game win-loss record, then it will be chalked up as a tie.
Yeah, so where we're at now, we have 4 more minutes, actually, until the end here. Is this tournament sponsored by... This tournament is not sponsored by Cryptozoic. This is an unsanctioned event. It's... If anything, it's sponsored by me and Box here. We're the 2 who have put up the sponsorships for this, but it's not like Cryptozoics isn't officially sponsoring or endorsing this event for the time being.
Powered by the people.
Powered by the people. Powered by the people. But we're all here for a great time, and I think we're all having a great time here. With 4 more minutes though till the end of the round, we still have what it looks like at least 5 more tables that are still open. Does it look like 4 or 5 more tables that are open, and you have 4 minutes. You guys got to figure it out. You got 4 more minutes.
Time's ticking.
Time is ticking.
You got to hit a buzzer beater.
Right. You got to hit it like LeBron James did the other night against the who was that again? I don't know. I barely watch basketball, but still.
I watch no sports. This is the only sport that I care about.
Hey, well, you're bringing up buzzer beaters. I'm like, okay, Jeff over here, the basketball masseuse, he knows it all. But no, what are your thoughts on Ancient Scholar, by the way? This is a card that wasn't talked about much, but with the new ruling is just a gain 1 action if you have a building, right? What are your thoughts on this?
Diamond, you're going to ask me, of all people, about Ancient Scholar.
I am very curious.
I am the #1 Ancient Scholar hater.
Oh, I'm assuming you're a Blue Plains hater too, then? Or is it just the Scholar?
I am also a Blue Plains hater certified, but I only use Blue Plains in all of my decks. So,
I mean, you have to. That's the problem. But actually, you might not have to anymore. You could probably just use Useless Swamp in its place.
Times are changing.
Times are changing.
But Ancient Scholar is a creature where you can return a random rainbow card from your discard pile to your hand. If you control a building in the lane that you do this in, then you gain 1 action. I feel that this card is just so useful and utility based that you will see it in almost any deck that runs blue. And for that reason, I think that it's a boring card and it just lends to patterns like regression loops and game breaks. And I think that if it went away, I think that it would do us all a favor, but you didn't hear that from me.
Oh, wow. Well, it looks like... Oh. Okay, Box has dropped the message that overtime is ending in 2 minutes. Well, looks like it's 1 minute from my point of view, but it looks like it is... We're almost done. We're almost done with overtime. And at this point, it looks like Lemon Frogs would take it. By having the most HP, would take the point there on this game. I don't know what would happen to... I don't know who won the first game. But if they won the first game and they win the overtime, then I assume they just get 2 points, right? They would get 2 points here. Let me check the document. If you win one game... Wait. And your opponent wins. Your opponent didn't win the tiebreakers. If you win 2 games, your opponent wins 1 game. That didn't happen here. I assume if it's just if you won a game and tie breaks, then you just get 1 point. Maybe you don't get 2 points. It doesn't specify what happens if you won a game and then tie break, but
anything is fair in Card Wars.
Everything is fair.
So we're playing X-Ray Specs, and we're currently playing cards off the top of the deck. We're playing a Snake Eye Ring.
Okay, and that's going to be our first one. So the next card he plays is, if he plays his Delta, it'll be a 1 cost instead of a 0. Snake Eye Ring's going to get back what, though? Well, actually, wait. We're at the end of overtime now. So let's figure out what's going on with box and overtime. Hold up. Or who all's in a game? I know this game is ongoing right here between Stymphalian and Lemon Frogs. Let's see. Time is up in the round. Okay, box is called time in the round.
The bell tolls.
Okay. All right, I'm going to inform our players here that box is called time in the round. I'm not sure how points play out here, but we'll see.
They're still playing.
They're still playing it on. I'm not sure why. Um, let me just a second here. Is this the last game going? Let me bring up the thing here and let me go do some investigating. Okay, let's go do some investigating. So this game's going. Okay, this is the last table. Oh no, wait, Tame the Dragon. Is your game still going? Is the Dino Boy and Tame the Dragon game going? Okay, I see.
Just getting some last minute confirmations here.
Okay, so this is the last game in the round, so I'm gonna go ahead and let them know to go and call this. Actually, it looks like they have called it. Okay, right? Unless I'm no wait. Let me turn it back. Let me see. Okay. All right, so that looks like that's the end of round one, everyone. At the end of round one here, we've had some really interesting moments already.
Really exciting plays being made, and already this is not what I was expecting from the current meta as it stands, but also exactly what I was expecting.
That is what it seems like. This meta is looking very interesting. There's been a lot of flooping. There's been not a lot of blue plane stuff, to be honest. Blue planes hasn't been seeing a lot of utility.
You're very correct in that, and I love to see that. But also, it's interesting because X-Ray Specs being such a strong card, you would expect maybe it would see a bit more play. But players are opting to choose different routes for their strategy. Still, I think that what we're seeing is a change of the way that players look at old cards in ways to utilize them that maybe new abilities have opened up. And we could be seeing a resurgence of cards that did not see a lot of play in previous years, now being meta relevant, which is very exciting, almost as exciting as new cards.
Exactly. With that being said, though, guys, we're going to take a brief intermission here between rounds, but we will be right back. All right, everyone, welcome back. Welcome back. We're back from intermission. The new rounds have dropped here. Lots of interesting matchups here. We have. Let me go here.
Yep, the new match pairings have been released, and we are currently waiting for play to start.
Give me just a second, guys. This streaming thing is not as easy as it immediately seemed. All right, so here are the pairings for round 2 here, guys. We have Pichu versus Peculiar in table 1. We have Dr. Geralter Feifel Functor, PhD. I don't know if that's right. If I
Good job.
messed that up or not, but whatever. They're going to be facing Not a Thought Scott. We have Prophet versus Lemon Frogs. Corral versus Waylord, Nilo versus Sheezray, and a lot of really great matchups here. In our game here, we're going to follow Scott versus Doctor. I don't know how to say the rest of your name. I'm so sorry. We're just going to follow Scott and Doctor, though. And we're going to see how this goes. So let me go ahead and join their table. And let me update the stream. All right. How are we feeling for round 2? Oh.
I am really excited to see what other decks are currently buzzing around in this scene.
Oh, this is Tame the Dragon. Okay. They were in the chat earlier saying that they were lucky. What was it? They were saying that they were. Oh, they wish we would have watched their round in the last, their game in the last round. They said that they're probably going to get slaughtered this round. Oh, wait, maybe not. Did Tame draw? Never mind. Did they join the wrong table? They left? Nope, they're back. That is a lot of landscapes. I think that's a little too many landscapes.
That's there. A lot of blue plains.
8 free blue plains. You know, maybe if you do play someone like Death, you just get to have 8 landscapes. I don't know.
So we're seeing a Death versus Lich matchup.
This is a very interesting one. I don't even remember what Tame the Dragon is playing, what their deck is, but I know we were talking before the stream that Scott's deck, we have no clue, right? We've looked at this list, and it's over our heads, to say the least. So I'm really excited to see what is happening.
Yeah, I think that there are familiar elements to mechanics that we have seen in the past, but in a way in which it's very hard to read what the goal that they're moving towards is. So in this matchup, we're going to hopefully get a peek into a window here at what is possible with some of these new cards, just as we did in the previous match.
Right. Something else to note here, by the way, Tame the Dragon rolled a nat 1 on a d20. I mean, we've all had that feeling before, right? We've all had the feeling of...
That is rough.
That is very rough. What is Scott doing with the immediate? Oh, okay. These are to like say how many he's done. Okay.
Counters.
Tailgater counter and an X-ray specs counter. Gotcha. Okay. Very common, you know.
As standard.
As standard. Let's see. Honestly, I would probably just put one tailgater and one X-ray specs in my play when I like I would put it in my play pile, so when I start the game, it's already there. You know, and you don't have to worry about getting these out because you know you're gonna play them. So let's see though what happens here. Looks like Scott is gonna start. He's gonna pay 1 action. He's gonna Gnome Snot.
Draw 3.
Gnome Snot, a recent hit, by the way. I don't think it was limited on the last list, right? And now it's down to 1 copy?
Correct. It is a recent addition to the limit list. There was a lot of dust kicked up about it, but you have to admit, things are changing. You got to get with it.
I mean, we saw what we saw in the last round what you can do, or at the start of the last round when we watched Random versus Waylord, we saw what you can do simply by having a ton of actions.
Yeah.
Right.
I mean, there's plenty to say about drawing cards, but now there's a lot to say about the action economy in this game.
Exactly. A Bigfoot comes down, replaced by just to replace it for a goat. Okay, I guess yeah.
So we'll draw one off of that.
Goat, another card that was unlimited in the last format and is now down to 1 copy. Another card.
Yeah, I mean,
not to say it's unjustified, but just another one that's being hit. You know,
some of these engine cards, you really wouldn't expect them to do so much damage just at first glance, but if you know this game and you know it well and you're seasoned, you've been around the block a few times, you know just how critical the GOAT is to a lot of these high-level decks.
Oh, no, I mean, and 3 GOAT at the end of the day was just your deck is 3 cards thinner. Like, it really had no other purpose, so it definitely deserved the hit for sure. Scott playing an X-Ray Specs. That's what we expect. A creepy crypt off the top, though, I feel like it's a little... I feel like you don't want to see a creepy crypt off the top, right? It's a little expensive. I mean, unless you have, like, a propagator, but...
I think it's more telling for Tame the Dragon to now know that that is on top of the deck. Maybe sweating that a little bit.
Coffin for the propagator. Propagator just gonna get 2 free actions because the top card's revealed. Do you play this off the top, or do you think you just draw it from, like, do you think you pay an action to draw, or do you X-ray specs to play it? What do you think?
That's a good question, having not been privy to what this deck is going for. My gut reaction would be, you didn't want to see that on the top of the deck, and you're just going to wait to draw that for a turn on your next turn, assuming that you go to next turn.
Okay, Propagator replaced by a Grape Genie. When Grape Genie enters play, if it replaces a creature, you may put a card from your discard pile on top of your deck.
Interesting.
I mean, just to recycle the Gnome Snot. Makes sense. So interesting recycling Gnome Snot and not Propagator, right?
I mean, when it comes down to it, Gnome Snot being limited to 1, it's very valuable.
That is true. Also, Grape Genie. First time we've seen this card today, right?
Grape Genie is a card that I feel like would surprise me more if I didn't know that dragging things from your discard, especially cards that have been limited like Gnome Snot, allows you to get a lot more value out of 1 copy. So I think this is something you're going to see a lot more moving forward in this game.
Yeah, as the format develops, I'm pretty sure we will see it more. X-ray specs to play the Gnomes Not the top to draw 3. The Bog Cyclone now on the top of the deck. It does cost 2 though if you play from X-ray specs. A Snake Eye Ring, you only have 1 target, right? The Propagator? Yep. So you just get the Propagator back. Makes sense. Makes sense why you didn't return it from Genie at least. You have the Snake Eye Ring. I forgot. Wow, this is a really strong engine. Okay, you're going to draw 4, discard 2. Let's see what we have here. Discarding... Well, you have to draw your 4 first, right? I mean, I guess you don't have to, but... I guess Scott's just choosing not to?
If you know what you're doing, then sky's the limit. You're just going.
Is Scott going to draw their 4? Maybe? Oh, it did draw 4. I'm blind. Draw 4, discard Omnigator. Yeah. I am not reading the thing there. That's on me. I am I am fumbling a little bit here.
Discarding Sword Bouquet.
That's an interesting one. I feel like you'd want to... But also, Scott's going first. So Sword Bouquet is not as valuable. Also, I'm shocked that... Wait. I'm shocked Scott's committing so much when they're going second. Or they're going first here, right? Like, if you're going for a punch face... Oh, wait, but they had the Creepy Crypt. Right. We saw them add that. Or they did, right? They probably. Why are they running sword bouquet?
Sword bouquet may be just if you lose that initial dice roll and you go second, you now have a way to guarantee clear lane.
That could be it. That would make sense. A clone for a second propagator.
It's a backup.
Oh, they're not going to play the propagator yet, right? Or wait. From main deck to play? Oh, they're playing it off of X-ray specs. And it's free because of clone. Wow, how smart. What
high level plays.
Wow. And they're replacing their other propagator. Okay.
Business as usual.
And the propagator's going to call the top card. It's already revealed. That's 2. This is a really cool deck. Okay.
The engine's becoming more apparent. It was hard to tell off of a surface level glance.
I mean, Scott is one of the people coming into this tournament that I'm not playing this tournament, but if I was a participant, I would be worried about. Scott is one of the only people I would have been concerned with as a player. Not the only, but Scott, She's Ray Waylord, like Pichu. These are people that I would have come in and been like, these are the big contenders. And Scott, like, you look at the deck list channel, and Scott just drops deck after deck after deck after deck. It's like they do a lot.
What you can say about Scott is that they are definitely a threat, and they know this game in and out. They are a maestro when it comes to deck building. They know the way that this game works, and they know how to bend it in any way that they choose.
It's just interesting that we've gotten this deep and we haven't seen the win con. Now, of course, I'm assuming the win con is just going to be some loop with Creepy Crypt, but I'm curious what it will be.
What is that loop? Because a lot of those loops got closed with the ban list.
Yes. So, going to pitch an Abnegator, going to pitch an X-Ray Specs off of this Glorious Gramophone. That's going to give them one more action. I'm going to go back up to 5 here. You're going to play out a Bigfoot, probably replace the Bigfoot, right? There's going to play a Dog Boy. Okay. Interesting. Going to play a Propagator. Propagator's going to see a clone. Yep. Cute Overload to pop 4. Okay, makes sense. There's going to be a draw 4. Now, Cute Overload, I could be wrong, but I'm pretty sure this is a card that has always been limited or banned, right?
Mm-hmm. It was initially on the ban list, correct?
Because it is a card currently at 1, and it's a card that I don't think it's a card that could ever see the light of day outside of the ban list. Like, this was a card that will probably never be at 3,
No, probably not, and it's probably for the best.
Oh, it's definitely deserved. Definitely deserved. Scott here, by the way, what is this, like a 15-minute turn? When did this round start?
When did we start playing Yu-Gi-Oh?
Box dropped the pairings at 19 minutes ago. Now, that doesn't mean the game started 19 minutes ago, but 19 minutes ago is the matchups were known. So, we could safely say this would be a 15, 14-minute turn, which is maybe a little excessive, but also there's a lot of actions. There's a lot of actions to make here.
Scott has 6 actions. I would qualify that as a lot.
Also, can't help but notice that if Scott plays a Tailgater, they draw basically their entire deck. Everything but one card if they play a single Tailgater. Beach Ball. Okay, now if they play Tailgater, they draw everything.
They've played Beach Ball and have passed it to the Dragon for the second draw.
Plays a Ham Fist to draw one more. Yep, they're getting into the staple cards now. They're going to get the Void Thimble off the draw. Lots of we're cycling through the staples here.
The usual suspects.
The usual suspects. Thimble in hand, Gramophone on top. Gaining an action from the Thimble. Paying 2 health makes sense. Does Scott have the Tailgater, though? That's the question. In their 6 cards, is there the Tailgater that will draw the deck?
I think at that point, you're just going to have to believe in the heart of the cards.
Yeah. Okay. Wait, pays
Happy
an
goes
action?
lucky.
to draw the Glorious Gramophone. Okay, play the Glorious Gramophone, draw 4. Nope, there's a Tailgater. A little deep in the deck, but better late than never. Pitching X-Ray Specs and what? Pitching Blueberry Genie. Blueberry Genie, another draw card, makes sense.
Blueberry Genie replaces a creature, you draw 2 cards. So that is ideally something that you would probably want to bounce off of the goat play.
Oh, for sure. But I guess the problem is you played your goat early and you only have 1 goat. But that wasn't like a downside. You know, they played them as they got them. But
it strikes me as a card like Sword Bouquet where this is meant to be here as a backup in case things are going wrong. This is another avenue to steer back in the right direction.
So here's the problem, though, right? If they're going for a Creepy Crypt win con, they need to send 13 cards, right, to deal 26 damage.
Correct.
And 3, 6...
There's the Crypt play.
3, 6, 8, 12 total cards in deck? Or 12 total cards between deck and hand? If they have all of them are creatures, then they have it. But if not, they don't have enough cards here, right?
It's begun.
Let's see. Let's see if they have the 13.
Happy Goes Lucky.
Oh, Bog Cyclone. I forgot.
Bog Cyclone.
Never mind. This will do it. This will get you 2 random cards and shuffle everything else back into the bottom of your deck.
That Bog Cyclone is a nasty play.
Yeah, I'm shocked this card's legal. I'm not going to lie. I know there were a lot of talks about it. And I know it's limited to 1, but it's reset your deck, which is little
really
strong, you know?
Especially for Swamp.
Oh, and of course you hit the random Abnegator. That's great. And also an X-Ray Specs. Wow.
I think at this point it doesn't matter what you're drawing from this.
Yeah, discard gets shuffled and gets sent to the bottom of the deck. Yeah, wow. Okay, so there's no way Scott doesn't have lethal anymore. Well, they have 1 action. Maybe.
But this is still the first turn.
Oh, okay. Coffin. Coffin for what? Tailgater. That's a draw 15.
Ooh. Yeah, God. Here we go. We're circling. Coming in for the kill.
What a deck. So if they drew a single Propagator, they should be able to close it out, right? I think a single Propagator probably closes this.
21 cards in hand. A lot of options have suddenly become available.
With a Dog Boy, that's another 2 damage to tame.
It's going to be a lot of 0 cost dropping in that lane.
Snake Eye Ring to get back the Tailgater? Oh my god. Dude.
Yeah.
Whoa.
Yeah, this is now exemplifying why Scott is such a threat.
Pitching Abnegator to gain an action. Oh my. Playing Coffin to replace Dog Boy with the Tailgator to draw the rest.
Yep.
I'm assuming. Yeah. Oh no, Propagator for a Propagator. Okay.
Oh.
That's gonna just gain 2 actions. Oh, because I mean you just go +1 act. Oh, and Clone to play the Propagator for top of deck because X-Ray Specs, and Clone makes the X-Ray Specs cheap or free. So wow. Holy crap. Okay, and that's a replacing. Oh, they replaced one Propagator with the new Propagator. Okay, that's gonna deal 2 damage. They're gonna be able to get 2 more free actions off of the X-Ray Specs off the top of the deck.
I'm just in awe.
This is insanity. All right, Dog Boy played. That's another 2 damage.
As we sit here in anticipation to see the slow carving of the trench.
Also, last round we saw our first OTK. This round, are we going to see our first FTK?
That's what it appears to be.
That is what this looks like here, our first FTK. Also, by the way, just got to note, Scott has 7 actions. Scott had 1 action like 5 minutes ago, and now they're up to 7 actions? That's a little insane. It's a little powerful. Okay, played the Ghost Lucky to replace that. That's 4. That's 2 more damage actually. It's two from Dogboy, two from Bigfoot.
You gotta understand, I'm looking at the ban list when it gets announced, and I'm thinking, okay, these are really sensible hits. Some of them are a little hot, some of them are a little cold, but all in all, I think that this is going to be healthy for the meta, and it's going to slow a lot of these first turn and one turn kill engines in the game. Just slow them to a crawl and even to a stop. I expected first turn kills to not be possible anymore. Leave it to Scott to find a way to make it work.
Exactly. But see, here's the thing as well. I was talking with Box like weeks ago when he was releasing the ban list. I'm like, you've got to hit Abnegator. This card, you got to hit this card. And he said for various reasons he couldn't hit the card. I was like, I understand, but like this card is going to be problematic. And I mean, he hit every draw card, but he didn't hit actions or draws. Pay an action, draw a card. So at the end of the day, you know, you can hit the draw cards all you like. If you leave the action cards, you're going to lose. You're going to deal with that.
Through synchronicity, what we're seeing is that cards and actions, much like yin and yang on the wheel, are one and the same.
Exactly. There's not much difference. Also can't help but notice that Scott is still ticking up the Tailgater counter, which makes me believe that they will somehow play another Tailgater. Oh, wait, they didn't play the other one, did they? It's still in hand, isn't it?
Yeah.
What are you Wait, why are you still counting it? There's only 5 cards in deck.
At this point, it's just a flex.
Does Scott have a way to get back the Bog Cyclone? Surely not,
most
right?
Definitely. Most definitely.
But how? We saw the whole deck. We saw their whole deck. Oh my god, Grape Genie.
Yeah.
Oh,
yeah.
No. This is an infinite.
There's the cycle.
Wait, so this is just an infinite then with Grape Genie, right?
Scott has found another infinite, and we'll ride this. We'll ride this more than likely to the final matches of the tournament. I'm not sure there's a lot that could really be done to stop this.
Because I mean, if you stack Tailgater enough, then you will always draw your deck.
Yeah.
When you play it.
Yeah.
Oh my god.
This is a new type of engine that the likes of which we have never seen.
Great. Honestly, you don't even return the Bog Cycle at this point. You just play literally any other monster. You could replace the Grape Genie to kill him. You don't even. It doesn't even matter.
Tame the Dragon is at 1 HP.
Wow, what a game! I'm assuming it was style by playing the Tailgater. Holy Scott! All right, that's a clear 1-0.
Bravo.
So I guess the question is, can Tame the Dragon also FTK? Can they FTK Scott? Well, they don't even have to FTK to be fair. If they can just smack down some of Scott's landscapes, maybe, hopefully, that kind of forces them to find his Bigfoots or lose.
The fact that Bigfoot is part of this engine,
I think, but
means
I'm pretty sure Bigfoot's here because of the opponent setting your landscapes. Like if your opponent drops down both your useless swamps, you can't do anything. Your propagators are offline, your tailgaters are offline.
It is really covering your bases to use Bigfoot in a way that is mostly being used as a zero-cost rainbow creature for zero-cost drop, but also using it for the intended effect to cover yourself from any type of protection that you may have had from this deck by flipping the landscapes. Not gonna work.
Exactly. It puts so much pressure on the opponent because how do you handle this? I can unflip my landscapes. I'm gonna draw a billion cards. I guess the real question is, what Scott just did, was that luck, or is their deck consistent enough to FTK like that? That's the real question.
I will say that I have seen Scott discussing this deck as it was coming together, and I know at one point he reported that it was at a 70% win rate.
Ooh.
I'm sure it's been refined since then.
Hold up. We might have an even we might have something else. Oh wow. Little check-in from the tournament. Prophet and Lemon Frogs, their match is already over.
Whoa.
30 minutes. That they posted 40 minutes in, asking to report standings, which is a little. Well, 40 minutes into the round, but technically like 20 minutes. Technically like 20 minutes in. So we might have another potential issue with Prophet. Well, but I'm pretty sure Prophet is on. Well, I don't know if I want to say anything, but I believe Prophet's deck is very potent. I'll say that much.
It would appear to me that there are sharks in the water, and we may not be privy to all of them.
Yeah. The question is, which is the biggest shark?
Yeah. And I mean,
I don't know how you beat Scots, to be fair, as an FTK, but we'll see. Is the turn? Oh, they passed the turn to Scott here. They played 2 Happy Ghost Luckies. Oh, they didn't pass. Never mind. So let's get back into this game here. They played Happy Ghost Lucky. I'm assuming they're gonna peep a card. They're peeping a card.
So when you play Happy Ghost Lucky, and when it attacks, you can look at the top card of your deck, and if it is a rainbow card, then you're allowed to put it in your hand. It appears that the top card of the deck was a Full Metal Racket, and that has now gone to their hand.
Yeah, so Happy Ghost Lucky was another card that saw a lot of play in the last format. It was, I know in my decks I play 3 copies of it, pretty much, until it was hit. But it's a card that is now down to 2 copies because it's just too strong at 3. At least Box believes it might be, so Box want to put them at 2 so that way we can test it. Ghost Lucky is a really interesting card. A lot of people don't really notice the end attacks part. I was talking with Scott the other day, and I brought up that every time it enters play and when it attacks, you get another proc of it. And Scott was like, it gets a proc when you attack with it? I'm assuming it's because a lot of people play it, they peep, and then they replace it. You know, they don't actually leave it on field, but it actually does have an effect on field, which is very interesting. Unlike a lot of the other rainbow zero-cost cards that are similar, this one has an effect on field. Which
I actually think it's really interesting that Happy Ghost Lucky was designed this way, that it has a continuous... Oh, we're seeing another Creepy Crypt come out.
Oh.
The plot thickens. We might be seeing some
Is this a
form
second
of a mirror
FTK?
match.
Hold up.
This might be some form of a mirror match. These are Creepy Crypt decks facing off.
Oh my god. And the funny thing is, Tame the Dragon's kill potential is actually higher because they have death to deal 4 extra damage. So they need 2 less procs of Crypt. They don't, I guess Scott goes infinite, so like, it's a little different. But for Tame the Dragon, if they can't go infinite, which they don't have any use of Swamp, so I think that is possible, then they have, their kill potential is a lot quicker because of death.
They've already fluked their, they've flipped their far right Blue Plains landscape face down with death and have done 4 damage to Scott.
Yeah, so Scott has taken 6 damage here now. They're down to 19. So Tame the Dragon with 0 actions. What can you do? I agree with you, Brendan, here. I think Ghost Lucky isn't as clear on its effect because it kind of reads like every time it enters play and then like immediately attacks, essentially. But it is played as whenever it attacks or, essentially. It's an or. That's the way to read it.
It's now Scott's turn.
Okay. Oh, there's an Abnegator on top. Does Scott have a way to send that Abnegator? Also, wait, why is Tame the Dragon's top card revealed? I think they're just thinking about scooping. And they're looking to see what they could have drawn, maybe? Because Scott's slow... Maybe not. I don't know. I don't know what's going on here. I don't think there's an effect that Scott played that flipped Tame's top card, right? Wait, why did they draw one? Oh, okay. They put it back. They just want to reset it. Okay. I'm a little confused. Oh, did they not peep off the second Ghost Lucky? Is that what it is? And they saw Blue Ninja, who would have been, or Ghost Ninja, which would have been super useful here. Ghost Ninja probably saves him the. Oh, actually, no, he can't attack. Never mind. This is an FTK.
Damn. Yeah, I'm struggling to see any counters to this, even a soft counter.
Oh my god, Gramophone discard 2 Abnegator. That's. Oh, wow.
Rough.
I have no words for that. Sometimes you just draw better. That is insanity.
Yeah, I mean, the only word I have for it is woof. Give me actions.
Yeah, I feel pretty bad here for Tame. That's tough. Holy crap.
Snake Eye Ring is, I'm assuming, going to pull back the Abnegator.
Yeah, because it's the only card in there, so it has to bring back one of the 2 Abnegators. Dog Boy, pitch Abnegator. Yep. Holy.
Here we go.
Oh, it's starting.
Head in my hands in disbelief at what I have just witnessed.
Now here's the question. Do you draw the Creepy Crypt and play, or do you like just play the Creepy Crypt from the top of the deck and then lich away the Dog Boy? Or like, I mean, what do you think
it matters. I really don't.
Well, Scott still is low on actions. Okay, they've gained 3 for free basically, but if they don't have if they don't have follow up from here, okay, Lich is gonna send the Dog Boy, right? Is that what this is? Why are you inverting the Dog Boy?
They did this earlier. I'm not sure what this is representing.
I'm not sure. Paying an action to draw.
Other than marking that you've discarded.
Playing Ghost Lucky to add to hand. Give them the Beach Ball to draw 2. Gain 4 health, which is just going to mitigate the entirety of the flipping down your own landscape. Play a new Dog Boy. Do you have the 3rd Abnegator? Oh, Dog Boy to replace Dog Boy? Oh, Goat to replace Dog Boy. Okay, to draw 1. Hold up. Wait a minute. Oh, but with Propagator now in cycle, this is pretty much it, right?
I'm speechless.
What an insane position.
Yeah, I would say that they probably got it up a little bit higher than 70% win rate.
That's a bit of what it looks like. This is... I think Scott's just trying to see if they have the line, if they are able to close it out. It does look like that. It looks like they might be able to, but I mean, we'll see. Propagator.
How do you end with this?
I mean, even if you just pay the action to play the Propagator from top of the deck from specs, right? Then you Propagator, you pick the next card at the top of the deck, and then you go +1 action. And surely you just start this going. I guess, I don't know what's in Scott's hand. We don't know, so we can't confirm or deny anything. But I feel like they might be overthinking this a little. Oh, they have a Propagator in hand.
Whatever they're thinking, I believe them.
Propagator in hand. Call Propagator. Gain 2 actions. Okay. Void Thimble, sure. 4th action because you need it. Wow. Queued Overload. Okay. Yep.
There we go.
That's a draw 4. Wow. What a game we get to watch here.
We know that Creepy Crypt is in hand, so what is Scott fishing for with that cute overload draw?
Also want to note that the round started a little late, so we are, what, we're 14 minutes away from the start of, what I'm looking for, the start of like overtime. So 14 minutes from overtime. I don't know if we're going to get to overtime, but also just to think that we had 2 FTKs and it took us the whole round. is a little. I mean, there are a lot of actions. I'm not trying to claim that Scott's doing anything wrong, but so many actions being done led to such a long game when it was just an FTK. You know,
There's so many moving parts to this deck.
wow. I guess the question here I have for you, Jeff, is: do you think there's a way to beat this? Like, if you were tasked to beat this deck, how are you doing it?
You can't Ghost Ninja it. You can't stop it by flipping down the landscapes because of Bigfoot being in cycle. You can't. The only thing that you could do is try and hand rip your opponent before they get a chance to do anything.
I mean,
even then,
there is one way to beat this deck. If you go first and you draw a golden axe stump, you win the game, right?
You know, I'm running through the lines in my head. I don't think this deck has removal. No, it has the sword bouquet, doesn't it?
Oh, it does have sword bouquet, but
that doesn't help.
If Scott gets unlucky enough where sword bouquet is in the bottom 10 card or bottom 5 cards, they would die before they drew the bouquet. But that's also so the way to beat this is to go first, open golden axe stump, and go first, open golden axe stump, and then just be lucky and hope that the sword bouquet is in the bottom 5.
Yeah.
Dang.
I also think that if you're in that position, if you're in Scott's position and that happens to you, you're probably the boat's been rocked a little. You're not being as confident.
Yeah, I mean, it definitely feels like a really tough position at that point. Untap is being weird for me here. Oh, okay, it's good back. It's back now. There we go.
There's too much. There's too many ghosts in the machine right now.
Yeah, the game is going a little crazy here. Wow. I mean, at this point, do you just call it? If you're Tame, do you just say, I'll just scoop it, GG? Or do you want to see him, or do you want to see Scott just say, I'm going to win the game? How do you play this out if you're in the position of Tame?
I mean, at this point, if I'm in Tame the Dragon's position, I'm wanting to see this play out just because I want to understand this deck.
That's a completely fair response, actually. I do agree.
There's so many things happening in this turn that I've never considered. I knew that these Gator cards were going to open doors. I did not know that it was going to open an entirely new class of FTK deck.
Oh yeah, and the weird part is, when I first went to play this game, and I think a lot of people might agree with me, when I heard pay 1 action to draw a card, I was like, I'm never doing this action. You know, unless I'm in a really bad position, why would I want to pay actions to draw? That's so tough, because actions are so much better for the cards, right?
You're really scraping the barrel.
And so, when I first started playing the game, I just saw this as, this is a really bad thing to do. However, Scott just turned that into Scott just said, you don't want to pay actions to draw, fine. I will use every action ever to draw and beat you with that. That's the kind of position.
I will find a way to draw actions.
Exactly. And it is really strong. Really strong.
If you're gonna hit card draw with the ban list, I'm gonna find a way to draw actions.
Yeah. Holy crap, though. X-Ray Specs here is gonna give free Propagator again for a free 2 actions, pay an action, to replace the Genie. With what? With a dog? Wait, why'd you pay an action for that? Oh, you paid an action to play the Propagator. Never mind. Is that right? Wait. You went up to 3, you paid 1 for what? Oh, no, they're back up to 3. Okay, they realized that they... Okay. About to say. Wow.
I also got to assume that as talented that Scott is, this deck has not existed for very long, so they are probably having to think through this engine as they're playing it. This is not muscle memory for them at this point.
Oh, yeah, no. This is... And it's such a complex deck. There's so many options, so many ways to go about it. You don't want to... I feel like from what I've seen, it's like one wrong step, and I feel like you've wasted a turn. Like one
I don't think there is a second turn. I think this is just this is the game now. This is your life.
Exactly. But my thing is, like, I think if you waste one action, like you play a Blueberry Genie or a Grape Genie just one play too early, like I feel like there's just so many things that Scott has to think about and like consider before each move, because there's just so many.
Using Lich.
Lich to pop the Dog Boy. Okay, that's gonna gain you back in action. You go back up to 3. You're gonna pay 1. Like, wow. I'm in awe, honestly. This feels extremely. And there's the Bog Cyclone.
Yeah, wow. Here we go. The bloody trench.
Dog Boy and what else?
Dog Boy is sinking his fangs in.
And a Snake Eye Ring. Okay. Everything else goes back to deck. Can Scott continue through this now? I mean, they have 2 actions, but is that going to be enough to continue the loop here when your Abnegators and your Propagators are in the deck? But I guess you have a Tailgater in hand. That's
excuse me, are you doubting right now?
Oh, no. See, I'm not going to doubt Scott here. But I'm just curious if they can continue.
If there is ever been a dog that you want to bet on, it's Dog Boy, and especially if it's in the hands of Not a Thought Scott.
Oh, wow. Yeah, okay, they had an Abnegator in hand. Okay, yep. That's a 16th Tailgater counter. Or I guess a 16th card whenever you play your Tailgater.
I predict that Tailgater may be getting hit in the near future.
Oh my god, this is a 17 draw Tailgater. Holy dude!
A reminder
what am I
that
even
Tailgater.
Watching?
When Tailgater enters play, you draw a card for each creature placed into your discard pile this turn.
God, this is. I mean, there's no way Scott can't win now. Like, you have 17 cards. Well, not even. You just drew 17. You have well more than that. Okay, there's the Propagator. For free off the coffin. Yep, makes sense. Propagator, you know your top cards. An Abnegator. That's just 2 free actions.
There's the Crypt. It's the beginning of the end.
Well, wait. Did Scott gain their 2 actions from the Propagator? I guess they don't need them. Okay, sure. Cute Overload, they're going to lose 2 and draw 2? Or is it lose 1? Is it? I thought it was destroy all.
No,
any number.
Use any number of creatures.
Oh, okay. They're going to replace the Propagator with Dogwood. It's going to do 2 damage. I mean, Scott's got to have it now, right?
Oh yeah, you're at this point where you have played Creepy Crypt. You have what you need in your hand to make the cycle work.
Let's see here. Hamfist coming down. Yep. That's another draw. Not like Hamfist is going to matter. You're not going to be doing any attacking, I assume.
This is really.
This is just something. This is
something.
Wow. Snake Eye Ring. Snake Eye Ring just hits an Abnegator. Yep. Honestly, that may not even be optimal. You probably want the Propagator here, right? Replacing the Dog Boy for a new Dog Boy. Never mind. Doesn't even matter. You have the new Dog Boy.
Yeah, so Scott's inverting the Dog Boy to signify
that it's used its effect,
right?
Hard.
Yeah.
Because it doesn't floop, so you wouldn't exhaust it, and you need to somehow show that it's used its effect. So, there's the Bigfoot.
Putting the foot down.
Goodness, this is just brutal. Coffin to cheat out another Propagator. Propagator gets 2 actions. Like
you're sitting here and you're watching this happen.
The thing about this is like this is tough. I think the only way you beat this consistently is if you open double golden axe stump. Because even if he pops one, Scott can't pop both before Scott dies.
I think that this is a deck that gets affected by the ban list before it gets affected by another deck.
Oh yeah, no, no, no.
But
I think
if
we have to ban Propagator.
yeah,
Or honestly, you could honestly ban Specs. I think Specs ban here is fine because then your Propagators aren't guaranteed. You know.
I think that the day that we get a tutor that allows you to search for specifically like a Sandylands creature is the day that this deck fears, but that day is not coming anytime soon.
Exactly. Wow. This is just something.
Both of us are speechless.
Yeah, I've never seen something so.
Yeah,
Wow.
we commented when we commented the final of the last tournament. We thought that was kind of like the be all end all of what Card Wars creativity looks like. This is a whole other level, and we're both just reeling from this.
Yeah, Georgie in the comments here, specs are banned material. I 100% agree. And when people were saying that, the original specs were even worse, and they were like, the new specs changed, they're fine. I'm like, they still guarantee your propagator. Like, even if they do nothing else, they guarantee your propagators. I guess at that point you could ban propagator, but you gotta ban one of them. They can't both exist.
X-Ray specs, how it worked previously before the rules text was changed. It was a zero-cost blue plane spell that allowed you until the end of your turn to play with the top card of your deck revealed, and you can play cards from the top of your deck. There was no additional cost this way.
Exactly. But the thing here is that the cost isn't really coming up. It really doesn't. I guess now it means he can't play a zero cost without paying 2, but it doesn't matter when he's going to pay 1 action to draw the card anyway and play it for 0. Like, it barely matters, especially in this position. Like, holy crap.
We're bog cycloning, and we're sending the discard to the bottom of the deck.
Well, Scott, well done with this game. I'm pretty sure there's no way Scott loses the game here. If they do, then, I mean...
You are really pulling defeat from the claws of victory.
Exactly. If you lose this game here, I don't know how. You have 7 actions. And, I mean, if you could play a 1-drop in that one lane over and over and over and over again, and you would kill them. So you have more than enough actions to simply kill.
Raising the dead.
Yep. Why are you replacing that propagator? Oh, Tailgater, draw 21. Yep, go ahead. Draw 21 cards. 22 cards, actually.
Don't mind if I do.
You know what? I will say, though, there's one downside to drawing 22 here. You can't Propagator if you have no cards in deck. And if he only has 1 card, you only get 1 more Propagator until you can reset the deck.
Actually, there is another way that you can beat this deck, and it's by running Billy.
Oh, Billy beats this deck so bad. Actually, no, does it? Because they could just, like, if their Bog Cyclone isn't their last card, then they could Bog Cyclone early.
You would have to pay attention at that point, because then it would be losable, but the option would be there.
Mm-hmm. But yeah, this is game. 10 actions, 3 replacements on that creepy crypt lane, and you win. And, I mean, you could have 3 2 costs and win the game here.
For the folks at home, Billy is a hero, and the rules text for Billy is, if your opponent's deck runs out of cards, you just win the game.
Exactly.
We were discussing this earlier, and I think it's important to point out that somebody who is a big fan of this hero is Scott. So, if there was ever somebody who was already thinking about Billy being a hard counter to this deck, Scott has already figured out a way around it, and we just haven't seen it yet.
Well, Scott, all I can say is well done. That was one of the most insane decks I think I have ever seen in the history of this game.
This is to set a new bar.
I mean, I saw the other Creepy Crypt FTK, and this is somehow more potent. I don't know how you did it. Wow. I saw the Paladin Impossible Possum loop. And I thought that was really bad, but
The heyday of Impossible Possum loops is nothing to this.
Absolutely well done, Scott. I have no words. That was awesome.
Don't bet against Scott.
Also, just have to note
You're gonna lose.
Have to note here, end of the game, Scott has 10 actions. At the end of the game, 10 actions. Is that a record?
Scott has ended the game with more actions than they started with.
Scott has ended
both
the game
rounds
with more actions than turns played by both players in both rounds combined.
Yeah, this is nothing in my vocabulary is able to describe what I've witnessed, and I am looking forward to seeing if any other deck that's going around the table right now can put a dent to this. I am not confident.
Wow. Well, I'm gonna let these players know that, well played to both of them, and I'm gonna go see if anybody else is open, if any other tables have games. And let's see. We have tables 7, 9, and 12 are open. Let's go sit on table 9 here, where we have Box versus Terry. I think this is a very interesting one to just pop in on. Box here is running a Simon Petrikov deck versus Terry's Moniker deck. So let's see how this is going.
I've already taken note of the TN Timmy that has...
Yes, so when I was making the data, I made a spreadsheet of all the data of all the cards played. Only one player played TN Timmy, and that player just happened to be, of all the players it could have been, Box. So,
yep.
Just not sure why he's playing TN Timmy, but I mean, more power to him, more power to Box.
The reindeer play with Blizzardborn drawing 8 cards is really strong. It's not going to draw the full 8 because not every landscape is frozen at the point of which we're joining the game, but...
It's a draw 6 right now, though, which is...
Yeah, that's nothing to turn your nose down to. However, compared to what we just witnessed and what true card draw potential there is in this game.
You know what, though? That could be a way to beat Scott. Freeze his landscapes. If you can Blizzardborn him turn 1, if you can Blizzardborn Scott turn 1, they'll have to, I mean, they only have to pitch 1, to be fair. But, that could, if their hand, I don't know what is necessary in their hand, but, I feel like that could hurt them a lot if you just Blizzardborn on turn 1.
Freezing is something that could definitely be used as maybe a counter. So we're replacing the TN Timmy with the Goat, and so all of Terry Cat's creatures are going to... And Box is going to draw 1 card.
Right, okay. Genie's going to take 1. Scholar's on -4 or -5 now, right? Or no, -4. Farmer's down to -4, and Ferret is taking 1 here. Okay. Traveling Farmer here, by the way. Reindeer might be a little problematic for Box, because Farmer could deal a lot,
Yeah.
Oh, Frozen Heart for 3 damage. That'll kill the Scholar. Well done. Well done, Box here.
Use of a card that doesn't see a lot of play and using it to remove a creature is really... That's smart. That's smart game management.
Oh yeah, when I was making that sheet and I was deck checking everybody and everything, when I was deck checking Box's deck, I didn't know a lot of the cards in his list. He wasn't running many cards in his list, honestly. Many cards that are common, I should say. He was running a lot of Reindeer, Frozen Heart, TN Timmy. These are cards that I didn't really see play, and I mean Frozen Heart I didn't even know was a real card. I was like, what is this? I had to go to Card Dweeb to even just see the card. I was like, what is this?
Exactly. Sometimes you gotta pull out the classics.
But I guess the question is also, actually, does freeze even affect Scott? Because what if they just pitch an abnegator for the freeze, for the frozen token, you know?
Yeah,
I don't know.
I mean,
It's really, oh man, God, I'm sorry. I'm just so stuck up on what we just had to witness with Scott there, you know?
we're gonna keep spiraling, and we're gonna keep doing our best to commentate over the game that's occurring, but we are going to have to reset at the intermission and collect ourselves. We're a little spun right now.
Yeah. Well, it looks like Terry is down a game, I think, because Terry's talking about trying to deal as much damage as possible. So I think Terry's just trying to open the game up and, you know, get the win here, hopefully, because
Timer's ticking.
timer is ticking. We are 3 minutes, 3 more minutes until the end of the round. Frozen Heart is a cool card. Iceland not being meta previously is why you didn't know it. That's on. Well, the thing as well though is
Rainbow.
there were custom cards in. There was another tournament that we had played with custom cards where Icy Lands was extremely viable. Honestly, it was the best deck in my opinion. And I didn't play in that format. I didn't play in that tournament, but I built for it and I played throughout it. And so I played a lot of the Icy Lands cards. It just wasn't a card that was like, it didn't pop off the page to me. But also, 3 damage isn't generally that strong.
I would say, to me, as somebody who really likes playing Icy Lands, even though I acknowledge that it is not in a good place right now, it is getting to a better place with the new cards that have been revealed and are going to be coming in the next following year when the Kickstarter launches. I am excited for Ice to be able to hang with the big dogs, and I think that it will. And I think a card like Blizzardborn is something that was needed, as strong as I think it is, and it probably needs a bit of a reduction in some way, or maybe a limit through the list at the end of the day. But cards like that are going to affect the meta, and you will see these older cards that everybody overlooked because these landscape archetypes or these mechanics were not useful enough to keep up with, say, like a monocorn deck or a swamp mill deck. And to see a card like Frozen Heart being used in a tournament setting in the same context of the game that we just witnessed says a lot about where the meta is right now.
Yeah, I don't think people are building in a way to lose. So to think that Frozen Heart is playable in a way that isn't in a way to lose, you know, and even ignoring that, like just looking at Frozen Heart in the context of this game we just saw, like it's pretty solid, especially with something like Blizzardborn and Reindeer. You know, when you have these cards, well, I guess Reindeer doesn't freeze, but like cards like Blizzardborn and like Snow Training Camp that can target it.
Ooh, Terry Cat targeting box with Strength Crystal and making them draw 5.
Oh, are they gonna kill their own Traveling Farmer? Field of Nightmares! Oh my! 3, 6, 9, 12 damage! Wait, 13? Am I miscounting? 3, 6, 9... No, it's 12 damage, not 13, right?
Yeah, it's 12.
Oh.
Or from was the beach ball used?
Oh, beach ball! My bad, beach ball.
Yeah, beach ball, because I added the beach ball.
That is right. That makes sense. Beach ball in hand. Thank you for the... Actually, Peach, you pointed that out before I even noticed it. Beach ball is... Yes. Except I literally can't add it to his hand. That is fair, Terry. Beach ball. Okay, so that is 13 damage to box. Wow.
Ooh. Okay.
So if Terry can kill their farmer, that's lethal. Can Terry kill their own farmer here? Can you replace your farmer? Do you have a 0 cost replacement?
They would have to.
Wait, but Terry has more health. Terry has more health. So this is technically point to Terry, right?
Should be.
I'm gonna ask boxes. I really don't understand how this point system works. It's a little strange to me.
You would have had to have unfroze that landscape to be able to replace the Traveling Farmer.
Oh, right, and you just can't do that. The sandwich, though, actually, that's an interesting pull there. Well done, though, guys. Well done.
Ox giving us a little peek behind the curtain at the deck list that he's running.
Okay, and I don't know if that's the last game. Technically, Jotun's in the game right now, but actually that's timer, so that is game. Let me go and let them know that the time is up. I will throw up the thumbnail, and we will go on another intermission between rounds, guys. So round 2 is over. It's looking like there are some very big, like Jeff brought up earlier. Okay, there are some sharks in the water, and there are some large ones too. So for all the people competing and watching, good luck. Good luck, everybody.
We're gonna need a bigger boat. Everybody go take a walk, go hydrate, and strap in because we are gonna need a bigger boat.
All right, we will see you guys in a bit. Welcome on back. We have seen new pairings for round 3 here. Let's see. So the tournament is going to go until one player is, or until 2 players I think have equal records, right? I think that's the idea.
2 players unbeaten.
Yes. So let me, where's that? On back. We have seen new pairings for round 3. Tournament pairings here. Are these the new pairings? No, these are the mistakes. Okay, we haven't gotten new pairings yet. But we are correcting mistakes currently. Let's see. There are the pairings.
There they are.
Let me get this on screen. All right, so round 3 here, we're gonna have Stealth C versus Peachu's Pro, Not a Thought Scott versus Prophet, Whaler versus Brax Lorcan, Shizray versus Peculiar. And then heading down the list here. What's an interesting matchup? I think we could watch.
Let's open on Shizray.
Let's check in on Shizray.
Yeah.
Versus Peculiar. Okay. Did we watch? We didn't watch Shizray, right?
No, not yet.
No. Okay. Let's get a watch it on Shizray. Let's see how she's doing in this event. All right. We're gonna go to table 4 here. Whenever it opens. Whenever they get ready. How are you feeling so far about the event?
I am feeling so many things. A lot of them are just varying levels of astonishment.
I agree. This has been an insane event so far, you know?
And it's gone very smoothly.
It really has. You know, for as chaotic as it could have been, it's been very smooth. Let's see, Shizray.
I can see the game starting to open up.
Oh, Peculiar has opened a table. Shizray has joined. Okay, let's go spectate. Okay.
Party God deck versus Baby Finn and Jake matchup.
Oh, this is our first Baby Finn and Jake, huh? All right, everybody, welcome into the game here. We have Baby Finn and Jake from, Shizray versus Peculiar's Party God. So, funny enough, we actually had 2 people submit Party God decks. So it's interesting we get to see one of them here.
I'm a big fan of Party God. It's a deck that I play personally, and I know a lot about how these function.
Mm-hmm.
Party God is like it's a high tempo combo deck with a lot of board wipe potential.
Yeah.
Every time your creatures move, they're going to gain attack.
Mm-hmm. So Shizray seems a little excited that she has gotten to go first. Which I don't know if I'd be as happy if I'm playing Baby Finn and Jake and I'm going first. But we'll see. I mean, this will be quite the start here. We're going to start with a Glorious Gramophone out of Shizray. Okay, we're going to draw 4, discard 2. What 2 are they going to discard is the concern here.
Mm-hmm. Baby Finn and Jake is a new hero that has a stipulation that your deck cannot contain creatures with more than 3 attack, but once per turn you can choose a creature and double its attack.
Oh, double its damage, not even its attack. So it actually checks on it checks on damage dealt and then doubles that, which is pretty strong here. So Gramophone she's going to do the patented Scott tech where you discard 2 Abnegators. Is that what's going to happen here?
Discarding a Raise the Dead and a Bigfoot.
Raise the Dead is a weird one, but Bigfoot I could see. Oh.
She's typing in chat and playing Rock Out
to flip a Blue Plains is really tough.
That's gonna really hurt the momentum of this Party God deck.
And nearest to your hero card. Okay. Also, is it just me, or is this board layout a little weird? Why is the Party God so far from the landscapes?
Listen, we all have preferences for how far we play things. Back in the days of Magic, you would spread your cards out, at least a card width apart, in case somebody was playing a Chaos Orb.
Gotcha. I could see that. She's just going to spend their last action to draw and just pass. Okay, makes sense.
All right.
Weird start to the game. I guess she's just trying to not commit resources because you want to commit them to lethal with Baby Finn and Jake, right?
Peculiar, even, you could say.
Even peculiar. That's correct. You could use a pun there.
Peculiar, starting out by dropping out a Necromancer, which each time a creature you control leaves play, Necromancer is then going to move to that landscape. And because of Party God, it will gain +1 attack for every time it does that.
Wow. And then Blue Plains Drift?
Blue Plains Drift. So yeah, once per turn, you can swap Blue Plains Drifter with any of your creatures, and both of them will gain +1. So you can see with that and the Party God ability how this quickly begins to stack and becomes a threat.
I see. So Neuromancer's now a 3, right? And then Plains Drifter's also a 3, so it's 6 damage?
Correct. 6 damage direct.
Wow. Okay. This is a bit of a slower gameplay. This is, in all honesty, the Card Wars I expected coming into the event.
This is refreshing after how the first 2 rounds have gone. This is a palate cleanser.
After watching OTK, FTK, we finally get to see gameplay, you know?
These are going to be exchanged blows.
Oh, yeah. Bayou Fountain. This is also a card that was very popular. That I was kind of shocked. Oh, wow. Well, is this the end of the game?
It might be.
No, this is just, you just discard 5. It's 6 tripled and doubled. Yeah, this is 30 damage.
Wow.
Holy crap.
Well, scratch anything that we were just saying.
Well, wait, hey, it's not an FTK. It's not an FTK.
To be fair, it is not an FTK.
But yeah, if you just Bayou Fountain pitch 5, it's gonna deal 6. Yeah, and then 6 times 3 times 2 is that's 36 damage. Actually, my bad. 36 damage. Yeah.
These are both decks that make you do math, and I dislike that.
Wow. Might not be OTK. Okay, you know what? That is right. I probably should have waited before I spoke. But it is Baby Finn and Jake. Baby Finn and Jake is another one of those decks that was like, we came into the event and we expected this to be like, bang, 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 smack you for $1 billion. But wow, what a...
So we're gonna scoop and we're gonna head immediately into round 2.
You know what? But this wasn't Prophet. Never mind. Prophet was the one saying that their game was like 20 minutes. If Shizra said that last turn, it wouldn't have shocked. In last round, it wouldn't have shocked me if they said they had a 20-minute round. Now that I'm looking at this, but holy crap!
If you are Peculiar, you just gotta hope that you go first and you get enough of a board state established. Which, as a Party God player, somebody's familiar with this deck, that is totally possible. You could end your first turn with all 4 lanes filled.
Mm-hmm.
That's the only way that you're really gonna be able to defend against this, and it only works for so long.
Exactly.
You have to kill or be killed.
Okay, let's see. Shizra is think about their hand. I'm assuming Peculiar told Shizra to go first again. I don't know. Let's see. Yeah, it looks like they're gonna go first. Oh, Axe Stump. That's brutal. That's
in this deck as well.
Yeah, that's a little brutal.
Well, Golden Axe Stump got hit.
It did get hit too.
So.
It was because I think we saw a lot of play in the last tournament where a lot of people were playing 3 copies of it. And Bucks just said that Bucks didn't like it at 3, doesn't know if it should be at 1 though. So try it at 2, see how it feels. And I think, honestly, Axe Stump at 2, I think Axe Stump could be at 3. I don't think it's going to make any difference in this format when you have decks like Scott's running around and decks like Baby Finn and Jake's here where it's just, I'm going to hit you with 1 turn. Like, I don't really need much more than that.
Yeah, I think that now it will be revealed that Golden Axe Stump was never like the monster under the bed. It was the teddy bear on top that you grip tightly and hope for protection.
Right. Attack with Stump, which is 2x now. Oh, wait. Okay, Peculiar just passed back? Okay.
Okay. So that would be hitting for
Wait,
3.
I'm a little confused. What's happening here? Oh, did she try to attack on the first turn of the game?
Oh. Yeah, we got a little ahead of ourselves.
Okay. Caesar is a little stressed, it seems.
Got a little wrapped up in what was going on here.
A little too excited.
To be fair, the first round was over so quickly. My subconscious must have thought that this was the second round of that game.
Oh no! It was. This is going. Oh, Neuromancer. Okay. Neuromancer. Is this gonna be the same lineup? Neuromancer, Blue Plains Drifter, trade them over, or what are we thinking here?
I mean, Necromancer in this deck is tough, especially if you're having to do things on your first turn. We're going to put down a Dragon Claw, which moves a creature to an empty lane, and we're also going to play Teleport. I assume we're going to teleport the Dragon Claw. Interesting.
You know, I've been calling this Necromancer Neuromancer the whole time, and that is, yeah, okay. So Necromancer attacking and then Dragon Claw attacking for 2, right?
Just swinging and not. Wow, if I'm in this position, I'm using Dragon Claw to move Necromancer in front of that Golden Axe Stump and trying to deal damage to it.
Mm-hmm. I would probably. I mean, I would. It's weird. I feel like I wouldn't have moved the Dragon Claw. I feel like I would have moved the Necromancer and then used the effective teleport to put the Necromancer back to where it was. Because then you block both those lanes, which currently have attackers.
Yeah, I'm a little confused by that play.
But we will see what's going on here. She's, wait. Okay. I was going to say, Peculiar has 2 actions. Did they spent their 2 actions though? Mantle Masher. That's, yep.
My boy.
Yep.
We love landscape flipping.
You know, I look at Mantle Masher, and I don't think he's a guy with 1 attack, you know? He's demolishing a mountain. Surely he should have at least 2 or 3 attack, right?
Well, when it comes to Mantle Masher, he's not the guy you gotta worry about. You know, there's bigger fish to fry when it comes to landscape flipping. Mantle Masher is just here to kind of pave the way.
I mean, I guess that is true. It just seems a little strange that Mantle Masher would be so weak, at least on the attacking front.
Yeah, but I think it's a fair stat line for what it's doing, which is removing your ability to play freely.
Oh, for sure. What I will say as well, though, is she's right here. We are on turn. She's our second turn, and we have not seen an Immortal Maze Walker yet. We haven't seen Pirate Bear. We haven't seen Nice Ice Baby. I'm not sure if she's running Nice Ice Baby or Immortal Maze Walker. She might not be, but it's interesting that we haven't seen those cards yet. I will give you the beach ball, actually. Okay. Giving beach balls. We love passing over beach balls.
I think that Shizre is trying to find her win con.
Yeah.
She's got a bad draw.
Oh, just passing. Oh, well, you got to do your damage. 2 damage to face, and then Dragon Claw and Mantle Master each other for 1, and then Bigfoot and Necromancer each other for 1.
We got a little ahead of ourselves in the first round. This is the trading of blows that I expected to see from these decks.
Exactly. This is what we expected coming into the format. But wow. Let's see what's happening here. Peculiar's going to draw. This is a very slow game, though.
It is.
Peculiar could just pass back the beach ball and heal all damage done. Also, doesn't even have to pass it. He could just keep them, but... Honestly, when someone passes me a beach ball, I pass back the beach ball. Maybe it's just me. But... Okay, passing back the beach ball, maybe?
I'm a bit more toxic than that. I pop it.
Is Peculiar passing, or... No pass? That's a little toxic. That's a little mean. That's a little rude.
Listen. Anything is fair in Card Wars.
Oh, Igloo of Sanctuary. This is
Not
a card.
one you see often.
If your creature in this lane moves here from another lane this turn, it has +3 attack. Party Oasis.
And Party Oasis.
Yep. Wow.
So we're gonna move the Necromancer in front of the Igloo of Sanctuary. It's gonna get +1 from Party God. And then we're gonna flip the Igloo of Sanctuary and give it another +3. So it's at 5.
Wow, okay. Okay. See, here's the question. Do you ever move this Dragon Claw? I feel like you could move it to the Bigfoot lane here, right? I guess they're choosing not to.
Yeah, I'm a little confused by the Dragon Claw play.
I mean, I feel like they just played the Dragon Claw and haven't really done anything with it, right?
Yeah,
Is Peculiar aware they can move the Dragon Claw with its own effect? Maybe they might not be aware of that. Because obviously you never want to move the Necromancer here. But maybe they just don't know you can move the Dragon Claw.
It's an interesting prospect. You could move the Dragon Claw with the Dragon Claw. It's now flooped and it's not attacking, and then now you have essentially a wall in front of whatever opposing creature. It's going to lose its buff at the end of your turn, but it's more versatility.
I mean, that is fair. I got all 3 copies of the same card. Okay, that's tough. That's tough. She's like, sometimes you just brick. I wonder what that card is, though. I wonder what the 3 copies are that she's talking about. But we'll see.
Bad draw.
You're going to pay an action to draw? That's tough. I mean, unless you're Scott, where you're gaining a billion actions, it's kind of tough to spend an action to draw.
If you're Scott, you gain actions for drawing.
Exactly. Hamfist to reduce probably, like, your Bigfoot, or I guess your Mental Master, maybe. Draw a card. Oh, you're going to reduce the Bigfoot. Okay. Not sure how I feel about that play, but it's probably okay. What are your thoughts?
I mean, Bigfoot's not going to be your damage dealer. Sure, it's open and empty lane, but that's... Like, I think that Shizre is looking for a heavy hitter that has not manifested for her yet, and you... So she's going to play a Blue Slimy, and if you control 3 or more different landscapes when Blue Slimy enters play, you return a creature in this lane to its owner's hand. So she's going to bounce the Necromancer. Now that lane is open.
Mm-hmm.
And she might be able to play something down that lane with her remaining action.
Georgie, you do not roll again in your game 2. For game 2, the loser decides. For game 1, you roll and the winner chooses. The winner goes first, but if on game 2, the loser decides.
An empty coffin. Pirate Bear. Down an open lane on the Useless Swamp landscape.
Oh, no. Does she have the power boosts? Does Shizre have it? 1 times, 3 times 2. Oh, it's just a 6 damage, which is that's a lot, but
Ooh.
not lethal.
Not lethal, but you gotta make do.
All right, so it's looking like... Oh. Okay, it's looking like we're going to have 2 more rounds. So, for all those buckling up, we're going to have... It looks like it's going to be a 5-round game here. Or 5-round tournament before we get to finals. Just want to update the viewers watching here.
We are currently viewing round 3.
Currently in round 3. Wow. Master deals 1 and gets 1. That's it. Okay. Let's see. Axtup's going to deal 1 on the draw.
Yep.
Okay.
Shizre has her board set up at this point, but Party God has a lot of board wipe capability. So if Peculiar gets the right stuff, this is not as in the bag as it would appear to be.
Okay, so Peculiar's gonna play back out the Necromancer. Yeah. I'm assuming you party Oasis here.
It depends on what else Peculiar has. I mean, you might want to play something first and swap them. Like if you have a Blue Plains Drifter.
Oh, Jinxed Paratrooper. I mean, it's a 5 damage.
Interest. I never. Yeah, the rules text when it enters play, you can move it to an empty landscape. I didn't even realize that you could move it to your own landscape.
Yeah, but the problem is the paratroopers all have negative effects, so you're kind of hurting yourself a bit there, aren't you?
It's a desperate play, but I have to give props for it because I never would have thought of that.
Oh no, I definitely agree. It's definitely a really interesting play.
Wow.
Let's see. Party Oasis is going to move 2 of them over. Okay. Move over the Necromancer, move over the Dragon Claw. I'm assuming Dragon Claw effect here. Maybe not.
I don't think that you...
Oh, where'd the Dragon Claw go? Oh, you went to battle and it died to the Pirate Bear. Okay.
Yeah. I was going to say, I don't think you do anything with the Dragon Claw because you don't want that lane open.
But Jinx doesn't kill the blue slimy. It's just 1 damage short. And the Necromancer does 2 damage to the Axe Stump. Oh, wow. Okay, okay. And the 2 damage from Necromancer. Gotcha. Oh, I guess the question is, do you move the Necromancer? I guess it's a little late for that, but on the death of Dragonclaw, I think Peculiar could have moved the Necromancer to that lane to kill the Pirate Bear. Which could have been a good play, actually. It would have opened, it would have blocked up, because now Pirate Bear's on an empty lane. Like, this is one Black Hole Pendant and the game is over, essentially.
Pretty much.
But wow.
This is a lot more even than the first match. That was a haymaker in round 1. Snuck that in there.
This is... Wow. I really expected this game to be a little closer than it currently is. Not to say that it's, not to say that Peculiar is not, I just think Peculiar's deck is a little it struggles a little bit against Shizure. Shizure, just punches you really hard. Really hard.
It punches you really hard, and this is also a rather unusual party god setup.
And there's a ghost ninja. That's
gonna hurt a lot, because if Peculiar wants to play a teleport, plays a party energy, anything that's a spell that can move your creatures around, you're now locked out of that. You have to use creature abilities at this point, or your buildings. That really limits what you can do in this position.
All right, just answering questions to people in the Discord here. It looks like people are asking how many rounds are left, or how many rounds there'll be. There are no, for people who are watching as well, I know I clarified earlier, but there's no round limit. We're not going for like 5 rounds. It's just until 2 players are undefeated, and it looks like there's gonna be 2 rounds to determine that. Or I guess 1 round left, right? After this round, there'd be 1 round left. I guess I should say. Just a second.
So the bear is gonna do 6 down an open lane.
I'm actually kind of shocked that Shizure can't find a lethal here. I'm not sure what's in their hand, but like a single black hole pendant, lots of ways through. do this. But
lots of ways, just not coming true.
True.
But you are gonna get in with that Ghost Ninja and really gum up the works.
Exactly.
The blue slimy falls to the Jinxed Paratrooper in one of the most understated plays I have seen in this tournament thus far, moving the Jinxed Paratrooper with its own effect.
Yeah, it's definitely a weird one. I've never seen someone keep their own paratrooper. I think it's a very... I can't say it's a good or bad play, but it's a play that is unique for certain. I've never seen that before, where they've kept their own paratrooper.
I mean, it kind of makes me want to see about making, like, a movement swamp deck. So, like, self-mill, but also, like, move... I don't know. There's something possibly.
Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah.
Peculiar's going to play out Traveling Skeleton, and when Traveling Skeleton floops, it's going to swap lane, like, when Traveling Skeleton and another creature you control change lanes. So it's essentially Blue Plains Drifter, but as a floop ability.
Oh no, I thought it was Traveling Wizard. No, it's I don't. What does Traveling Wizard do? I know there's a card. Do you know?
Traveling Wizard swaps places with the opposing creature.
Oh, okay, gotcha. And then that'll move, or Oasis will move over the Paratrooper. I'm assuming. Oh yeah, unflip the land. Unflip this guy here. Right. Party energy? Hold up. Wait a minute. Can we be approaching a lethal here?
I don't know about that. I mean, having one lane open and Shizri having 20 health left, one party energy I feel like isn't going to...
Well, I mean, but Peculiar has Sandy Lands. So if Peculiar can just get a... oh, wait, but the party energy costs 2. Never mind. I was going to say, if they can just get a Scorching Serve, they could open another lane, but... No. 2 costs for that is a little tough.
With Party God, the best defense is offense. You're just going to want to switch your creatures and have them clear the lanes themselves.
Did they play the party energy? They didn't move anything. Hand to discard. Why? I don't know. Well, Paratrooper took out the Pirate Bear. That's a good thing. That means that there's a potential Peculiar doesn't die here.
Discard for the Jinxed Paratrooper is what that was.
Yeah, but that's supposed to be at the start of your turn. This is like deep in the turn.
Just forgot.
Honestly, I understand. I get it.
We've all been there.
We've all been there for sure.
Uh-oh. Another Pirate Bear.
Okay, that's the end of the game. That's 6 damage.
Yep.
Well, good game to the both of you, Shizrai and Peculiar. What a fantastic set here. Shizrai still undefeated, so Shizrai could take this. Who will Shizrai be facing in the next round? We won't know. But so for the people who are curious at home and are watching the stream, the final 4 or the final people who are undefeated, you have Stealth C, you have Pichu, you have Not a Thought Scott, you have Prophet, Waylord, Brax Lorcan, and Shizrai. Shizrai is continuing on. 3 of those 6 remaining people will move on. And then next round, we will have 2 rounds of 2 players who are undefeated, which will lead us to the last 2 people. So we have one more round after this one. We're going to have one more intermission at the end of this round. Not sure how long that's going to be. I'll get you an answer once I have one. But for the time being, we're looking like we're reaching the end game here, guys. It has been a blast working with you guys. This has been awesome. And if you had a great time, say so in the chat here. I've had a blast. What are your thoughts here?
Yeah, I mean, if you like this game and you like this content, then I would definitely recommend you support not only the creators of this content, hint, hint, like the stream, like the video,
the stream, share it, let people know,
but also you can come join the Discord where you can play games with our competitors that we've been watching throughout this tournament. You can learn how to play, you can get matches in, you can discuss this game, and all of its really weird, dumb, at times, intricacies.
And just for those curious, a link to the Discord is in the description down below. If you go to the description of the stream, you can join the Discord from there and have and be able to have fun. For the time being, though, well played to both of our competitors here. We do have 2 more games I want to check up on, so I think we should hop into the Scott versus Prophet game.
Let's see how that's
handling, because Prophet had a really quick set last round, so I'm really curious what they're playing. Let's hop into there and give it a watch. Let's see, Scott versus Prophet on table 2.
I see a Baby Finn and Jake deck in play that's also got a Tailgater and an X-Ray Specs counter.
You know what that could have been? Prophet probably just won with like a turn, like OTK back-to-back with Finn and Jake, you know?
This is a mirror deck.
Is this
is
a mirror?
a mirror deck matchup. They're just using different heroes.
But why would you use Baby Finn and Jake if you're running the replacement stuff?
It's the same engine. I assume that Prophet, having a single useless swamp but also a cornfield, is probably running like an Immortal Maze Walker OTK.
Oh yeah, I bet Prophet's running like an engine, like running a Gator engine, but I don't know if the deck is like a creepy crypt deck. I don't think so, surely. I mean, they only have 1 blue plains, you know?
Deck. Definitely not a crypt deck.
Why did Prophet just draw 11?
Similar tech.
Why did Prophet just draw 11 cards?
Musical Chair, Black Hole Pendant?
Just a second. Is this game over? Oh, Prophet conceded.
Okay. Yeah, it's a Bayou Fountain Maze Walker Pirate Bear deck with like the Gator engine.
Okay, so we only have 1 more match in the top that we could spectate, which is Pichu versus Stealth C. So let's go and peep this.
Okay.
It looks like they are on a game 3, which is exciting. All right, so we have Moniker versus Simon Petrikov. Interesting. Moniker, they're gonna play out Helping Hand, Mantle Masher, Axe Stump.
A Simon deck with 1 Sandylands in it.
I think it's probably just for like maybe some removal. You know, you probably run it for like a Scorching Serve. You could run it for like Beach Mummy as well. Beach Mummy, it's a card that we haven't seen much of so far. But it's a card
I'm immediately thinking like Sailing Sand Crab to get out creatures faster.
Coffin for 4-star Fudge. Wait. Oh, Blizzard Board for a draw 8. Let's go. What a play. Okay.
Wow. Okay. Things are moving.
Okay. All right. This is a great way to start a game. I'm excited.
4-star Fudge comes in and essentially dictates the rules of how this game is going to go, because for as long as it's on the field, every time a landscape gets frozen, you're going to draw a card for that. And then any time that a landscape is unfrozen for the first time during either of your turns, Simon's going to draw a card for that.
I don't know if they're aware, but Axe Stump is on the board. I'm making sure they're aware they're taking their Axe Stump damage here. Because that was a take 8 damage off of the Blizzardborn. Okay.
That's probably why we're seeing that this is on game 3. This is an even matchup.
This is quite the matchup. I'm not gonna lie. Burn versus Freeze. Okay. I like this a lot. Snake Eye Ring to add back the Abnegator. Yep. Everybody's running Gator, because why not? Also, Gator on your Frozen tokens, by the way. Pitching Abnegator for the Frozen token, gain an action.
Ooh, yeah.
Pretty cool.
As we discussed earlier, talking about hypotheticals to counter Scott's Gator deck, freezing would more than likely not bother it too much because you're already discarding cards for insane action gain.
Bomb pop to pop the Golden Axe Stump. Good call, because otherwise you're going to take a lot of damage.
Yeah. Really smart play.
So wait, why are they running the Sandy Lands? Because they have Bomb Pop. They have built-in removal. What is that Sandy Lands for? You know what? It probably is for Beach Mummy, so you can like get your Icy Commando through. You know, Beach Mummy here to pop the Icy. To pop. Also for Fummy. Fummy is just generic. Yeah.
Beach Mummy, Fummy, Sailing Sand Crab. I could see Sandwich probably.
Sandwich too. Yeah, Sandwich is a really strong card too.
So that's going to be a board wipe.
Oh, with the second Bomb Pop? Yep. Bomb Pop will pop the Helping Hand. How did they pop the Mantle Masher? Am I missing something?
They're moving to combat. Now it's Pichu's turn.
All right, let's see. Oh, it probably just died to combat with the Blizzardborn? Is that right?
Yeah,
yeah,
they went to
Blizzardborn killed
combat.
it. I see. Okay, that makes sense. All right, Pichu. Can Pichu come back? This is a really tough position.
Draw 4, discard any 2.
Wait, so did Commando not go through? Or is this Bomb Pop? This Bomb Pop's the first Bomb Pop. Never mind.
Yeah, no, that lane was still covered. Discarding Ancient Scholar. Love to see it.
Yep, discarding Ancient Scholar makes sense.
Beach Mummy.
Beach Mummy to bounce. What do you bounce here, though? I guess bounce Commando?
I would
Okay,
say...
never mind. They're swapping lanes. Probably you pop the 4-star Fudge, right? I feel like you bounce the 4-star Fudge. You don't bounce Blizzardborn.
I think you bounce
Or actually, do you bounce both? You could Moniker bounce both.
Yeah, you could. I think at this point you gotta go for the Blizzardborn and like mess up Stealth's board state so that they can't play on the frozen tokens anymore.
Right.
But yeah, I mean with Moniker, both is good. Both is good. Let's do both. No reason to pick and choose when you can have both.
Give me just a second. I got a question from someone in game. I don't see why not. Gossamer Beam, by the way. You don't. This card isn't limited in any way, right? It's completely legal, right?
Gossamer Beam is currently playable. It is not legal for this tournament because it is not included in the stretch goal cards, which are the only cards that have been allowed for this tournament.
But it's in the Prismo versus the Lich set. Isn't Prismo an older hero? Is there a new Prismo?
Prismo, there is a new Prismo. New ability, new cards to go along with it. Gossamer Beam is a Lich card that will be coming out when the Kickstarter launches in a year's time. But yeah, I mean, Gossamer Beam, you want to talk about strong cards. That's a really good utility for Swamp.
Yes. Who was... Okay, just a second. Yeah, because I was not aware of this. I thought there was only the original, and I accidentally allowed someone to play with Gossamer Beam. So I just told them they could play with it. It's on me. Also, they're not they're not in contention, so it's not like it'll affect the tournament standings.
Well,
actually, they have not even won a single game, so it definitely won't affect tournament standings. As I do feel bad though, so I would like to apologize to Dino Boy J for allowing Ivan to use the card against you. It was accidental. I just thought it was the original Prisma. So that is on me. With that being said, though, it doesn't affect standings. Neither the players had a win, so they weren't going to be in the top 4 simply by not having Gossamer Beam in the matchup. With that being said, though, this is an insane board. They are running Scorching Serve. Salty is running Scorching Serve. Why not
I mean, if you're running Sandy Lanes, you might as well.
Why not just run Beach Mummy, though? Well, I guess this destroys it. Beach Mummy returns the hand, so I guess there's that value.
It's got draw attached to it.
Right. Is it just me, or is that Bomb Pop still on the board? Okay, it was just me. Oh, no, they just moved it. My bad. Okay.
I think the heat's getting to us a little.
Yeah, I might be losing my mind. Wait, how did... Peach just took... They just took 24 damage? Wait. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8.
Commandos.
So this is 9...
Commandos.
Oh my god. 9, 18... Wait. Oh, 24 because Fummy is fluked. If Fummy wasn't fluked, that would have been lethal. But they had to fluke the Fummy for the action for the Icy Commando. Wow.
So now Pichu is going to have to block all 4 lanes to even have a chance.
Also, Mummy does require space to play. That is correct. So you can Scorching Serve on a board where you're full, but you can't Beach Mummy. That is fair. I didn't think about that. This is really bad for Pichu. This is really bad.
Yeah, you don't want to be in this position. Full board state. Ooh, Divine Right coming out.
There's still 24 damage on board, so you need a lot more than 16, you know?
Yeah, but there's a chance now because now you only have to really block out those Icy Commandos.
I mean, this is just lethal, isn't it? If
it was 2 actions to play that, so they didn't have any 0 cost or they would have played them, and they've passed turns, so...
No, but, like, at this point, like, you need to discard for those frozen tokens. Discard 4, and then hope that they can't kill you through. Because now, if Stealth just goes battle, this is lethal. This is 24 damage, just like it was last turn.
Mm-hmm.
Is that the end of the game?
That's just
I think that was just a misplay on
effort.
Pichu's part. That's tough. I think a misplay is going to end this game, and in favor of Stealth here. Well done to both the players here. I think they're just talking about... let me just make sure.
What just happened? Pichu is scooped.
Did Pichu scoop?
Yep.
Okay. All right. Well done to those players. Let's see what is going on in the rest of the round here. Is anybody else still playing? Lemon Frogs and Terry Cat are playing. Ivan and Dino Boy are playing. Stymphalion and Lesser are playing. Let's go watch Table 6 here with Lemon Frogs and Terry.
Yeah, let's see how that deck is holding up.
Both on Moniker. Okay. Lots of Moniker, by the way. We've seen, what, 2 Baby Fit and Jake decks? Lots of
both
Moniker.
Monikers, and both players have a sandwich out.
What an interesting... Moniker is seeing a lot more play than I expected. I'm not going to lie.
Moniker is as strong a hero as the cards that you have with Floop abilities. So, you gotta make the most of it. So, Terry Cat's gonna play Shadowy Pyramid and Floop it to draw a card, and because they don't control a creature in that lane, they don't have to discard.
Okay, this is game 2. Who won game 1? Let me just ask quick. I just want to get as much info as we can. Yep. All right, Lemon Frogs won G1, so Terry Cat is on the back foot here. They're also down to 9 health to 15. Yeah. They're going to Gazer effect here. Gazer to get back a spell, which will be Gramophone. Okay.
But it goes to the top of your deck, and you still got to find a way to do that. I would have done that before I flipped the Shadowy Pyramid, so you draw that.
That is... Yeah, I probably should have done the Gazer first. Honestly, that's a bit of hindsight. Well, actually, not really hindsight. They should have seen it, but even then, like they had a sec. Wait, oh, they had the second gramophone in hand anyway, so it didn't really matter. I'm just gonna draw that one off of the second one. Makes sense.
That's fair.
Playing discarding clone, discarding Bigfoot. Infinite Haymaker from hand to. Wait.
Yeah.
Why did they discard 3 cards?
Haymaker.
Did they discard 3 cards? Clone, Bigfoot, and Haymaker, or am I missing something here? I'm not sure. I'll let them play it out. They'll figure it out. All right. Golden Axe Stump. Okay. That's probably your way back into this game. Sandwich is going to deal 1 damage. Can we put up the reaction text? Yep. So people are now responding and reacting with their results.
Yep. So we're moving to combat. Sandwich is going to deal 0 to the Genie Ghost, and Golden Axe Stump is going to deal 1 to the Traveling Farmer and take 2 back. That Traveling Farmer, if it ends up leaving play, that could end the game wholly right there.
Yeah, Traveling Farmer leaving play is gonna hit hard. That's gonna hit for 6 right now, which is a little under half. But if Lemon Frogs can get Terry to draw 1 card, and
Terry says that it was a mistake that they discarded 3.
All right, so I'm going to ask them to return it to hand, because it could matter. They shouldn't have discarded the 3rd one, you know? So either they got to keep the Haymaker or a Bigfoot or clone. Okay, they're going to keep the Haymaker. So if Lemon Frogs has... now they have 7 cards in hand. So it would actually be lethal if they had a way to get rid of the Traveling Farmer and Field of Nightmares. That is lethal on board, you know?
Each ball, are they going to pass it? They're not going to pass it.
Gain 4, but you take 1, or you take 2. 1 from draw. So I'm just looking from beach ball draw. I don't know why I said 2. 1 from beach ball draw. So every time you draw, you take a damage. Bing, 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 bing. You know.
Yeah, Golden Axe Stump is insidious, especially if you get multiple of them on the field, but...
Take 7 damage plus 1 from Sandwich. For Sandwich? Wait. Oh, because they replaced it to play... Oh, plus 1. Oh, that's 8. Oh, okay. Are we going to see the... Are we going to see it? You're going to pitch a Traveling Farmer?
Raise the Dead.
To raise the dead, the Traveling Farmer.
Assuming. Yeah, and then replace it with another 0 cost.
Take a damage, they go to 4. And then, I mean, replacing the Traveling Farmer is lethal. Do you have a 1 or 0? Pays 1 for the Propagator to end the game. Well done, Lemon Frogs. That is a clean 2-0. Well done there, Lemon. Well done.
Well done.
Alrighty.
Yeah, that was
something.
Really
that was a very great game, and I love the ending there. And of course, just the way to end it is specifically with the Propagator right on the close there. You know, that's pretty great.
Very fitting.
Very fitting. With that, are we done with the games in the round? Is there anything else? Any other games going on? I don't think so. Hold up. Let's go see.
That might have been the final one.
Ivan and Dino Boy are still playing. All right, let's hop in here then. And let's see how this is going. Dino Boy on... What is this?
What's the name of the game?
I think it's just Card Wars Table 10.
I don't see it.
Hold up. Oh, Table 10 CW.
Okay.
Okay. Let's see what we have here.
Another golden axe stump setup with zebra corns. Zebra corns and sand knights.
Zebra corns are some interesting ones. This is a very interesting deck here. And then we're facing sand knights. Okay. Snake Eye Ring, which will add back. You only have the orange slimy, so it gets back to the orange slimy.
You're both playing rainbow decks.
This is very interesting. That's gonna deal another 3 damage, which kills Ivan.
Well.
Is that it?
Yep.
Well done. Rainbow Ivan.
We joined in on the last seconds of that as the embers were going out.
Oh, let me just make sure. Oh, come on. I can't type today. Dino Boy's leaving, so I'm assuming that's the end of the round. Okay. All right, guys.
Game.
Well, that is the end of round 3. We can expect one more round here. And then that'll be the tournament. So we will see you guys all in about 10 minutes and hopefully have a conclusion to this event.
We will have a victor.
See you then.
She's already not thought Scott. Let's go.
All right, guys, welcome on back. So, as you could tell, someone is a little excited about our matchups. We have some awesome. Oh yeah, as I was setting the voices back on, you were talking about Shizure and Scott. Which, listen, I completely,
Scott, let's go.
I completely agree. Shizure versus Scott. I think we're gonna have to watch that game, right? We have the winner of the last event versus the man who could have, or the individual who could have won the last event, but just happened to get an unfortunate disqualification. Otherwise, this could have been our final in the last tournament. If Scott would have entered with one account rather than the 3 that they did, this could have been our finals of the last event, because Shizure did make it, if I'm correct. And then Pichu got in because the Scott bots, right? So I think if we get Scott versus Shizure, this could have been our finals last time. This is the matchup we have to watch. And then Brex Lorcan versus Stealth C, that's going to be awesome. I don't know either of those players, so I'm excited to see that one of them will make it. And we'll see how this goes, all right? With that being said, let's join this game. Let's get ready to watch this incredible match here. And let me drop the image here, and we're in. We are in right now. Wow, dude, this is awesome. I have no words. Do you think we're gonna watch double FTK, or do you think she's gonna, like, potentially take this? What do you think?
I mean, everything that I was saying, like, you don't bet against Scott. I think Scott's the favorite to win here, but I mean, I don't know. I don't think. How do you get through this FTK deck?
Well,
even if you go first, you can't attack. Like,
what I will say, if Shizure gets to go first, I'm pretty sure she has counterplay. It's not very easy. Let me pull up her deck list real quickly here, and I'll double check this.
Walk us through as we're setting up.
Yeah, let me oh, there she is. Is she the deck list I thought she has? This, no, she doesn't have the deck list I thought she has. I was thinking of Pichu's deck list. Pichu has the bouncing the bounce houses, and those could have been potential counterplay. It would have at least extended her life a bit, but no, she doesn't have counterplay. She just needs to go first, or she needs to go second, because she has to be able to kill on her first turn. She can't go first. She just has to hope that Scott bricks and she can kill going second. Twice.
When you're dealt damage, deal that damage to BOGO bounce house instead. Yeah, it would block the crypt damage.
The problem is the crypt is
you would run
infinite.
out of bounce house.
We talked about it. Crypt is kind of an infinite. So
yeah. You would run out of bounce house.
I won't forfeit do your magic. All right, so we are in for another 50-minute combo fest from Scott. From the Not a Thought Scott. Let's see how this goes.
He's already saying that she won't believe it unless she sees it.
Oh my god. Don't tempt the shark. Okay?
Don't tempt the shark to bite when there's already blood in the water.
Exactly. Oh, I won't even draw my cards, to be honest. Oh no. No, it's fine, Shizure. It's fine. Scott could just brick. They could just brick. Okay? They could just draw, like, they could draw foot, abnegator.
Sure.
foot, abnegator, bang. And then draw for turn the third abnegator.
You know?
It's possible.
And there's a chance.
Never mind. That's a gramophone. Okay, that's a gramophone.
What?
Well, also, to be fair, if Scott doesn't find an X-ray specs, that does kind of make this a bit harder, because they can't guarantee their propagators, right?
Sure.
And if they can't guarantee the propagators, then they might, call the wrong card, which... am I seeing this right? Is Scott discarding the Creepy Crypt?
Discarding Crypt? What is going on here?
This has got to be a great Genie play, right? Like, why else are you discarding Crypt? I mean,
Yeah,
you do
I
get
mean,
it back
you
from
have
Bog Cyclone,
security.
but now it's inconsistent if you get it back from Bog Cyclone.
You have security.
Discarding Snake Eye Ring, too? What
Scott
is this
might have bricked.
hand from Scott?
Scott might have bricked.
Gives the Beach Ball to draw 2. Hold up, hold up. Maybe Scott bricked.
There's a chance.
The fact that Scott isn't windmill slamming cards on the board
Yeah,
is
something's up.
very interesting to me.
Very telling.
Pays 1 action for... No, Scott. They're out of actions. Scott's out of... I guess they get... Scott technically has 1 more action if they play a 0 cost and sack it for Lich. But that's 1 more action. That's it. Ghost Lucky. You get to peep a card.
Okay. There's a way to do it without X-Ray, and it's through Heavy Ghost Lucky. So...
It's a Void
Void Thimble.
which will add it to hand. You know, that's actually unfortunate. Because if it wasn't a rainbow... Oh, but actually it's a Void Thimble, exactly. So that's fine. If it wasn't a rainbow, then Happy Ghost Lucky would have shown Scott the card. Then if they sacked for a Propagator, that would have got it back going. But
Yeah.
Thimble also gives you an action, to be fair, but there's no knowledge of what's on top of the deck. Drawing one from Hand Fist doesn't...
Hand Fist the Ghost Lucky, and then Lich the Ghost, and now you're 2 actions.
On Empty Coffin.
Or you can Coffin.
For a Blueberry to draw 2. Yeah, but drawing cards doesn't do anything. You still need your X-Ray specs and you need your Propagator. I guess you're trying to draw to your X... To be fair, Shija could win if all 3 X-Ray specs are on the bottom 3 cards of Scott's deck. Or all 3 Propagators on the bottom 3.
Not to draw cards.
I will say, though, it is still a little concerning that we've gotten to this point in the game and Scott hasn't at least played a Propagator. Like, in the other game we watched of Scott, he dropped a Propagator quick. You know, he started the cycle early. Scott dropped an X-Ray specs early. The Propagator, they dropped cards very quickly that started the combo.
Oh, boy.
Oh.
We're cooking. Hold on.
That would be a great episode, Shiz, right? I'm not going to... No abnegators? No abnegators? For Dog Boy?
No abnegators.
Oh, no, okay. You're just playing Raise the Dead to replace the Dog Boy to draw 2. Okay. Never mind. Also, that would be a fantastic episode. She's always bringing up Lich versus Baby Finn and Jake. Lich fights 2 babies. I think that'd be funny.
Who would win? Unstoppable Force of Entropy or Coffin Baby?
Just say, Baby Finn and Jake are plot armor. They have to win. Okay,
so
we're got here.
Lit.
We're down to 1 action.
What are we doing here? What are we looking for?
We're looking for X-ray specs. I bet we're looking for X-ray specs.
Another Ghost. We're tearing through this deck right now.
Dude, I bet we're looking for X-ray specs and Scott's not finding it. Coffin?
On empty?
Oh, but the top card wasn't shown, so it must not have been a rainbow. Meaning that they can go for Propagator. And then get the 2 actions and get you back into a cycle here with Coffin. Oh,
wow.
No, please.
Yeah,
Does Scott have the Propagator? Plays the Coffin. Replaces the Lucky with Tailgater. Wait, no, my bad. That's Tailgater counter, my bad. Tailgater counter, I'm missing. It's a Propagator. Okay, never mind. Alright, so now you're going to gain 2 actions and start your shenanigans.
Yeah, Scott only has 19 cards in their deck. There's no way they didn't have a Propagator in hand.
You know, it's weird, though. They don't have an X-ray specs, because otherwise they would have played it 10 years ago. Like, they wouldn't have sat on this. To think that X-ray specs is definitely 3 of them are in the bottom 18 cards?
Possibly.
That's what it's looking like.
It's just going to be really interesting to hear from Scott, like, the result of this round and what happened.
Wait. You haven't used this. You haven't used the specs this turn. Look at your discard. There is no specs in there. You haven't played specs. You can't do that. There you go. No specs. You can't do that. Good call. You can pay an action to draw one, which is what. There we go. Scott paid an action to draw one. I got mixed up since it was real. That's fine. That's all good. Pay an action to draw one. So you have to at least spend the extra action because you can't just specs to cheat it. So, at least not yet. Not until you draw specs. But... Oh, wow. How are we feeling about this final, man? This is... Oh, I guess this is a grand final. Oh, this isn't this final. This is a semi-final, right? Wow.
Semi-final match.
All right, gramophone for 1. They're going to draw 4. Pitch. Oh, my God. Is it double abnegator? Is it double? No, okay. Sword bouquet abnegator.
Sword bouquet.
So you're going to get back...
you don't need the sword bouquet if you're going first.
Yeah, you're not going to need that if you go first. Get the refund on the action. Okay. There are 2 actions here. Okay, play the Bigfoot. Oh, I'm assuming this is a cute overload play, isn't it? Why else would you be going wide?
Yeah. I'm still just like, yeah, there it is.
Yep.
I'm still a little inside baseball about how this works. Like, it's gone in one ear and out the other. Like, I'm not comprehending this deck at all.
The deck's idea is just you spam gators. You play gator, you gator action, you... The issue, though, is Scott still hasn't played X-Ray specs.
That's gonna be wild if all 3 copies are in the bottom of the deck.
There are 12 cards left in deck, and they have yet to play X-Ray specs.
Uh-huh.
Wish I had a Billy deck.
That's what I'm saying.
I don't think Billy doesn't work though because if they have all it does is it makes you bog Cyclone earlier. Billy doesn't actually prevent this.
But you could be not paying attention.
That is true. You could just accidentally drop a lethal Tailgater on yourself, but that's unlikely. So far, I've only completely emptied my deck once, I think. Yeah. Yeah. And we saw it. We saw Scott empty their deck.
Yeah, if anybody's going to be thinking about the Billy play, like the Billy counter, it's going to be Scott.
Yeah.
I figure they've got this covered.
All right, pays an action for Tailgater or what? Because Diamond isn't on the call. Grape Genie. Grape Genie's going to add a card back to top of deck.
Where are you going to pull?
That is a good question here. I'm taking it
Thinking about
slow. I mean, it's not an easy call. Like, what do you grab here? And you have to put it on top of the deck, meaning you don't even get it to hand. I don't know what that was. It was something from the discard, though. Probably a draw card. Oh, it was Thimble. It was Void Thimble, I bet, because I don't see it in discard, right?
That's smart.
Scott used Thimble earlier. So you could pay your action to draw the Thimble and then play the Thimble to get your action back, but, like, what does that do for you?
Another Tailgater counter.
Oh, play Propagator. Okay, because you know it's on top of your deck now. That's cool. Okay, I like that. I like that lineup.
Yeah.
Then Propagator is going to give you 2 more actions, so you're going to have 3 actions after you resolve the Thimble.
I forgot about the whole knowing the top card of the deck aspect.
Also, I just gotta say, by the way, we still have yet to see an X-Ray specs, meaning Scott had to play Grape Genie to stack the deck so that way Propagator could actually fully resolve. Like,
we're seeing a lot of different facets of this deck.
Oh my god. Scott genuinely could brick here. We've seen all this, and maybe Scott actually bricks.
I don't know if this deck can brick.
I mean, if all 3 of those extra specs are on the bottom. That's how it's looking so far. Snake Eye Ring. Okay, Snake Eye Ring's going to add back Propagator, right? Because there's... Oh, no, there's also an Abnegator. There are 2 options. It's a coin flip. Oh. Never mind. Gonna pay an action for a tailgater to draw the rest of the cards. Okay.
Yeah, X-ray specs being a 0 cost.
But if you had Billy!
But if you had Billy! Exactly!
that would be lethal on board! Because that would empty the deck. If you had Billy, that's game. That's tough. Well, okay, there's no way Scott loses now.
I mean, that's looking into the future at that point.
FTKs are a first. Wow. I'm just saying, if you had Billy, this is game over. Billy would have won the game here. And actually, I think Scott has to play Tailgater, or else Scott can't continue. Okay, so there's a glitch with untap, so you most likely will see that when I add cards back to my deck. Yeah. So, basically, whenever Scott puts cards back into their deck, it's not going to refresh the image, so...
yeah.
That's just an untap issue. We'll have to refresh the page to show that there are cards in deck at that point, but it's not a big deal. I mean, yeah, Scott should just win here now, right? You have the X-ray specs. You have all 3 X-ray specs in hand. You have
You know where this is going.
You have the Bog Cyclone. You have a lot in there.
Dog Boy, discard.
Discarding Abnegator. Yep. Okay.
This is... I still... Like... I'm not saying anything because what else is there to say? There's the Bog Cyclone.
Oh, that is true, actually. Someone brought up in the chat, and I missed this a bit ago, so that is on me. But it looks like Manwich would stop Scott's deck. Well, no, because Scott has Sword Bouquet.
Yeah, there's removal for any kind of creature shenanigans.
So even if you played the Manwich, you would lose out to the Sword Bouquet. Sword Bouquet would kill it. Yeah. Bog Cyclone... For the
Manwich is
everything.
a 2-cost swamp creature, and when an opponent discards a card, you deal 1 damage to them. It's like an inverse of Golden Axe Stone.
But also something to be aware of is the ruling on Manwich is that replacement also counts as discarding. So it would not only hurt from Scott's effects that discard cards, but also just from playing more monsters onto the same slot.
Not as far as I'm aware.
That was the ruling that was posted for this tournament. That replacement counts as discard.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm. And apparently Cryptozoic are aware of the ruling, but they have yet to rule on their side of it, whether they're in favor or not, as far as I'm aware.
Yeah, because the rule book says that is discarding, but...
Yeah, the rulebook says it's discarding but not destroying. There's a lot of debate on the topic, but Manwich would prevent this if you could protect the Manwich from death by Sword Bouquet. But if you also had 2 Manwitches, if you could just cheat them both out, then you definitely win, because Scott has 1 Sword Bouquet. And they can't reset their deck without drawing enough cards to kill themselves.
With one of the genies, put it back to the top of the deck.
Oh, right, Grape Genie. But then you have to use your Grape Genie early, but I guess that's better than dying. Huh. All right, 3. If you could cheat out 3 of them, you know, that would do it. If you get 3 Manwitches on the board, then the only way Scott could do it. Well, actually, no. Then they just need to raise the dead for the Grape Genie. Okay, never mind. Ignore
exactly what I was gonna say.
Okay, yeah. This is just yeah. Okay. Since I have X-ray, this right here shows why Scott is the most common poster in the deck list channel. They just know what they're doing, and they know their way around a Card Wars deck list.
Mm-hmm.
So that X-ray specs I can peek top at any time. Yeah, okay. Once you play the X-ray specs, it's game, essentially. Well, actually, does Scott have any propagators? I think they shuffled all 3 of them back in the deck with the Bog Cyclone, right?
They're in there somewhere.
But if they're in deck, then they're not in hand, which means that Scott can't gain the extra actions from them.
At this point, I'm just like, yeah, but does it matter?
Let's just hope that Scott can't get to the if Scott can't get to the propagators, then I don't think he can do much more here. Oh wait, you don't actually attack in the first turn, do you? No, no. Pays an action to play Grape Genie, Blueberry Genie. Which one was doing?
Yeah, she's raising for a nasty surprise.
Propagator. Okay, there's the propagator. Never mind. Gain 2 actions from the dog boy. Yep.
There's a lot of setup for this deck to get to where it's going.
Oh, let me let them know just a second. I'm letting them know if they refresh the page, it'll update.
Yeah. Yeah. So we're gonna clone. We're gonna clone Propagator. There's the crypt.
Okay, is this just the end of the game?
Yeah, we're winding down to it.
Crypt, is this just game? I'm assuming they're just gonna call game here, right?
I assume it's game, and I assume that Shizre's probably not gonna play a second round.
Well, I mean, Shizre does get to go. Well, Shizre doesn't want to go first. She wants to go second. But just to be clear here, Scott almost bricked. Almost bricked. And if Shizre would have been running a Billy deck over a Babyfitter Jake deck, Shizre would have won this game. And they were talking about it in the chat earlier, so that's why I'm bringing it up. But, like, what a good game one, though. This is probably just it, I'm pretty sure. But, wasn't one, I think it was one. Scott paying an action for Blueberry Genie. That's going to draw 2. Yep. Also still ticking up the Tailgater counter. Not necessary. Still ticking it up, though.
Gotta do that.
You have to, right? Legally, you must, I guess.
Gotta do that. Yep, draw 18 cards.
Oh my god. Holy.
Draw 18 cards, deal 2 damage.
Oh, draw 19, actually, because it also counts the Blueberry Genie.
Yep. Draw 19 cards, deal 2 damage. Normal card.
I'm not gonna, I was about to type in the chat say Golden Axe Stump would be awesome here, but I'll just let them play it out. I'm not gonna. Oh, so you just cycle 0 costs now? Yeah, just cycle through 0 costs and that's it. All right, okay, I get it. Okay, I'm so she's just gonna scoop here. That this is okay. She scoops game 1. All right, so we're gonna go to game 2 here. Let's see how this clears out. Can Shizre come back down a game? They need to win 2 now to close the set, which is going to be a lot harder than it seems, because, not going to lie, I don't think Scott has dropped a single game this whole tournament. And actually, I can check back on the records for that, but I'm pretty sure Scott has not dropped a single game. Which,
Didn't Prophet get one over?
oh, you know what, actually, yeah, Prophet got a game on Scott. I don't know how that happened.
I assume that Scott made a misplay and forfeited the round.
Let's see. Yeah, Scott's
All right.
lost one game of the entire everything to profit. I'm gonna ask Scott actually. I am curious how they lost the game to profit.
Yeah.
Because I haven't seen them. Like, this seems insane. This deck can, in fact, brick. Okay, so it is brick.
You're saying that it's not invincible.
You bricked one time in... Oh, no, 7 games. 7 games. Then it was like double raise dead, abnegator, double X-ray. Okay, yeah, that's a really bad hand. But okay, because it can brick, Shizray can win, right? Just have to like
You can just mulligan.
just triple X-ray, triple X-ray, triple raise dead, abnegator. I'm just thinking, okay, I don't know if I'm all or not. Okay, I'm assuming Shizray's gonna want to go second here. I don't know why you would go first. I guess the problem as well is we've seen Shizray's deck can brick too. When she faced, who did she face? In the other round that we watched. Peculiar, right?
Testing my knowledge here.
She faced Peculiar. Remember that? And that game went, there was like they immediately OTK'd round 1. Round 2, they won, but it was like, or they lost, I think, game 2. But it was like really long, and they just kept smacking each other for like 3 damage at a time, 4 damage at a time, you know?
You're testing my knowledge here, Diamond. You expect me to remember things
like
I just
ago.
ago?
It was like an hour ago.
I've been through a lot, okay?
That's a good question, actually. Let me ask Box.
Lime Slimy, because Shizray controls 3 or more different landscapes, they're gonna draw 2 cards.
Okay. Lime Slimy draws 2.
Yep.
And Shizray's not thinking, what do you do with your 1 action left? Do you just pass the turn and die to Creepy Crit? Okay. Second action on another Lime Slimy for another draw 2.
If you had one day to live, what would you do?
I would play this. I would learn this Propagator deck because I know it'll help. If I can learn the Propagator deck and play it, I can infinitely live because it's an infinite combo. You know what I mean?
That is very true. Okay,
Rock
we're gonna
out?
play Rock Out. We're gonna
Wait.
flip the Useless Swamp. Hold on, based.
If you have the second rock out for the second Useless Swamp, and Scott doesn't draw the Bigfoot, you win.
Yeah. Okay.
Oh, come on. Aw, man.
I don't like the sound
I'm
of
assuming
that.
Scott just told Shizray that I have... I mean, that blocks you, right? Oh, wait.
Can't play Propagator. I don't believe that that's true because Propagator is a 1 cost.
Propagator is a 1 cost, yes.
Yeah. So that does not, in fact, stop the Propagator play. It doesn't
You know
stop
what, though?
the
Actually-
Cyclone.
If they would have hit the blue plains, that would have stopped Creepy Crypt.
It would have.
Okay. Scott allowed them to swap. I'm assuming Scott's allowing them to swap because Scott just gonna drop Bigfoot. Gramophone's
Yeah.
down at least. And Gramophone... No, Gramophone's a 1.
Gramophone's a 1. I could be wrong. I think the only card in this deck that I've seen be a 2 cost is Crypt.
Finisher Creeper Crypt is the only 2 cost in the list. I agree. Yeah. Okay, so there are 24 minutes left in the round. So the round will end. Well, that was said a second ago. So we're gonna say 28 is the end of the round at 9:28 my time. So 23 minutes left, guys. I'm letting know. I mean, I guess. Okay. So yeah.
X-ray specs.
GG.
Tailgater coming out to B counters.
Oh, okay. I thought that was. Oh no, Scott did play X-ray specs.
Yeah. Yeah, the only thing that could stop Scott now is if they take too long to do the combo and then time runs out, but it's not going to win you the round.
Yeah, I mean, if Scott takes too long, it would be a 1-0. Yeah, in favor of Scott. That's the problem here. But Gnome's not to draw. Yep, that's one of your actions. Doesn't matter, though, because you're going to draw a Propagator, and you have X-Ray Spec active. So, yeah, this is pretty much it. That's all you need. 2 cards, really, to start the combo, at least.
Propagator. X-Ray Specs is the top card.
Yep. Gains its 2 actions. Replace the Propagator with a Goat to draw the Specs. Raise the Dead on top. You could just play that with the Specs to get out the Propagator again and keep it going, but yeah, this is pretty much well over. With that being said, in our other game, let's see what it's looking like. We have Brax Lorcan versus Stealth C. Have either of them reported a victory? Brax Lorcan has reported a victory over he reported a 2-0 over Stealth C. So it's looking like we're gonna have Brax Lorcan versus Not a Thought Scott in the finals of this tournament. What are you thinking about that lineup?
Interesting. I would have to check back and look at the deck lists for these 2 competitors, but
well, I mean, you know, Scott's deck list is all on the board here.
Yeah, I mean, cards on the table. I don't like the odds against Scott. I think that if you're getting this far and you're getting this far unscathed, you deserve to be here for sure. And everybody who has made it this far deserves the credit they have. I just think that Scott has created such a monster, it can't be reckoned with. And I'm going to see a hard time anything dealing with it unless it's another first turn kill deck.
Well, on that note, Brax Lorcan, when I was first found out about them, when they submitted their list, and when they first submitted their list, it was card for card the exact same as another player. That other player DM'd me saying this is their friend and they gave them their deck list. So this is actually the friend of Prophet, the one person to take a game off of Scott. So if there's anyone who's going to be able to do it, I mean, maybe be the friend of the person who took a game off Scott?
There is that thread of drama, but the only reason why Prophet took that game is because the deck bricked.
But hey, maybe Prophet's friend also has the same voodoo magic luck that prevented Scott from killing Prophet.
I mean, we'll just have to see. We'll have to tune into the final.
Yeah, I mean, 6 actions, Propagator, X-Ray Specs up. There's no line here. Caesar loses. Yeah. This is it. This is yeah. I mean, I can't. There's nothing to say here. This is the game. Scott can't lose from this position, right? Well, I don't know if is there a way Scott doesn't win from this position? I don't know. I really don't think there's a way that Scott doesn't win here. Like maybe Bob Cyclone on bottom of deck?
If Scott forfeits to make it 1-1-1 to make it interesting.
Nah, no way Scott would risk it. No way Scott would scoop to give it a 1-1 and potentially brick on the game 3. But that would be very funny. That would be very funny.
For the bit.
For the bit, that is true. You could do it for the content, Scott. For the content. Snake Eye Ring. No, yeah, Snake Eye Ring. It could hit an Abdicator. It did hit an Abdicator. Okay. Okay, hold up. Maybe Scott runs out of propagators. Maybe Scott runs out of propagators.
This is just a machine.
It's a little insane. I think you just play the overload off, the cute overload off the top, right? No, you're just gonna draw it. Weird. I don't know why you wouldn't just play it off the top. Okay, it's the same difference. You're still playing one action for it, but okay. That's a draw 2. Okay, Ghost. Play Ghost from hand to add Ghost to hand. To add Ghost from deck to hand. Are you going to replace Ghost for Ghost here?
It's Snake Eye Ring, so it'll go to hand.
Who said it was a hype match again?
I am still hype about this. Excuse
oh no, this
me.
is awesome.
Now, I think that, if anything, we have learned a lot about the power of Useless Swamp.
Yeah, no, Useless Swamp are insane. So what happened? You went Ghost Lucky to replace Ghost Lucky to add Snake Eye Ring. Reveal Snake Eye Ring?
For Propagator?
For, Snake Eye Ring hit what? It hit a Propagator.
Yeah, Propagator,
Dang,
named Snake Eye Ring.
If he would have whiffed that Propagator, if Scott would have whiffed that Propagator, that could have hurt him. Raise the Dead. Oh, but they also had to Raise the Dead. It doesn't matter. Never mind. To replace Propagator with Propagator? With Blueberry Genie. Okay, sure. Interesting.
Dog Boy. This new, revealed, play the entire game with the top card of your deck revealed meta is really fascinating.
It's insane. Actually, just also to note, Prophet made a message in the general chat that says, Scott's deck only loses with bad draw, basically beating himself. So the only way you beat Scott is if Scott beats himself. Which seems about right.
It would be interesting to see a mirror match with this deck. It doesn't even matter because there's a first turn kill deck.
Is there any world where Scott could lose?
No.
where he doesn't break? Like, is there anything that could have come up? Also, by the way, this deck has to be stopped because
this deck needs to be studied.
Even ignoring that, but we have upcoming and cards that we know are going to be coming to the game, like Resonant Spellhold. Could you picture this deck where you just play Resonant Spellhold for the whole first half of the game, and then in the second half you just replace it with the Creepy Crypt and then cook them and just kill them at with the Resonant Spellhold? This deck is insane.
Yeah, Resonant Spellhold is a 1-cost rainbow building, and when you play a creature in its lane, you can return a spell of equal or less cost in your discard pile to your hand. So it just recurs spells while you play creatures in that lane. And
I don't know if you're aware, but Tailgater and Propagator are both 1s, meaning you get back all of the 0-cost and 1-cost spells, which are your Raise the Dead, Gramophone, Gnome Snot, Coffin, Snake Eye Rings, Cute Overload, Thimbles, your Void Thimbles.
Absolutely disgusting.
Oh yeah. But wow, this has been quite the semifinals here.
I have to sit here with my head in my hands, I don't know what to say anymore.
Oh no, I understand. It's this is insane. Like there's genuinely no. I mean, once he draws all cards, it's game over.
Bog Cyclone. Stick them all on the bottom of the deck.
If Shizra had Billy, this is a 2-0 victory in favor of Shizra right now. Just saying, if they had Billy. That is the way to beat Scott. Just have a Billy and be lucky.
You can't live your life with a Billy just assuming that one day
wow,
you're gonna run into the Terminator deck.
I mean, that is fair.
Terminator deck. No takers? All right, I'll just.
Well, it's a term. Okay, no, I mean it's This is gonna be quite the.
One of them's gonna land.
Also, just gotta say, Box has posted in the Discord. I assume he's watching the stream and he heard us talk about Spellhold. He said Spellhold is an insta ban, so there's no world where this is gonna exist with Spellhold. With that being said, though, this deck would be insane with Spellhold. So I've just gotta say, would be crazy.
Yeah.
Definitely bannable, though. I definitely see. If anything, though, I don't think Spellhold would be the full problem. Spellhold is a problem, but like I think the larger problem is that you have infinite actions. You know, you have infinite actions. Wow, what a game, though! What a game! What a tournament as well.
What a tournament!
Of course, final placements will be dropped, right? We'll know who goes where exactly. But for the time being, what we do know is our final 2 participants. We don't know when they're going to play. If they want to play after this and they want to, play it out essentially now, we will let them. If they want to wait on it, you'll have to wait for another live stream where we just play that one out.
Yep, you're going to have to tune in. Assuming
that they don't want to play it now. But, wow, this has just been quite the event. Sorry, I'm just looking for ways to abuse this deck. I'm thinking about like what are like some pay 1 action cost cards I can just use to like abuse this, right? There's got to be a way.
I mean, I'm trying to think, and
I mean Party God and Pyromancer. If you were to play Party God instead of Lich, and then Pyromancer with infinite actions, you have infinite movement, which is infinite damage for a smack face. It's not an FTK, of course.
Well, Pyromancer doesn't cost the
effect is pay 1 action, move Pyromancer to an empty landscape, right? And if you have Party God, you just like infinitely bounce it, you know? Maybe Party God can be viable if you just do all of this for infinite actions and then spam move one guy between landscapes. The problem is it's still slower than this because Creepy Crypt. Do you think do you think Creepy Crypt just gets banned?
I think that there's a world where Creepy Crypt might get banned. I think that at this point, this deck is only possible because of Crypt. I could see a world where out of the 3 cards, it's actually a Crypt that gets hit. And
I could see a Crypt hit because, like, in what world are you using Crypt for fair purposes?
It's an engine. It's a win con.
True, but it's like there are a lot of things in this that are kind of degenerate, but the worst of them, the worst offender, is Creepy Crypt for sure.
There was also a Gray Eyebat loop that was brought to the attention, and Gray Eyebat got banned.
Yeah, because it was like what Gray Eyebat, you could discard like Propagator. No, wait, Gray Eyebat doesn't discard. It's pay 1 action, add a useless swamp, right? So you would go like BMO. I looked at the list initially. I thought I've looked at other things where it's like but you would just use a card like a Bayou Fountain even. That's just discard a card, boost a guy by 1 attack. Then you would like Gray Eyebat to pay that action you got from Abnegator, add Abnegator back, and just loop that infinitely.
Yeah.
Also, Shizra, I'm not going to lie. I don't think 3 Golden Axe Stumps save you here. I think you still die with 3 Golden Axe Stumps. I'm not going to lie.
Yeah, just Gray Ibat with Propagator was a problem, so Gray Ibat got an emergency ban ahead of this tournament, but clearly it was not enough.
Oh no! I mean, I don't think it was. I think it was stopped. I don't even know why it was stopped. Actually, I'll have to ask Scott because I know Scott apparently was the reason he found a combo that was broken with Ibat.
It was Ibat and Propagator. I know.
And Propagator for how was Propagator playing into it? You mean Abnegator?
Because it's a loop.
Or because Abnegator is the one that you discard and gain an action. Or are you talking about like Propagator? Because Propagator is the one that looks at the top card and gives you 2.
Yeah, I just know that there was a loop with Ibat and Propagator because Box told me.
I wonder how Propagator played into it. I'll have to ask Box or Scott or one of them about it. But yeah, this is pretty much cooked, right? The Creepy Crypt's down. This is pretty much game.
Yeah, this is the spiral, the downward spiral.
You know what would be funny here? Scott does have an open lane 2-attack Dog Boy. He could end the game with a battle instead of an effect kill, right?
Yeah. It does have 2 attack right now.
It does indeed. That would be funny. Also, Dog Boy's an LSP card? That's interesting. I don't know how Dog Boy relates to Lumpy Space Princess at all, but okay.
Because Lumpy Space Princess is useless swamp blue plains, I believe.
No, but like the concept of Dog Boy, I don't know how it relates to Lumpy Space Princess, but
well, it's a discard effect.
No, I mean effect-wise, I get it. I'm talking about like the card name in the picture, you know.
I don't think there's any relation.
There's not, but still. I mean, there's only so much you can talk about. We already know the full combo, which is just spam guys over guy and win. But we've gotten to a point now where the game is sealed. So, like, there's not much to speak on this.
I'm at a loss for words. I've been for, like, the past hour and a half.
Yeah. I'm shocked Scott just doesn't end it, though. Maybe he just doesn't have enough zeros? But he has 8 actions. 8 actions, pay 1 action per card, and you still kill Shizre with Creepy Crypt. So no, this is just like, yeah, this is just game. There's nothing here. Well done to both of our participants. Shizre as well, placing the highest of anybody from the previous tournament, I believe.
Mm-hmm. Previous tournament finalists made it again to the semifinals.
And honestly, would have made it to the finals if the matchup was Shizre versus Stealth or Brax Lorcan, probably. If Scott faced anybody else, I think Shizre makes finals, but that's just not how this works out sometimes.
It's just the luck of the draw, or the unluck of the draw.
Oh, man. Well done to both of our competitors here. Also, just want to note, by the way, we have watched... This is our 5th round, right? Or is it the 4th round? I'm losing track of time. This is the 4th round, and we have seen 2 Babyfin and Jake decks, and neither of them won. So
it's a little telling about the current meta and what people's fears were, and maybe they are a little founded to judge.
Yeah. Can you imagine us surviving with 1 HP? That would be hilarious. Okay, but shut up. Okay. Oh, man. To be fair, I think if Shizre can live on 1 HP, they win the game. Because I think the clapback is strong enough. Assuming that they have a guy like Immortal Maze Walker, you know? Or like a Pirate Bear.
Immortal Maze Walker, Corn Landscape with it being open, but it's not. So you'd have to do Pirate Bear.
Oh, okay. So yeah, you would need Pirate Bear, and then you would need the Black Hole Pendant, and I think that would be lethal. 2 Black Hole Pendants into Pirate Bear. But I mean, we're not getting to that point. Cute Overload with no cards in deck.
We're like 3 cute overloads deep.
But also, there are no cards in deck. Why are you playing Cute Overload? You can't draw anything. There's no cards. That's 2 more damage. Wait, I
There
thought
are
he had no
cards in the
cards.
deck.
What? Let me refresh.
You have to refresh.
I did refresh. Oh, I guess I didn't refresh soon enough. My bad. Oh, he recently played a Bog Cyclone. Never mind.
Snake Eye Ring.
I mean, actually, if you want to just prevent this deck, there's one easy ban. You just ban Bog Cyclone. Because, I mean, Scott never gets there without Cyclone.
You would deck out and you would be stuck, yeah.
You either ban Cyclone or you ban Crypt. Or both, because I'm okay with both.
I'm going to reserve from making any calls on current state of the ban list, present and future, but it's something that I think should definitely and will be looked at in the future.
By the way, 2 minutes until overtime is over. So, in 2 minutes, the game will have to be ended because of overtime. Scott, my guy, you have 8 actions. Just play 5 monsters into that one slot with your 8 actions. Come on.
Nine actions. This is just unbelievable, and I've been staring at it for about 2 hours. It certainly feels that way.
Yeah. If I hadn't skipped the last round... What do you mean? Did she just skip a round?
Yeah, it would,
And at least shave you off a point? Oh, if Shizar wouldn't have scooped, essentially, then Scott wouldn't have had enough time to do this. Though I think at this point, Scott's just playing around. I don't think he's, like, actually trying to kill. If he was, he's had a billion ways to do so by now. Like, he's just way overdoing this.
Scott is playing with their prey before ending it.
I think that's time in the round. Let me just make sure here. Yeah, that is time in the round. Well, that was...
Yeah, I think Scott's was just trying to get as many actions as they possibly could.
That's what I think was happening. Scott was just trying to get a billion actions. He has more life at the end, and there's also one out. So yeah, that's it. That is time in the round.
Very well played by both opponents.
Very well played. Wait. I would have gained 7 more actions.
I'm sure you did, but you know what? We gotta go home at some point.
We do. The game has to end. That is true.
All right, well, we have just witnessed the semifinals of the 2025 Card Wars Untapped tournament.
That is very true. At this point, I believe that's all the games in the round. I could be wrong. I'm pretty sure it's all the games in the round. For the time being, we're going to take a brief intermission, and then we will come back with the results. When Box drops the results. I'm assuming that this is just results, because there are only 2 players left now that haven't been defeated. And Scott's not Scott. And Box would be the end of the tournament, would be when 2 players are left. I'm assuming this is the end, but if it isn't, we'll have more content for you in some time here. But for the time being, we're going to go on an intermission, and we will be back shortly. Welcome on back, guys. Welcome to the finals here. So, if you look on screen here, I have put the placements. So, in first place, we have Brax Lorcan and Not a Thought Scott's in second. They will be playing a final match here, where the winner will win the full event. Thank you to everyone else who participated. All placements are on screen now. If you were in the event, see where you are. You can even post about it in the chat. I'd love to see what you guys felt, how you guys felt about the event. But for the time being, we're gonna head on into this game with Scott, and we're gonna have a great time. Let's quickly load in. How are you feeling for this final game here, Jeff?
My head is spinning. I don't know what day it is. I can smell colors. I can taste sounds. All reason has left me.
Oh no, I definitely understand. We have been in this booth for about 5 hours now. What I will say though is, because one of the competitors is Scott, there's a chance we are not going to be here for very long. With Scott and FTK, if he, powers through that FTK, we could be here for 10 minutes maybe. I doubt it, but
or it could be the whole time.
We have watched him in 2 rounds, and round 1 went for 50 minutes, and round 2 went for the full time. The 2 times we watched him. So I'm gonna hope Scott punches this all the way through. Just for context, I have not seen Brax's deck yet. Okay.
Yeah, I'm gonna hope that there's an upset here, and Brax Lorcan.
If Brax Lorcan pulls up the upset of the century, wait, did they both just roll 3s?
Oh, it's an even matchup. This is not boding well.
That's insane. All right. Okay, Scott wins the roll, so Scott gets to go first. Means that he wins game 1.
Yep.
All right, scoop it up. No. Scott could brick. Scott did brick against Prophet for that 1 game that he has played. So Scott has played 7 games, by the way. And he has won 6 of them, where he only lost a game because he bricked. Isn't that insane to think about? Actually, no, wait, it's not 6, it's 8 games, right? Because he just 2-0'd, Cheese Race. So it's he is 7-1, I'm pretty sure, or 8-1 over this event. Where the 1 game he lost was because he bricked.
Listen, this deck, this tournament, I need to get out the whiteboard because I'm not following any of it anymore.
Right. I want to put up, I don't know how to do this, but I want to try to put up a poll. I've never done this before. I'd love to put a poll of what people think who is going to win this event. If I can, that'd be great. Let me see.
I think that this has been an incredible tournament. I think that everybody that's come out and played today has shown incredible, sportsmanship, gameplay. This tournament is really good to see because this means that this community has grown to a place where this is possible. And I think that that's still wild to think about and really encouraging to see for a game that is this old without having any new content until just now.
Right. This game has had its ups and downs for sure. And I mean, up until the first Kickstarter, it was really dying. It was going really slowly. But now that we've reached the first Kickstarter, and we got through that, the game started getting a bit more traction. We've got through the second Kickstarter now. We're having 26-man tournaments. This is awesome.
Yep, and hopefully it's just up from here. Having the Bog Cyclone on top of the deck was a little wild.
Oh, for sure. That was, wow.
So we're going to Lich, we're going to pop the Blueberry Genie for an action.
Yeah, I don't know if I can't figure out the poll. I guess I'm not YouTube coded like that, I guess. So But hey, if you guys are in the chat, I want you to post like how you guys feel. Do you guys think Scott's gonna take it? Do you think Braxlor's gonna take it? What do you think? With that being said, though, I want to. There you are. Sorry, you were. I couldn't see you on my side. I opened my Discord to see you were here. So, everyone, I want to welcome to the commentary booth here. Box. Box is the host of the event here. He played in the first couple rounds. I think we saw one of his games. And so he decided to hop out. He's doing admin stuff now. And so I want to welcome him to the commentary booth. How are you feeling today, Box?
Hey, how's it going? I'm feeling pretty good. I got to see this whole tournament here come out. It's been pretty nice to watch.
So how'd you feel about your performance? Obviously, you only played a couple games, but how did that go for you? What'd you feel?
I mean, like, I had a lot of fun playing Simon. Like, my opponents played really fun games. My last one had like a really like cool ending to it. So I mean, that was just really fun to watch. Like, Strength Crystal was limited to 1 on that tournament. So dying to Strength Crystal as the strategy for a burn deck was really like, I guess like not something I even thought of being a thing for like how that could have gone. And so that was just really fun.
Right. So I got to ask you here, Box. I'm assuming you've seen Scott's deck, you've seen Braxlorkin's deck.
Yeah.
Who do you think's winning this? Obviously, who do you take here?
I honestly haven't seen much of Brax's list yet. I've seen a lot of Scott's. I think I've seen Scott's list be played, and I'm just wondering if there's a way to beat it. Something might be able to come out of it, but like, if it is, that would be fantastic.
We've been in deep discussion about possible counters to this, and I don't think that there's much unless you're using Billy, and then you like fall asleep at the wheel and forget and deck out.
Has there been any like hand rip decks?
No, not in this event. We haven't seen any. At least not that we've spectated.
I did suggest a hand rip deck could counter this.
Yeah. Like, I think that's really the only thing I could think of. Either like hand rip or like opponent land face down decks, which I don't think I really saw any of those.
The face down decks don't work because he has 3 big feet or Bigfoot or whatever. He has 3 of them, so he just unflip his own lands.
We saw a matchup with face down landscape.
Oh, but it was his own. It was Death, and it was Shizrai played Rockout to flip one of Scott's blue planes. It just didn't matter.
I wonder if maybe a card that like when your opponent's landscape would be flipped back up, you can remove this card or something like that to make that not happen.
Well, no matter how you do it, though, Scott has ways to remove creatures. It'd have to be in a building, but
yeah,
that's unlikely. I think the easy way to beat this deck is to just ban Creepy Crypt. That beats the whole deck.
Yeah.
Tell your opponent you play Creepy Crypt, you lose.
Yeah, definitely in consideration for sure.
Add a new card. If you play Creepy Crypt, you lose the game.
Yeah, I really like the sound of that card. I think that should be good. If you're a card in Scott's deck, you immediately get limited by 1.
If your opponent is not a Thought Scott, you win the game.
Well, so your opponent isn't able to floop or attack on their first 2 turns instead of just the first one.
Oh, I see. I don't think that changes this, though. All it does is prevent his dog boys, right?
No, exactly. That's the point. Yeah. No, we add rules that don't actually do anything. You know?
Oh, I see. But no, I mean, also, Scott does this turn 1 anyway, so, like, you can't flip on turn 1 anyway, so it doesn't really matter.
Oh, for sure. I think the entire, like, before the tournament campaign, he was just like, yeah, no, floop effects suck.
But, you know what's the funny thing? We were talking about the data way earlier in the event here, and it's funny, because... there were like 4 or 5 moniker decks that made it through. So there were like 4 or 5 people playing flute decks, you know?
I think because of what's it called? Grand Prix. I think Grand Prix ban made people that would have been playing Grand Prix now play moniker.
Yeah, that would explain it.
That does make a lot of sense. I don't know why they would have played Grand Prix though, because Moniker's just better though, right? Because Moniker you don't have to repay the action cost. Or actually, do you have to pay the cost with Grand Prix or no?
No, you don't. Yeah, you just play it down for free.
I thought you had to pay the cost.
That was insane.
Never mind.
Also, with the turn that you play it.
Yeah, it also made Cornfields really good because you had Ethan Allfire, and so you could just draw 8 cards immediately from that with just the 1 cost.
I mean, we saw a draw 8 earlier too.
How about you talk about the thought process behind the Ethan Allfire ban because we were discussing that.
Okay. basically, if you take like the Ethan Allfire emoji, right? Now you put 2 of them to the left, right, and you put like a slant on the right of that, and then you put 3 on the other side. You know, it makes the legendary 2 out of 3 Ethan Allfires meme. Now, this took me a lot of time to consider, right? But like, just I think it is like one of the most fantastic memes ever. That's fantastic. It's great. It's great, really. I just wanted to kind of I wanted to make sure that the ban list wasn't only hitting things just as an immediate countermeasure, but also long-term stuff. And it's not that there isn't immediate stuff for it.
Sorry to interrupt you guys, by the way, but Scott passed the turn, meaning he did not FTK Brax, so Brax could win. If Brax has an open lane, too.
What?
Yo.
If Brax has an Immortal Maze Walker on that cornfield and has a way to boost it, Brax could take game 1. Hold up.
That would be wild.
Wait a minute.
The crowd is going wild.
Dude, this is insanity. So, I know you were talking about earlier, Box. I want to let you know, so Brax actually, with his deck list, I think I'd even brought up to you as well that his deck list is very similar to Prophet's. So they're like card for card basically the same. They're friends as far as I'm aware. Prophet had told me that they submitted the same list. So their list is just a Baby Finn and Jake beatdown. It's, you know, you got your Pirate Bears, you have your boost cards, you have your Immortal Maze Walkers, you're trying to drop a card, boost it a billion times, kill the opponent. And I'm pretty sure Immortal Maze Walker with 1 Black Hole Pendant is lethal here, right? Because that's 4.
That would be sick.
5, that's 6 times 3 times 2. That's no, that's not enough. 6 times 3 times 2 is no, that's 36. That's lethal. So 1 Black Hole Pendant and 1 Immortal Maze Walker, and that's game on board.
And also, that's still like the first round. If that's the first one, like the next 2, they just have to win the coin flip on that 3rd one.
Well, even then, the problem is whether you go first or second, you lose to this deck unless Scott bricks, because he kills you by effect damage, not attack damage. So if you go second, doesn't matter. If you go first, it doesn't matter because you can't attack going first anyway.
Yeah, the only way that you can reliably win against this deck is if it malfunctions, which inconsistencies in FTK and OTK decks are always going to be kind of the downfall of that. But at that point, when you're relying on like luck to win you the game, isn't that just like bringing it back to what a card game is?
True.
That is honestly very true, yeah.
Yeah. Do you guys have any cards that you're looking forward to in the upcoming, like, not currently put in, but seen on the Kickstarter cards?
So we actually talked about this earlier because I made a mess up while I was doing the deck checks, and I allowed a ban card through, and we were talking about it because I thought it was just a normal card and it looked nice. That card being Gossamer Beam. It's a card that I didn't even know. I thought I saw a Prismo Lich. I thought it was an older card, but I let it through, and it's a card that I'm kind of excited for. That's a cool looking card. I thought it was legal. I was like, that's a cool card. I would love to see that.
What does the card do?
Mr. Card Knowledger, Mr. Scott, Mr. Jeff, you've done all the card knowledge.
Gossamer Beam is a 1-cost useless swamp spell, and it lets you target an opponent and make them discard a card, and then you can return a creature from your discard pile to your hand.
That's pretty cool. So it's like a 1-cost Bone Wand, but it returns a creature. Like,
and it also makes them discard as well. That's the... But, I mean, to be fair, people are going to be running Abnegator, so you just probably... But also, wait. What happens if you... Can you gain an action on an opponent's turn? Surely no, right? But also, can you do anything with that?
Probably not. But I'm thinking if you add back the Abnegator with the Gossamer Beam, it's also just another free card.
Oh, sure. But I'm saying, like, if I play Gossamer Beam, my opponent pitches an Abnegator, what happens there? But that's something...
No, true. Yeah.
You know.
Neither here nor there. That bridge will be crossed when we get there.
I guess it would, because you wouldn't really have a way to spend it, and so if you gain the action and it resets at the end of the turn, then it would just fizzle, I guess.
Also, can't help but notice, Brax Lorcan plays Careful Shuffle, calls the letter U, and hits 2 Abnegators to get 2 free actions off the top of the deck.
Wow. Yeah, I mean, and we're going to do it again, another Careful Shuffle.
What are you looking for with this Careful Shuffle? You're calling U, so I'm assuming Unempty Coffin. So that probably means that they had the Immortal Maze Walker. They're just looking for an Empty Coffin, I bet. But why would they be looking for an Empty Coffin? You can just pay 2 and then... Maybe they have a boost card that's an action cost?
They might need like the extra actions for something.
I see. Also, they're not putting cards in the discard pile. They're calling you again. Let's see.
There have been times where like I've had because I'm playing Simon, right? So I have the reindeer and I have what's the 2-cost 5/6 or 6/5.
Reindeer and the 2-cost 5/6.
Yeah, the 6/5. It's the new like
Blizzardborn?
Blizzardborn.
Oh, it's
Yeah, so I'll have those in hand, but if I have those and like I know that my unempty coffins are further in, sometimes I do feel like taking the gamble and like trying to play some more draw cards, even if that brings me down actions to try and draw into my creepy crypts or even a clone.
I see. No, I mean that's pretty useful. Also, just by the way, Raise the Dead here. Losing a Raise the Dead, losing a Ghost Ninja, and a Pirate Bear. Ghost Ninja would actually be huge, I think, if you could get that Ghost Ninja and smack Scott.
I'm not sure that's what you want to see.
Gramophone for the 1. That's a little...
Might be in trouble.
Just gotta say, by the way, Immortal Maze Walker is a 2, right? Like, I'm not overthinking this.
Yes.
It is a 2-cost, so...
You cost Swamp Creature, correct.
Brax Lorcan needs... Oh, they're paying a second action for what? They paid 1 action for... Gramophone. Wait, where did the second action go? Oh, did they play a Gnome Snot? No, they discarded Gnome Snot off with a Careful Shuffle. I'm not sure here. Oh, there's a Maze Walker. Hold up.
Yeah.
Discarding the Maze Walker?
Discarding Beach Mummy too.
Interesting.
They do only have 1 swamp, so I guess they really only are playing it through cheating it out.
Raise the Dead for the
Raise the
Immortal Maze
Dead.
Walker!
There you go.
Dude,
Nice.
wait. Independent, that's game!
Yo!
Wait, because that's 6 times 3 times 2. That's 18 times 2. That's 36 damage. Scott
Wow.
is down
Wow.
1
That.
game.
Wow.
That's kind of insane.
Hold up. We have a game on our hands, guys.
You're scooping.
Yo.
I'm genuinely in shock right now.
If Scott bricks one more time, Brax
Yeah.
will make the most insane underdog cook.
Upset.
He will upset so hard here. It would be
Exactly.
like, what a way to end the tournament.
I was not expecting there to be a Scott loss in this round, honestly.
No, I mean we were
There
just talking
there are
about the
stakes.
game.
There are stakes to this.
No, I mean we were just talking about the game
Yeah.
here, man. And I was thinking like, let's just talk about the game a bit. Let's talk about the future of the tournament because this would be a quick 2-0 for Scott, right?
Yeah.
I
This
didn't
became
expect
an
this.
interview with like the server owner and tournament host.
Yeah, I wasn't thinking
Yeah.
this was going to be as intense as it really is looking like. Scott's now on the back pedal. Like, this is kind
sure.
of crazy.
Right?
Oh man.
Scott did not
Okay.
mulligan,
What a game.
though. No mulligan from Scott, so that might be
Dang.
an indicator.
Yeah.
Braxton's gonna gramophone
Ooh.
and discard Abnegator and discard
Does Scott do the patented discard 2 Abnegator?
Bigfoot.
No. Okay. 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 So, where are we going from here? He still has 2 actions because of the Abnegator. Snake Eye Ring to get back the
Snake Eye Ring.
Abnegator. Yep, makes sense. A little early, not gonna lie. I feel like you'd probably want to say... Oh, you have a Dog Boy. Never mind. Like, you probably want to save that for, like, a Propagator, but okay. Dog Boy's gonna pop, give him back an action. Gotcha. Okay. Oh, there's the X-Ray specs.
Respect.
Alright, so if we see a
Yeah.
single Propagator, that's the game, right? That's just game over at that point. There's a go.
I think it's also pretty cool to see the Lich because
There it
he
is.
was used a lot in the last tournament. But
Oh,
I know
yeah.
people have been talking more so about new stuff, and so seeing an older competitive
Oh, yeah.
hero be used in the next one as well is really cool to me.
And
Yeah.
we had a whole discussion about older cards becoming more meta relevant.
Mhm.
It's
Yeah.
really cool to see.
In
Like
the...
Frozen Heart, like was also like
Mhm.
just I haven't seen anybody use that for like the previous tournament and stuff.
I was genuinely looking at Frozen Heart a couple weeks ago because I was looking at making an ice deck, and
Yeah.
I read Frozen Heart. And I was like, that's a really cool card. Like, if you use that with like Ice Warden and like Icebox, like
Yeah.
Oh no, yeah, Frozen
And then-
Heart seems pretty strong. Yeah.
Also, that one zero cost bomb card that we had added to the game recently, the what's the name for it? It's Devastation or something like that.
Oh, Delta Domination.
Delta Domination. That card, I've been using that to combine that with Frozen Heart. So like, if I need to deal more damage, I can stack 3 onto that.
yeah. So Delta Domination is a 0-cost useless swamp spell that deals damage to a target creature equal to the combined cost of cards you control.
Yep.
That's a really good combo that you found.
Oh,
Yeah.
so we were talking earlier prior to you joining the booth here, Box, and what are your thoughts on Bog Cyclone here? Because obviously the idea to limit it was that you can't recycle it, but Scott's over here with Grape Genie, so you can. Obviously, Grape Genie's not a problem here, but I'm just curious, what are your thoughts on Bog Cyclone specifically?
So Bog Cyclone, I would get into the card a little bit more. There are some reasons why I can't really right now, but I hope that the audience here knows that there will be things going on with that to keep it in check.
Okay. So I guess actually that is a question for like, obviously with this deck, you could easily prevent it in a very easy way by just banning Creepy Crypt, right? I think that alone completely cuts the deck. It doesn't prevent the infinite actions, but there's not a lot you could do with infinite actions besides Creepy Crypt
I can't guarantee a hard ban as of now. We're definitely going to spend some time after this tournament to really work out the ban list and like see where we need to go from here. Because I think the first tournament that we had like this was really finding what cards just make the game so ridiculous that it's not even a toss. Like there is no chance either way. If your opponent has an objectively just more tuned deck, where with this it finally does somewhat feel like we have an actual meta format.
No,
I would agree with that.
I think I would agree that this feels healthier. Aside from this one deck, everything else looked very fun and interesting.
For sure.
And not to say that Scott's deck isn't very
very fun.
interesting. Scott's deck is extremely interesting. It's just not a very fun deck to play or play against, I would assume.
Oh yeah. I mean, it's been cool to watch at least.
Oh yeah, no, I mean we've fangirled over this like we've seen Scott in 3 games now. We watched 5 rounds. He's been in 3 of them because one of them was an interesting matchup against She's Ray. We have to watch this one, of course. Not to say we wouldn't want to, but we and we watched one earlier in the event.
Yeah.
So we've seen it 3 times, and every time we're just a bit speechless. It's so consistent, and it's just a machine,
I'm so glad that our first reaction to that is now on video.
Right.
Yeah.
What a great moment.
We were talking before the tournament. I was showing him some deck lists and things to look out for, just to talk about like things during the event. And we both looked at this deck list for Scott. We're like, what does this deck do? How does it win?
Well,
It must be Creepy Crypt, but like, how does it do it? We were just dumbfounded. Like, what does this deck actually do? And it wasn't until we started watching it. It's just a machine. It's insane. I've had a great time watching
parted.
it. Right.
Nice.
Oh.
Yeah. Like I'm definitely gonna be like spending time just rewatching this stream and like seeing the ways, like different ways people play their cards in the decks and stuff that we really haven't seen in like casual untapped games and stuff before too.
I mean, there's a lot of content to rewatch. We have 5.5 hours here of stream content to go, that at least I'm gonna have to go over and cut segments out for all kinds of stuff. But
Yeah, this
Oh yeah,
will
that's
be
gonna be
chopped
super
up.
cool.
This will be chopped up into segments on the YouTube channel.
exactly.
Yep, and for anybody watching this right now, we will be having a new channel where we have all sorts of untapped related content posted up there. Popular Demand Games is going to be the name for it. We got like a little gesture mascot going on and all that. So I'm really excited to see where kind of everything goes with that.
But yeah, we're going to chop up this stream. We're going to chop up all kinds of content. We're going to put it on that channel. So if there are any moments you like throughout this stream, you can either watch the VOD back or you can go to that channel. And on that channel, you'll see, we're also going to share the VOD onto that channel as well. But you can see like each specific game that we spectated. You can watch just the cool moments we saw, like the Blizzard-born draw 8. That was a very cool moment.
There were many moments during this tournament where we both physically pogged.
It was awesome.
Nice.
There have been some great moments throughout this tournament.
Yep, and it seems like we've had some great hosting as well as usual.
Well, thank you. We've had a lot of praise through the comments, so I'm glad that we weren't fumbling. I really thought with the previous event, it's like 1 hour of commentary. That's easy. 5.5 hours of commentary. Can you really hold the vibes for 5.5 hours?
I mean, I definitely I came in and I left multiple times, and it felt like consistent content. Like you guys I feel like you guys have a great dynamic for this.
Well,
thank you.
Thank you.
I think this is a lot of fun, and I'm looking forward to continuing to do this with my co-host here.
Yeah, I mean, we'll do it each time. But I will say as well, there were some moments that I was like, I don't know what to do or say. I feel like, it was mostly in the Scott game, so I don't know what to say. We've seen this combo.
The Scott deck kind of speaks for itself.
Did you guys try out maybe during times where there's a lot of spacing and stuff, just kind of popping around different things and stuff like that?
So we watched full games, and then after a game ended, we went to a new game until the round was over, and then between rounds, we just took basically a 10-minute intermission. A lot of people have a break.
I would like to hear from the people watching feedback on that. How did you feel about us kind of hopping around, us watching the full match, and then kind of filling time afterwards? What would you like to see in the future? Maybe we can format this better.
Oh, yeah, make sure
and maybe there could be some sort of oh, sorry.
Oh no, you're good. I was saying you guys can comment down below, or you can even just ping me on Discord or Jeff or Box or whatever, and let us know your comments, and we can go forward with the next event and make sure we incorporate your guys' ideas. As you were saying though, Box.
Oh yeah, I was saying I definitely could see maybe there being some sort of games that we could do during the intermission stuff or things like that.
I was looking at making getting a video graphic to play between the intermissions. I just put up the thumbnail and let it sit there with the music playing in the background. But I was thinking about, and also someone asked earlier, is this sponsored by Cryptozoic? And I told them no, that you and I sponsor this. We covered all the costs and the handling of it. But if we were to get sponsors featured down the line, we could, between rounds, just slap down a future, something of that nature.
Yeah.
Also, just gotta say, by the way, Scott just threw 16 cards, so I think we can safely say this game is won by Scott.
I like that the final of this tournament kind of turned into a podcast, but honestly, I love the energy of it, and I feel like this is indicative of kind of the energy of the game as well.
Yeah, I mean, but
for sure.
I mean, the thing is, the game is going on, and there's a lot going on with it, but it's a lot of things over our heads. Scott is just a monster. Okay, he is personally friends with every single one of these cards. So while we could try to comment on what he's doing, we don't know to the degree he does. So it's just best for us to try to keep vibes and watch what's happening.
Or the peanut gallery over here.
Exactly.
Yeah, I'd say Scott almost is competitive Card Wars.
Oh, for sure. I told earlier, I was like, if you look at all the decks and deck lists, I bet you at least 50% of them are Scott's lists. At least 50%. Yeah. Just because the dude doesn't stop. He makes a deck, he drops it. He makes a deck, he drops it. He tries to boost everybody around him with this list. And, I mean, if you knew how to play this deck before the tournament, it would have been something else, All the people playing would have played this for sure.
The debut of this deck being broadcasted live, and now it's going to be absolutely shredded by the list.
Oh, I mean, this, respectfully, even if this wasn't shown live, this cannot exist.
No.
For sure.
Even if this deck went 0-4, I think it still just couldn't exist, because look at how potent it could be,
Yeah.
Cards that could come out in the future.
And I mean, really, Dog Boy, though. How do you beat Dog Boy? He's just the champ. He's a good boy.
Yeah, Dog Boy is just insane. He's just broken. You know what?
Yeah, honestly.
You should have -1 copies of him in your deck. Not even 0, -1 copies.
Exactly. And then Beach Ball, of course, as we know, should be brought to 4,
Exactly.
As it is.
Yeah.
Yep.
Well, hold on now. Wait. I feel like we're kind of ganging up on me here. I don't know about all of that.
I do have to say, by the way, Box, we had someone in the comments earlier asking, let me get the exact message, but I'm pretty sure it was, when is beach ball getting banned? Any idea?
Yeah.
Well, so I mean, before we ban it, we still have to put it to 4.
Okay.
No, beach ball is not getting touched just at all. Like, I just want to put that out there. Currently, there is no thought even of banning beach ball.
Okay, and I agree, and I told the comments as well. It's like the card would only need to be hit if it wasn't once per turn. Because it's once per turn,
Yeah.
it's completely fine at 3.
Yeah, and I do have to gloat a little bit. I was the person that added that clause to it. Just gotta slide that in there.
Right. But not only that, but like you also, I'm pretty sure Cryptozoic officially printed once per turn on the beach ball, right? So it's not even, like,
I gave them like the line for that. Yeah.
Yeah, so like it wasn't even like this isn't like a community choice. Like this is genuine card because of the community, you know?
Yeah, for sure.
Scott is saying they're experiencing lag. It is untapped, so we kind of expect lag a lot of the time.
Well, that's kind of what happens when you're performing like all these rituals and the ghosts in the machine are whirring and
Yeah.
I mean, Scott said earlier, and it does not, and I kind of agree, which is he probably has played more cards than everybody else combined in this tournament because he's playing like 70 cards a game, or maybe even more than that per game, not even round, you know?
It'd be a really crazy number to know the amount of times that Scott has dragged a card into the battlefield, or the discard pile. Like, just in total, if you counted up all of the times he has done that through his play testing, through his tournaments, that would be an astronomical number to see.
Well, what I can say is he has 36 hours of game time, so it's probably likely he's carried several thousands of cards between play and discard, you know?
Yeah, I'm really interested to see the statistics after the tournament of like what we did before, like the statistics of the frequency which cards appeared in decks, but also looking back now that we have a lot of these games documented, going back, analyzing that, figuring out
what are the most successful
effectiveness
cards.
and combos. Yeah.
So post tournament for the people watching and are in the server. If you're not in the server, description down below. Join the server. We talk about all kinds of stuff in there. We host events like these where we have $300 worth of prizing that you could win. So join if possible. With that being said, post tournament, I'm gonna post all the data. I've taken every deck, which going forward, Box, I'm gonna ask that you tell people to send it in text form because pictures are kind of hard.
Yeah,
but
we're also gonna have this up on Card Dweeb.
Exactly. So we have all of the card data, like of all the amount of the cards that were played, how many decks they were in, the total count of cards, how many you were allowed to have, and like how many were played compared to how much you could have had. That's I call that the utility number, the utility percentage. So if beach ball's at 3%, if there are 3 copies and you only played one of them, you played 1/3 of the possible beach balls. So it's 33% utility. That's how it worked. Outside of that, I also logged all the heroes and the percentages of the heroes, and that's gonna all be released in the thing down below. That's all gonna be released in the Discord. So go ahead and join if possible. Brax wants a bathroom break. Yeah, I mean he can. I mean that's fine with us, right? Unless you have a concern.
Yeah, I'd say. I mean that's fine with me. It's like there's not like a bunch of other people playing as well, so that seems perfectly fine.
Yeah, I mean we're just doing the Card Wars podcast here.
Exactly. Yeah, I still think it's hilarious that this all started out as a parody of Magic the Gathering.
I mean, as a lot of things do.
Fair.
Okay, looks like they're going to call this, and we're going to wait between G2 and G3. So between the games, we're just going to sit here and yap. So you guys can have some fun here. Unless you guys want to take a break, we could take a quick break with them. Any thoughts?
Maybe we could bring on one of the players from the tournament if there's any that are awake right now.
Are there any players from the tournament that want to hop in and tell us what their experiences? Anybody? The chat's been a little quiet, so I'm assuming... I don't know if my chat broke. Maybe it broke, but... even then, oh, yeah, no, my chat did break, so there's been a lot of comments I've missed. I'm so sorry, guys, for not talking with your comments here and all of that. Let's see.
George is awake.
Okay, but if anyone who was in the event wants to hop in, hop into the general voice call, and we'll just add you in.
Yeah, Georgie's up.
Let's see. Do they have access to the channel? Are we in the content room one?
Yeah, we're in concert.
Yeah.
I could drag them in though. That's what I did with Jeff. Jeff doesn't have access to this, so I dragged him in. Let me see. Yeah, so sorry guys for not responding to your live chats. My chat was broken. Let's see.
I mean, what a tournament this has been.
This has been so. Box, from your perspective, how has this tournament felt? Because obviously, there's been a lot of stuff going on. You know, like from the administrative side. Like, how have you felt about this event?
I feel like there's definitely wrong ways tournaments can go, and I feel like this was a really positive direction for the tournament scene for Card Wars.
Right.
Like, are there any like more like particular like ways?
What do you mean? Like in ways you
like in ways that you were like wondering from my perspective, like certain like
Yeah,
more
well,
like specific things.
Obviously, we had good turnout, right? We had 26 people sign up, and pretty much all of them join for at least one round. So I was wondering, what were your thoughts on like?
Yeah, so like I feel like
Mm-hmm.
yeah, the turnout was definitely high. Like I wanted really 18 after people drop out, because like usually you have like one or two people that kind of don't show up after signups, and so we had 26 people at the start. Sure, we may have had like 3 or 4 or even up to 6 drops, right? But that still leaves us at like a 20 core player base.
But also,
and I really
I also want to point out though, every player played one round. Like, even the players that did drop, like, we had 26 people sign up, and every single one of them played at least in the first round.
Yeah.
Yeah, I think a lot of it has to do with the deck list checks, too. Because, like, you really had to make sure your stuff was in by a certain time in there.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, it's a barrier to entry. If you're gonna show up, chances are you're invested enough that you're gonna go through all the steps to actually qualify.
Exactly. Like, it was, like, 2 parts for the authentication part. Because you had to give me your email, and then also give Diamond the deck list, and not, like, just one or the other.
So it looks like we have someone who is coming to join us here. This is Gosh Yu. Where did they place? They placed 9th in the tournament. So, hey, welcome on into the booth here. It looks like you placed 9th.
Hey.
How are you doing today?
Greetings.
Well, it's 5 a.m. right now. I'm kind of sleepy.
Oh man, jeez, you played throughout all the rounds, right? You didn't drop at any point.
I didn't drop at all.
Oh wow. I mean, I would have gone to sleep hours ago, to be fair. Well, so this started at your midnight then.
Yeah, exactly.
Oh,
And
wow.
my brother had a birthday party at the other room, so at 12 a.m. I just went to the other room to play
Some Card Wars. Hey, well, it was great having you.
Yeah.
So, you played quite a few games here, right? You played let's see, you had some great matchups against. Let's see. So I'm looking through the game log here, but it looks like you had. So just tell us about your experiences while I looked up your games real quick.
Well, I began with I was using Babyfield and Jake, but since I didn't have much time this week and I missed some cards which I would have preferred to put on the deck, like you remember I sent it like last moment. Well, kind of last moment, like I sent it at 12 a.m. my time, before the deadline, and well, when the deadline was up, I realized there are some cards which I would have preferred to have put on the deck, and
For sure.
For example, I was using Babyfield and Jake, and I didn't put Black Hole Pendant on it at all. So.
Oh, yeah, that was definitely one that I saw used in there.
Oh yeah, that card
I'm
is very popular right now with the Baby Finish.
I'm surprised the Black Hole Pendant's getting a lot of play.
Yeah, that's really cool to see, because it has a pretty low like attack amount, but then it doesn't really matter how low it is as long as it's something for when it comes to the multiplication decks.
Yeah, and with me, the black I lost twice, and it was against Babyfin and Jake decks with Black Hole Pendants on them.
Dang.
Yeah, the other 2 games were not against. such decks. And yeah.
So,
The hard counter.
so as a player, right, who played all the rounds, how did you feel about this event? Obviously, we all from the commentary booth and the admin side, we loved this event. We thought it went very well. How did you feel as a player?
Yeah, I feel like it went very well too. Like minus Scott's deck, which was obviously not under observed. I think it was all really well balanced, and Babyfield and Jake, I was expecting to do much better, but when I realized that was before I realized I was missing some valuable cards. Then I was like, shit, I'm fucked.
Right.
Yeah, but I was actually impressed by the deck Scott made, and I don't really usually like slow decks like some people using Bongo Bounce spells. That was it's not a card I like. It just slows down everything, and it annoys me. I'm not a patient person.
Oh no, I understand. I think people were using it to like counter the Babyfit and Jake win combo. Like, because if you can't smack me for face for 18 damage if I block 8 of it, you know.
Yeah. But by the way, I have something to tell Jeff. Like I was hoping I could play against Jeff in this tournament since we've played a lot together, and I was kind of disappointed when I realized he's not participating and he's just commenting.
I've been set up to do the commentary with Diamond since the tournament was announced, but I am definitely free to play at any point. Probably not today because my brain is mush.
Yeah, your brain is mush. It's 5 a.m. here.
That's real.
Will,
and I think like what's really cool is even though we've had like 20 something people show up, a good amount of people that are in different time zones have like put aside a day to stay up and like play this event with us, which like you can see that for different franchises and stuff. But when it becomes like such a niche thing, it's so cool to see people so like immersed in the fandom with it.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Well, hey, Goshu, it was awesome to have you on. We're gonna go ahead and head back to the match. They've been playing for a bit here, and we've been a little out of it, but
I've been out of it too. I was watching.
But yeah, we'll let you go. Good luck with the rest of your event, and great on your 9th place, man. That's a lot. There are 26 people. That's top half, and that's even like what, top third, I think. That's pretty good.
Yeah,
you know.
Yeah, that's the top 30%.
Awesome,
like,
dude.
Almost.
We hope to see you again. All right.
I have a question towards Box about the free raffle. When is it going to be announced, today or later?
Yeah, I'm thinking so because it is pretty late. It might be a little bit awkward to do it tonight, but I'll definitely send them tomorrow though.
Right.
Yeah, so we can expect all announcements about like results and raffles and stuff to happen very soon. So you can expect them.
Yeah. I think I might like space them out like around like 4 hours a piece.
Yeah, sounds cool.
Okay, hey, well, we'll see you next time. Good luck with your future events, and it was awesome having you here.
Thank you.
All right, guys. With that being said, we haven't watched much of this game going forward. It was great to have him on, but let's get into this here. We have some stuff going on here. Looks like Brax went first, played some cards, and it's Scott's turn now. It's just a question of does Scott FTK, right?
Yeah.
Oh, so let me refresh here so I have the full board. Oh, Scott played an X-Ray Specs? Didn't even notice that. Yep, that's pretty tough.
Yeah, and he's at 2 actions currently.
Dang, yeah. No, yeah, this is tough.
Clone, play the Propagator.
Clone for Propagator. Yeah, this is this GG? Does Scott do the reverse 2-0 here? What are we thinking?
I mean, I wasn't expecting the win in the first round, so I feel like anything that I say, the opposite is going to happen. So since the gods are clearly listening to me and deciding to mess with me personally, I'm going to stay silent on my feelings on the match so as to not influence it.
I see.
Yeah, that's perfectly fair.
I'm so like curious on how this could like change if things don't go perfectly how they need to go or not.
It's definitely balancing on a knife's edge more than we really thought it would.
So it's looking like we have another person who wants to hop in the booth here and talk about their experience. So let's bring them on in. We have Prophet here. Prophet placed pretty high, didn't they? They placed top 5. Yeah. So Prophet, so here we go. Prophet, welcome on into the booth. Placed top 5, which is extremely well. How are you feeling today?
Hi guys.
Hello. So how are you feeling about your experience? You had a lot of games. I think you're like, aside from Brax here, you're the only person who's beaten a single game out of Scott. So I mean, aside from everything else being top 5, like you've done very well. What are your feelings on the event so far and how you've done?
Yeah, event's really good and successful. A lot of players, a lot of different decks. Very interesting to watch and spectate some of the other heroes. You have Moniker. You had what do you call it? Choose a Goose, I think, as well. And of course, the Lich is here. So it's a nice scene, nice meta scene. So you have a lot of variation of decks. Scott's deck though takes the cake, takes the win out of all the decks.
Oh, for sure, yeah. Scott's deck here is just I mean, we've spoken many high praises of this list. But you did bring up something important. The Choose Goose list. I think there were 2 people who submitted just Choose Goose list, and we just didn't happen to see them in the tournament, which feels a little sad because Choose Goose is another new hero that we would have loved to see, right?
Yeah, he's definitely one of my favorites.
It was Whale Lord played Choose Goose in the first round. We spectated.
Oh, we did see Whale Lord play it. That's right. I forgot we saw that. That was.
Yeah.
What,
I
6
told
hours
you
ago?
I can't remember what happened 30 minutes ago, but I can remember what happened 5 hours ago. That's the catch.
Well, because your brain was working 5 hours ago, right?
Very true. Very true.
Oh man. So
that was really nice too.
So Prophet, you played. If I'm correct, you played another Baby Finn and Jake deck, right? I'm pretty sure it's the same list as this one with Brax, right?
Yeah, Brax and I are best friends, so.
Gotcha. So this is pretty much the same list here between you two, right?
Yes. We made up the same list. We did some play testing, some testing around the deck, and that's the list we came up with, and that's the list that we both brought into the tournament. I'm actually more of the Card Wars fan, and Brax is just in for the ride.
Gotcha. Well, hey, your work with Brax here has him in the finals, so like maybe he's not a Card Wars guy, but maybe this will make him one. He reached top 2 bare minimum. Now Scott is looking really strong here, so I'm not sure if he can take it off of Scott, but if he can, like, this is a really strong position.
I mean, the only way for Scott for the deck to lose is if the deck chokes up. So it's pretty much him beating himself.
Well, he did choke up in one game, so against Brax specifically as well. Even ignoring the game he choked against you, if he just doesn't draw, if he can't draw to completion here, there's, there is a world where even Brax can take a 2-0 from this. Now Scott has 5 actions right now. I don't know if we're really noticing that, but it's unlikely. 5 actions, drawing 4 more cards. I think it's very likely Scott closes this game out, but even ignoring that, like, you and Brax both did very well in this event, both making top 5, which 2 out of the top 5, I think you guys could do a lot more if you had, if you play more. So I wish you guys luck in your future events, man. How would you feel about this one, though, like specifically for you,
Oh, it was really nice. I mean, pretty much won most of the games. I think I only lost to Scott. And I think that goes for 3 to 5. Standings in the 3rd to 5th place have 1 loss each. Yeah, the other deck that placed 3 to 5th was Simon, and it was using was it Simon? I think it was Simon, and then also it was using freezing all the landscapes and using Icy Commando for the kill.
Oh, gotcha. Okay.
Was
Yeah,
that,
we saw a lot of Icy Commando. We saw a few people on some Icy Commando WinCon. But I think it's just because, you have a 2-drop that can give it +8, So I think that's a really big factor there.
Yes, that's right. Scott is 4 actions now.
Just
and
Bog
he only
Cyclone
has
as
six-
well, so this is pretty much all she wrote.
Hmm.
It's a very uphill battle for Brax here.
Never.
Yes, it would be-
never.
That is fair. Never say never. It looks like Box lost connection. He might rejoin us at some point, but if not, that is fine. So what was this like? So you said that you and Brax were building these decks, right? So was it like you guys sat down, you guys were like working it out? Was it like you built a list, you sent it to him, and like you guys talked it out? Like how did this happen?
Well, we played Car Wars back in 2021, 2020, 2019, and so we regularly play Card Wars and try to think out what are the good decks to play. And so we have a lot of hours of playtime with Card Wars. So, and we found out there was a tournament, and I said, hey, let's join, and then let's make all our efforts worth it. All the theory crafting and buying the cards from Kickstarter, from eBay, and all the other different sources. And it was just a fun experience, community. It's really nice, very fun.
Well, it's awesome to hear. With that being said, though, we thank you for entering the booth and talking about your experiences, along with how you got to this point. We wish you luck, but we should get back into the game here. All right.
Yes, that's right.
We will see you later, Prophet.
Thank you.
Yeah, thank you for joining us, and well done on your placement in the tournament.
Well done. So, I mean, I could ask you what you think's going to happen here, but I think we're pretty certain.
You know where this is going.
3 actions left. I don't even know how many cards are in his hand. The Crypt is out. He's starting to ping him down. This is pretty much the game, right?
It's the slow and insidious killer.
So with that being said, I want to thank everybody who was here in the chat today. We had a great time hosting the event. I think even as beat up as Jeff and I are here, we had a great time, and we would do this again. I mean, I wouldn't speak. I'm not going to speak for Jeff here, but I assume he's on the same page as me. Where I would do this again.
Speak for me. You can speak for me. You know I'm down.
Yeah, this was a great event. So while we're winding it down and Scott is pinging him down, this was a great time. I want to thank all of our participants for coming out, showing up, signing up, and doing the best they could. You guys had a great time, and I had a great time too.
So pleased with the turnout and just like the community building that has happened around this tournament. It's been like seeing this game and this community grow in real time from the first Kickstarter has been like such a magical experience, and like the sky is the limit from here. I'm already looking forward to the next one, and the game is back. Card Wars is back, baby.
Oh yeah. Also, and welcome back to the booth here, Box. We're basically, it's closing out. It looks like, Scott's got the crypt down. He's dropping his creatures. It's pretty much well over. But I wanted to talk with you a bit here because I don't remember how many people were in the last event. It was much less than 26, right?
Oh yeah, no. So I think we had like 20 signed up, but I think we only had like 12 to 16 actually go in because of just the regular like first drops beforehand.
So we have essentially double the amount of people of the last tournament in this one event.
Oh yeah,
here.
for sure. And I mean, like with Swiss tournaments, anytime we have a larger player base, the more diverse the more middle sections are. And so I think even with some of the sweatier decks in the top, I do think we finally had that like middle center there that we've been kind of wanting to get.
Oh yeah. I know I hadn't brought it up with Jeff, but I felt myself a little bad that the lowest we ever watched was a table 4, at least that we featured throughout the full game, was a table 4, which usually we want to incentivize the top players and show what they're doing, but like there were so many cool matchups in like the 7s and the 8s that like showed off some more. They could have showed off more interesting ideas. Not to say that the top decks weren't interesting, but like they all felt pretty uniform, you know. But if we were to watch like a middle deck, you know, something like a table 7, you know, or like a 6, that would have been we would have seen more diversity.
Yeah, I think maybe like for the second to last one, because those top ones are going to be so strong, maybe for those like the really far last one, we do like one of the more middle ground ones, because then at that point the middle ground's developed a little bit more, and so the top ones are just kind of seeing who's going to go to the finals.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, because the way that we did it now, like we've watched 3 games with Scott, so we've basically followed Scott throughout the entirety of the tournament.
Mm-hmm. I think it would be interesting for like next year, or not next year, but like maybe like a future event, to do like 2 tiers, to do like a general Swiss for like 3 or 4 rounds, and then take like the top 8 placements or like the top 6 placements, and then do like a single elimination bracket, you know,
Make it a bracket, yeah.
and so that way we have more diversity in what we see, and also it gives people an opportunity to, like, if they maybe didn't win the Swiss, that they could win the full tournament, you know.
Possibly. I could see it. Definitely always open to ideas.
The game has concluded.
Sorry, my untap's lagging a little bit. There it goes. Sorry, my untap just randomly refreshed from 11 to -1. So, well
Death
done.
by Tailgater.
I want to say well done to
non-stop
both of our
time.
participants here. You guys played an incredible game, and you guys did incredible to even get to this point. This has been quite the journey. With that being said, our final placements are set in stone here. I'll drop them here. Well, I'll reveal the picture once again that shows the final placements. I'm pretty sure I had it on stream a second ago. Right here. So the only difference is you're going to swap Scott and Brax because Scott beat him, but otherwise everything else is pretty much similar. It's going to be Pichu, you know, then K44, then Prophet, Stealth, She's Rake, not going to say your name respectfully, Goshu, Wailord, Judah, Corral, Terry, all of you, Stimphalian, I'm going to shout everybody, Stimphalian, Cave, Hypnothermia, Dino Boy, Lemon Frogs, who else did we have in here? Let me go back to here. We had Dr. Geralter Feifel Fumpter, PhD. I hope I got that right.
I love this for
Captain Nilo Peculiar, Jotun. I'm not even gonna try. I'm gonna mess that up. Lesser, and then Box, Q, Bungle, and Random. Well, thank you all so much for signing up and joining and playing. It's been a great event, and we'll see you next time. You guys have anything you want to say on the way out?
I just think that like the decklist channel, like that kind of just happened on a whim, but like seeing everybody post and share their ideas and kind of watching the decks find all of the different pieces they use for different archetypes kind of come together a little bit more has been really cool.
Oh yeah, I mean it's been awesome, and to see all while I will say there was a lot of like the same cards in some decks, there were also a lot of unique cards, and I will be dropping that information shortly here. But with that, we say our goodbyes, and we'll see you next time in the next event, guys.